Hey, DeeDee, it's time to start the show. Let's go. It's DeeDee's reactions, turn it up, it's time to go. Yeah. It's DeeDee's reactions, tune in and enjoy the show. Yeah. It's DeeDee's reactions, what's the topic today? Look, you never know. It's DeeDee's reactions, real life reviews with a real one for show. Hello everybody, it's DeeDee. We're real reactions every time on your TV. Gotta keep it real with my people, please believe me. No matter how you view it, shit makes it look easy. Different perspectives are always needed, and I know people ain't gon' see it how I see it. The way I view the news, my thoughts and understanding are undefeated. Our people deserve the real, and she's right here to bring it. It's DeeDee's reactions. DeeDee's reactions, turn it up, it's time to go. It's DeeDee's reactions, yeah. It's DeeDee's reactions, tune in and enjoy the show. It's DeeDee's reactions, DeeDee's reactions, what's the topic today? Look, you'll never know. It's DeeDee's reactions, real life reviews with a real one for show. Like, share, subscribe, we about to go live. La-da-dee, 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 la-da-dee.
What up, what up, what up, YouTube? It's your girl, DeeDee. Welcome back to another live stream. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Shout out to everybody watching, everybody in the chat. Sorry for being late, y'all. Listen, your girl is tired, first off. And I'm having like allergy issues, you guys. Y'all, it's bad. But I do apologize, y'all. Make sure as you come into the building, make sure you hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Also, if you're new to the channel and you like the content, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe, share, and like. Turn on your notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. All right. So make sure you guys are doing that to support the channel. Also, if you want to support, you can also donate via Super Chat or Cash App. That definitely helps the channel to grow, you guys. And it helps to keep us rolling. All right. So make sure you are supporting in that way. And I really appreciate you guys for everything that you do. All right. So y'all see the topic. Men are done chasing liabilities, plus older women have run out of options, plus more. So we're gonna hop right into it. I have a couple of clips, not a whole bunch of clips for y'all today. I definitely want y'all to chime in and give me your thoughts, and your opinions, all that good stuff. Make sure you leave them in the chat. Yeah. So we're going to hop right into it. I want to play this first clip for you guys and definitely chime in. I want to hear what you have to say on this part. And like the stream, hit the like button, as you come in. Make sure you hit the like button as you come in. All right. So I want to get right to it, you guys. I want to play this one first, and then I have another one that I want to share with you guys that I thought was really important. But let's get into it. Here we go.
Get this straight. I'm supposed to chase you so I can pay your bills and take care of you, and all you bringing me is some pre-owned coochie, and you ain't finna do shit around my house. Bitch, out your rabbit ass mind, ho. You better come with a skill set, ho. Do you know how to cook a well-balanced, healthy meal? Cause nowadays, these hoes trying to give a nigga ass diabetes and high cholesterol. You come with your own money. Is your credit straight? What bitch, you gotta bring some. I'm looking for assets, not liabilities, ho. Cause I ain't no 50-50 nigga. And that ain't a knock to the 50-50 nigga. But bitch, I do my duty, you do your duty. But you ain't finna sit around this motherfucker not doing shit.
All right. So what's y'all thoughts on what he said? What he said? But listen, this is what we're hearing. This is what we already know, right? We already know this is how a lot of men think. Most men are not looking to take on liabilities. Most men are not looking to take on a woman who's coming in asking for 100% of everything. Most men are not accepting that. And the problem with it is not the problem that these men have standards and that they're looking for some type of reciprocity, somebody who wants to work with them. That's not the problem. The problem is the women don't want to accept it. That's the problem. A lot of modern so-called independent boss chicks don't want to accept it. You know, they feel like they've worked so hard and now they deserve a man who's going to come in and pay all of their bills and do all this for them. And we know that that is unrealistic, and that's just not what's happening. Hold on one second. So, I mean, I think the people who are in denial is the majority of these modern so-called independent boss chicks. These are the ones who are still delusional to the nature of men. They're delusional to um what I would call the modern man. But honestly, men have always thought this way. But there were men back in the day who were these stepdads who were more willing to accept the nature of these women or how the women were. You know what I mean? Like there were more men back in the day who was willing to become stepdads, who was willing to deal with these women and maybe see if it was worth it. But I will call these men the modern men as well, because they're not going to accept the BS that a lot of these women have been told that they should expect from a man. Like men are, as much as women like to say, oh, we're not our grandmothers and we have bank accounts and we can do this and do that. What a lot of men are essentially saying is, hey, if you can do that and you can be that, go ahead and do that. We're not trying to stop you from being boss chicks. They're not trying to stop you from being independent. They're not trying to stop you from, paying your own bills. They want you to pay your own bills. That's what they telling you. This is the part that I'll never understand, y'all. Please, because I don't get it. Why is it on one hand they're saying, oh, we're boss chicks. We don't need a ninja. We can pay our own bills. We can do okay, but we don't. But you don't want to. No, the whole fact of you boasting about you can do it means you should do it. You don't need, right? You don't need a man. You don't need this. You don't need that from a man. You could do it all by yourself. Then do that. Why are y'all mad that y'all gotta do it? The thing that you boast about being able to do. So what the illogical, because it's not logical, the illogical reasoning of women is that, hey, yeah, we can do it, but we would prefer not to. Well, it doesn't make sense. Why would you boast up? You would think that you would be quiet about it. You would think that, oh, you know what? I got to take care of myself because I don't have a man, right? And I am an adult, because that's what adults do. As an adult, you got to take care of yourself. So I'm an adult female, and it's my responsibility to take care of myself because I don't have a man yet. But I'm not going to go out here and brag to the world like, oh, I make this amount of money, I don't need a man, I can take care of myself. As an adult, that's your responsibility. So why would you boast and brag about it when you know deep down inside you would love for a man to take care of you? I don't understand. It's this stupid. It doesn't make sense. It's like you kill your own argument. Like you don't really make sense in saying and boasting, hey, we're modern women now, or we're a new different generation of women. We don't need men because we can do for ourselves and we can do this. We don't really need them when we want them. Why you think men aren't listening? This is why I said a long time ago, and I'm gonna stand on it. A lot of these women are stupid, are batshit crazy. And the thing about it is they think men are stupid. I said this before. They think men are just so dumb and clueless, like they're not gonna hear and see what y'all are saying and not gonna move accordingly. That's what they thought. And now they realizing, oh, these men were really listening to us. Hell yeah. They listen. They got ears. Yeah, they were listening to y'all and they heard what you said and they moved accordingly. And this is what I say too. A lot of women don't know the nature of men. They don't know the nature of a man. You think men move like you. You think a man is going to flip flop and go back and forth. Most men don't do that. As the ones that I know don't. They don't flip flop. When they make a decision, they stand by it. We're the ones who flip flop and don't know what we want, and we're indecisive and we're confused and we go back and forth. Most women do that. But once again, women have been hanging around with these gay guys, and they playing and doing, and they cry and they emotional with them feminine dudes, and they think that that's how heterosexual straight masculine men are. No, when men, hell, like I said, at least the ones I know, when they make a decision, they say, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. That's exactly what they do. They don't go in between. They don't go up and around and around, down and around. This is what they say. They do that. They don't give you no extras for the most from my experience. They don't go and they don't do nothing outside of what they say. And that's what women don't understand, because we do that. You know, we'll say one thing and then we'll change our mind and all this men don't do that shit. A lot of men don't do that. A lot of, like I said, the ones that I know, they don't. They say, oh, I'm going to the bank on Friday at 2 o'clock or whatever. I'm going to do such and such, handle some business. They go and do that, handle that business. They ain't gonna be like, oh, I changed my mind at 1:55. I changed my mind. I think I'm gonna go tomorrow. Oh, I'm tired. No, most men are, I'm gonna do this at this such and such time, whatever. Most men are like that. They don't, you know, they go with it, and that's what they stick what they're gonna do, and that's what they're gonna do. You know, but I would be the one, just to speak for myself, I would be the one, you know, oh, I'm gonna go to the bank tomorrow at 2. Oh, 1:55. Oh, I don't feel like going. I don't think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go tomorrow. And you look like, oh, I thought you wanted to go. At 2 on the, you know, yeah, no, I would be more likely the one to change my mind and do something like that. That's not the nature of most men. So I just think women put this stuff out there, and they don't think that men are listening. They don't think that men are going to have a response, because men don't respond the way they do. And they just think that, oh, it's just going on, falling on deaf ears. We can say whatever we want. They so dumb, they're not going to pay attention, or they're not going to do this. And now they're crying and talking about, oh, men don't approach women anymore because women and this and that. Now you hear some women who are, you know, talking about it and talking about why the men aren't approaching, but they don't like that either. Like, so you got to make a decision and stick with it. Do you want to be an independent boss chick, or do you want a man? Because this independent boss chick status is not giving you the man that you want. So they didn't prepare for being independent boss chicks for the rest of their lives. That's the thing. They thought, oh, I could just prove that I can do this and do it for temporarily, and then eventually the man is going to come and sweep me off my feet and take care of everything and be my knight in shining armor. That's what they thought. And it's clear as day what they thought, but that is not what they're getting. And now all men are sassy. And now ain't no good ones out there. No, you can't get what you wanted because you pushed the narrative that was not, it was not comparable to what it is that you're looking for. You thought being a boss chick was a selling point for you getting a high value man, and it's quite the opposite. So they're in for a rude awakening. They're realizing that this narrative that they push is not helping, but hurting their chances of getting what they said they wanted. Classy young man 35. Thank you for the super chat, Classy. Says, I pay my own bills. Yes. You signed to pay your bills, mother. I get it. Right. That's your responsibility. It's not another person's responsibility to come and pay your bills. Thank you, Classy. But, you know, they say that's not what they want. They say they want a man to come in and pay all the bills, because as a man, you're supposed to be the protector and the provider.
you supposed to be the one to come in and make my life better. Because you the man. Y'all are the leaders. Y'all supposed to do this, that, X, Y, Z. But as a woman, I'm just supposed to look pretty. I'm supposed to sit here and just accept all of the blessings from you and take all of your money and do all that you know, everything. I do everything I want to do, and you just be there to provide for me, and that's it. But I ain't gonna cook, I ain't gonna clean, I ain't gonna do shit.
That's how they think. They're not going to cook. They're not going to clean. What I'm not going to do and what you not going to do and what I'm not, you know, all of this. Nobody don't have time for that. Nobody don't have time for that. Those days are over. Look, modern women are done. They're cooked. Men are done with them. And that's just what it is. You know, we do these videos and we keep talking about it, but guess what? I'm tired of talking about it. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm tired. You know, eventually it's gonna be time to move on, because there's no helping these modern Bonnet crew members. There's no helping them. There's no saving them. They gonna think the way they gonna think. Nobody's gonna change the way they think. And it is and men are not folding. Men are not giving in. Men are not saying, oh, you know, maybe we'll take them. Maybe we'll compromise with them. No, I don't see that happening. I don't see the men doing that. I don't see nobody folding. I see them stuck on stupid, and I see men saying, oh, we're not going to deal with it. as they have a right to. They don't want to settle. They don't want to put themselves in a precarious situation with these modern body group society members who just don't understand what a relationship is supposed to be. So, I mean, what's the point? At this point, it is just entertainment, because there's no way, nobody's going to convince anybody the other one way or another that they should, be more cooperative and work with a man. I don't understand why that's such a difficult concept when that is how it's always been. That's what a relationship is. When you're single and you're independently by yourself, you do what the hell you want to do. Whether it's reckless or not, you make the choice to do what you want. When you're in a relationship, no, there's compromise. You can't do whatever you want in a relationship, or guess what? You won't have a relationship. That's what a relationship is. Working together. I don't know who have psyched them up and made them think that, a relationship supposed to be a man pour into you. Oh, he pour into you. Just pour into you. Pour into you. And you just sit back like a fat rat, just sitting there, just getting over, kikiing in the corner. Like, you realize, oh my God, this don't make no sense, but you benefiting from it. So you're going to keep on kikiing on the sideline, looking at how stupid he is for doing all this and bragging to your girlfriends that you don't have to do a goddamn thing. And then she on the other end, girl, I want somebody stupid like that. Ooh, yeah, girl. He do everything. I ain't got to do shit.
I ain't got to do shit. What? He ran my damn water. He made all the bills. Girl, he paid for our trips too. Girl, you wanna go on the next trip, girl? He gonna pay for you too. Girl, and I ain't gotta cook. I don't gotta do a goddamn thing, girl. Girl, he listened to everything that I say. Girl, he give me money. I don't gotta pay nothing. He take care of my 2 kids, girl. You know?
This what they want. They want a live living fool in color. A living fool in color to do all. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody running around trying, like the dude said in the video, ain't nobody running behind a liability. Somebody you got to take on and take care of, like your kid, and then a lot of men don't even have kids. So she's like a child because she'll give you some coochie once a month. This is why I say you got to be batshit crazy if you're a man out here falling for this BS. It doesn't make any sense. She's going to give you some coochie once a month because she might be cute. Now, I will grant that. She might be cute. She might have that fat booty that a lot of men like. She might look good. She might look good. I ain't taking that away. But that's all she got. At the end of the day, and she don't even want to give you that. What's the sense of having a fat booty in your presence, just around you every day, but she ain't really giving you none? Every time you pouring out your life, your soul to this person, and she ain't giving you nothing. There's nothing you can look forward to at all. Nothing. She just around you looking good, and you can't even touch her. Once a month, she gonna give you some for all that you're doing, and that's all you get. You can't get. She can't even make you a goddamn grilled cheese sandwich, nor does she want to, nor does she think you should expect that. And they let you know, what you ain't gonna get, and you shouldn't expect this. But you, on the other hand, baby,
you gotta bring things. You gotta bring everything in 10 bags of chips, the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything possible to make her life better. She knew that before she met you, she had them 2 damn kids living in the projects, didn't make no money, didn't have no nothing. And Pookie and Ray Ray that she made the babies with didn't give her nothing. Now she meets you. Ooh, you gotta bring me everything if you wanna be with me, if you wanna ride this ride, child.
Please. Ain't nobody got time for that. They can't use their bodies anymore to influence men of standards to take them on. And that's the part that's killing them. They can't get, they don't know how to wrap their brains around that. They don't have, these men aren't obsessed with us anymore. Oh my God. This fat, and all of this is not enticing them. Oh my God, they're not enthused by us like that. They're not chasing us. They're not, no, because that's all you got. And then that's been ran through. Now, like you said, nobody want no secondhand coochie it ain't even secondhand, baby. It's 1,000 hands. I'm just saying. Nobody don't want no 1,000 hands coochie or all these people. And that thing that been dug in and out by all Pookie, Ray Ray, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, Ty, Bridges, Leon, and Cole, and Kingston, and Fatty, and everybody else. Nobody don't want that. And then they're sitting around here trying to convince you, it don't matter if I have 1,000 body count. It shouldn't matter if I have kids. Why does that even matter? No, they're telling you why it matters. Y'all just trying to make it make sense, and it doesn't. Like, stop. So it's done. Ain't nobody got time for this shit. Honestly, I swear to God, I'm tired of talking about it, y'all. Please. It's just like, it's like beating a dead horse. There's no getting through. They want to be 304s, and they want you to come in and pay for their lifestyle. That's it. They don't know how to be wives. You don't know how to even be a girlfriend. You don't even know how to be in a relationship, period. You don't know. You don't really, and nor do you want to. Nor do you want to be in a relationship. They want situationships because it's easier. Oh, I could just be with him and he could pay and pay. But who got time for that in this day and age? With the cost of living and how much things are. What man in his right mind? I don't care if you do well for yourself. You want to continue to do well for yourself, right? You don't want to sit around and just hand your money over to a laughing hyena because she look cute and all she doing is just dangling her ass in front of you but you don't get it, and that's like dangling and to show you what you could get. But you ain't gonna get it until you spend thousands and thousands of dollars on her. Like, come on now, that's stupid. Like, I don't understand. And but I get it. They're fighting tooth and nail to get y'all to be these, providers and protectors. You know what I mean? Not for your wives and not for your children, but for them. Somebody who's for the streets. How many providers and protectors do they have? Like, how many they need? Because you're not the only one. Like I'll say, you're not the only one. It's just your turn, baby. That's it. And how much are you going to pay for that turn? Because a lot of times it ain't worth it. But once again, it depends on the man. I said this before. The men are the ones who have the control, but the women are walking around here like they have the control. And they realize they don't really have it as perceived control. And now they're pissed. You don't control if a man marries you. You don't control if a man takes you seriously. You don't control if a man, wants to be with you. You have no control over that. All you have control over is your body, and they've lost control over that. The very thing that they had the control over and the leverage over, in my opinion, they've given that away. That's why we can say freely, you've been ran through. And this is not all women, but for the ones that it apply. And they think that's some type of power tool or whatever. And it's not anymore, because it no longer has a whole lot of weight and power once you've given it all away. You've lessened the power of it because you've given it to everybody. If you're a woman that's a virgin, you look good and you're attractive and all that, hey, now you might have some type of power, because now this might be what if a man is interested in you, he knows, oh my God, she hasn't been out. She's not for the streets. Oh my God, that's hard to find in this day and age. It's like a diamond in the rough. A woman who hasn't given away her body to all these people. Oh my God, you're worth something. Because there's so much of this, these pass me bys all around, just out here in the forefront, thinking that they're the best thing since sliced bread. And when men look at them, men are like, oh nah, man, she for the streets. I ain't taking that. Hey, I'll bust that down, but I ain't taking her seriously. And then there's no way. And they mad. And what they say too, a lot of these women are desperate. They charge $40, child. They're charging $40 for the coochie now. 40, 20, and 30, and $40 just to get something, because they got to pay their bills. I'm just saying. It just doesn't make any sense. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah, they need somebody to pay them bills, and they're getting desperate. The shaming tactics aren't working, so it's going to be interesting to see what they come up with next. What are they going to come up with next? I hear so much. Oh my God, a man should be lucky to be with a single mother 304. Child, please. Successful MD says the bonnet army is like baby kids multiplying. Child, thank you. Thank you, Successful MD. Thank you for the super chat. It's Eric TV says, I feel cooked women think the good man, the average women. I feel cooked women think the good man, the average woman, shaking my head. Now being a good man is being a sucker, right? Well, I asked, what do I get and be the provider? They said, I get to love her. I said, so nothing. Right. Exactly. I see what you're saying. Exactly. Yeah, it's just a bunch of BS. It's just word salad. They're just trying to find any and every way to try to get you to do what they want, what they want you to do. That's it. It's about a control. It's about getting their way. That's all it is. And them controlling you. See, women can't really control men with a lot of men with their bodies now, because the men are looking at, I don't really want that stank ass anyway. Like, I'm just saying, y'all. I'm not trying. I'm just saying, thank you. Yo, it's Eric TV. Thank you. I appreciate you for the support. Thank you. Classy says today's coochie has teeth in it. I'm good. Oh, oh, teeth in it. What in the world, Lord? What are they doing with them cooches? Lord have mercy. Thank you, Classy. Child, baby, it's just don't make no sense. It really does not. Captain Caveman, what's going on? Thank you for the super chat. Says Coach having only 50 strokes. No, Cooch having only 50 strokes left in it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Thank you, Captain Caveman. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, them cooches are cooked. A lot of these cooches are cooked. They can't really do too much with it, but they're trying to convince y'all that, oh my God, it doesn't matter. And then they'll be saying, hey, the more bodies I have, the better it is. Next, you're going to start hearing that, oh my God, I've already heard this. A man should be happy that you should want a woman with experience. Yes. She's had Roddy, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, Pookie, Ray, Todd, Bridges, you know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson, everybody had this, honey, so it must be good. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody that been through here, honey, they saw deep down in the cave, and everybody loves it. So why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you love this when so many have enjoyed it? You'll enjoy it, I promise you. You'll want more.
My bad. That's why next thing I'll be telling y'all that. Why wouldn't you want it? I've had so many, and it makes it even better, and it just gets better and better. Next thing I'll be telling y'all that. I'm just saying, like, child, girl, baby, I'm like, sit your ass down. I'm tired. I'm tired of the foolishness. Look, do your thing. I don't give a damn. I say, I don't care what you, as grown people, I really don't give a shit what you choose to do with your life. I really don't, y'all. I can't front. I really can't. I'm tired. Like, you know, I'm tired of talking about it, because there's no getting through. Like, people, look, grown folk, they be like, girl, they cussing me out in their head. I don't give a damn. They be cussing me out in their head like, who the hell she thinks she is? A person with an opinion. Yeah, I got an opinion, and if you don't like it, who gives a shit? It's just my opinion. Why worry about it? If it doesn't apply, let it fly. This is how we know who it applies to, when they get all triggered and mad in their feelings. I'm not mad at what you choose to do. I really don't give a shit what you choose to do with your life, to be honest with you, y'all. Because these are adults. You know, you could choose to do whatever you want. In real life, I don't give a shit. I really don't. But it's my opinion and my right to have an opinion about what I see, you know, what I agree with or what I don't, just like you do. Everybody has an opinion. You know what I mean? And so my opinion is a lot of these modern women are cooked, and they know it. Y'all made poor decisions, and you should be pissed at your mamas and your grandmamas for giving you that bad advice. That's who you should be mad at, not the men, and the men not leading the communities. No, y'all listen to y'all grandmothers tell y'all, who, by the way, was married their whole lives till their husbands passed away. They was married, child. They had their life, but they tell you, go out, have your fun, don't depend on the man. And y'all did it, and y'all listened to it. Now y'all 40 years old, y'all done hit the wall. Now you by yourself and complaining. And you know that Pookie, Ray, Ty, Bridges, everybody run through that coochie, and now nobody don't want you. That's just it. Nobody really wants you. And now you're sitting here trying to convince the men that are left to take you on, and that you're some type of prize, and that they should be lucky to be with a 304. That ain't gonna fly. These men are not dumb. Classy, thank you so much for the generous super chat. I appreciate you, Classy. Says there's actually a movie called Teeth. Oh, where if the young lady wasn't aroused by the, oh my God, I think I know what you're talking about. Where the young lady wasn't aroused by the man, Her vagina grew teeth in the inside and bit the man's member off. Psychologically, the movie can keep the young man virgins. I think it was a weird movie. I think I know what you talk about, Classy. That's crazy though. That is crazy. Thank you, Classy. I appreciate the generous super chat. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I think I heard of that or saw something. It was one of those weird little independent films or something. I think I know what you're talking about. Thank you, Classy. Successful MD says they are desperate enough to say it. Cooked birds. Thank you, Successful MD. Once again, I appreciate you. Yeah, it's just a horrible. It's a horrible time for the modern woman. The independently strong modern women who don't need no man. I can do it all by myself. It's a hard time for them because you can do it by yourself, but you don't want to. So why lead with that? I would shut the hell up. But once again, shut the hell up job is hard to do for a lot of modern women. You got to talk. You got to make your point. You got to make yourself look stupid. It just sometimes that's why it's good to just be quiet and listen. You know what I mean? Because it's not benefiting you to keep talking. It's really not. And a lot of them don't see it. You know, you can talk nicely, you can be respectful, all that. They don't hear that. They don't want to hear none of that. They don't want to hear none of that. Captain Caveman, thank you once again for the super chat. Says used cat looking and smelling like unclean chitlins. But happy holidays, D. Child, unclean chitlins is buck wild. If you walking around
with a cat that smells like unclean chitlins, baby, you are really cooked. Cause you can smell that from a mile away, I'm sure. And who wants that? Who wants chitlins smelling coochie? Jesus.
My God, that would just be a travesty. I mean, I can't stand chitlins and they stink and you know what it smell like. What? I smelled it one time and I'm like, oh my God. Who shit on themselves, you know? I'm just saying, y'all. I don't eat that. And I just if your coochie smell like that, what the hell? That's you automatically isolating yourself from any dating possibilities with that. Stinking coochie smell like all kinds of shit. Oh no. Thank you, Captain Caveman. Hell no. Like on top of that, I mean, you just might as well say, I ain't on the market for a man, baby. I ain't really looking, so just ignore my stank. I ain't really looking for them because you that's like, what are you doing? What are we doing? Like, come on, y'all forgot how to use soap and water. Like, come on, y'all doing too much. Eat too much seafood boils. Y'all doing too much. Y'all, is that almost that might be karma for the way they acting and how they talk about men. Just throw that stank on you and you don't even got to say you don't want a man. He gonna smell you and be like, oh, child, I see why. I don't want you either. Like, no, like, come on. Oh my God. Pharaoh, Ishmael, Animations. What's going on, Pharaoh? Thank you for the super chat. Says those people stank-assery people harassing. You can't handle me. I'm burning Mac or Steve Austin. They asked when roasted. I want Belize draws, not Piggy Smalls. Thank you, Pharaoh. I appreciate you. There you go with that. But I get it. Yeah, it's just a hot mess, y'all. Thank you once again, Pharaoh. I appreciate you. You can smell from across the room. Hell, you can smell it down the street. Some of these people, walk past you and that be with you from down the street. Like, come on, soak your ass. Come on now, get in some water. Take a bath. What Trey? What's it, Trey? Who was it? Used to say, take a bath. For real. Take a bath. Soak, do something. It's just, and always be the most entitled and the most just standing there smelling a hot mess, talking about what you not gonna do for a man and what he got to do for you, and not realizing you stand there and just, like in the cartoons when something stink, that little foam just come out, films just coming out all while you standing there talking your shit. Just films of funk just coming out. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. And you act like, and you don't even realize it. Long nails, nasty, just standing there, just the smoke funk, just all around you. and you talking shit. Just saying. But it's the entitlements. That's the turn off. You know what I'm saying? You could what I'm saying. There are a lot of beautiful women. There are a lot of cute women out here and look good, bodies, everything. But the attitude stinks. And some of them stink too. It's like a lot is going on with you in a negative for you to have all this, entitlements and then have all these negative things to point out about men, and you're not focused on yourself. You can't focus on yourself and what you need to work on, worried about somebody else. And this is why they hate when you call them out, because they don't even think about, oh shit, I need to work on my hygiene. Man, he got to have all his teeth and he got to have good, proper hygiene. And a lot of times y'all don't, and then when we stand next to you, you're like, ooh, and you could, and the funny thing about it, if I'm standing next to a woman and she got all shit together and she talking that stuff and I smell you, and I'm like, oh, you want a man who's good on his hygiene? Then I would be, ask you a question. Oh, you want a man with good hygiene? Yeah, he got it. And if I say, well, you stink right now, then I'm wrong. You see what I'm saying? I'm disrespectful, and they're gonna want to fight. I'm wrong for saying you stink. So how you worry about a man? You want a man with good hygiene, but you stink. Why would you? This is why I say it's a projection. You're projecting the things that you are. Or either you don't realize, you didn't focus on yourself because you're worried about somebody else. You want a man to smell good, teeth clean, breath together, and I smell you, and you're not really that clean, and you're not really all that put together as much as you want people to think. So before you go out here and start projecting and putting all this stuff out here about what you want about a man, you better make sure that you have your stuff together, that you are up on your hygiene, and that you're cleaning yourself, and that you have the things that you're asking for. That's all. Because you'll find out really quickly how a lot of these women don't, because the focus is never on you, because you got a vagina, no matter if it stink or not. They just think men just want it. See, that was the perception back in the day, that, oh, it doesn't matter. As a woman, you have these advantages, which I think women do, but now it's a different time. Like back in the day, oh, you had a vagina, they just want you. And men still want women, of course, but it's different now. Just like they're saying they're different and they're this and they're just more entitled and all that. Well, men are different too, because they're not accepting of the things that those men were accepting of. I think they want to lead with, oh, they've changed and they're different and they want more, but but what you think about the men? You think they're just still stuck back in the old days? That's why they say, I want a traditional man, a man who's doing this, doing that, but you're not a traditional woman. You want to be a modern woman, but you want them to be traditional, and that just don't work. Traditional men want traditional women. That's the whole point of having traditional values, that you want traditional values for a wife. You don't want a modern woman who's out here getting to the bag, working 24 hours a day, talking about, I don't need a man. What traditional man wants that? Successful MD says it's Friday and you all need to go take a bath. Yes, take a goddamn bath. Take a bath. Well, yes, everybody take a bath. It ain't gonna hurt you. Oh Lord. Thank you, Successful MD. Pharaoh 304s need to take bath and Lysol. God damn, you may be right. It probably won't hurt. I mean, Thank you, Pharaoh. That's crazy. Oh Lord. Oh. Has a woman ever listened to your show, didn't like what you say, what to fight? No. I mean, maybe from a distance. I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised, because I understand people don't like the truth. But I mean, only reason if you would want to fight, or you don't like it, is because you're triggered. Most like the women that I come in contact with, I don't think the ones that I've come in contact with for the most part, I don't think a lot of, there have been a few that's been triggered, but most of the ones I talk to are not triggered, because they understand. That's my opinion. That's my perspective. You have a different one. I respect it. And I make it clear, listen, I don't, you respect me, I respect you. If you say, oh, I don't agree with what you're saying, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not going, what I'm going to do? Oh, well, you got to agree with me. I don't give a shit. I really don't. That's the thing. I think this is why I say, listen, that's why there's that saying, hit dogs holler, because if you hear something that's strict. Now, I've heard some things that men have said, and I kind of like, yeah, you know what? I was like that. But I spill my own beans. Like I tell my own, hey, I let you know, look, I'm married. I've been married over 20 years. Shit, me and my husband been together is closer now to damn that 30 years. You know, we've been together on getting to the 30, closer to the 30-year mark. So look, and I make it clear that, you know, in the beginning when I was younger, yes, being raised by a single mother, I understand where a lot of the women are coming from. Don't get me wrong, because I'm not going to sit here and portray something that I'm not. I'm not going to sit here and tell y'all I'm the perfect woman and I'm the perfect wife. No, I don't think nothing exists. That's why when I'm talking and I have a predominantly male audience, I'm saying, listen, you got to understand that women are not perfect. See, this is a part of understanding how to be logical and not just be in your feelings. Because I'm a woman, and yes, I've been in my feelings, but I've learned that it's not about my feelings and what I think and what I feel, but it's about what actually is. Because I could sit down and feel and think a whole lot of shit, and I've done it. You know, that's why when I'm talking, I can talk on it because I've done it. I understand the perspective of women and I understand the perspective of men. Being married to a manly man for years, I get it. I didn't always get it though. So that's why I understand. That's why I say a lot of times, you know, we all have opinions and people on here, there's plenty of platforms of people who are just strictly having opinions. You have a right to your opinion, but your experience is something else. This is why I say experience is the best teacher, in my opinion, and that is something that I've experienced because I've gone through it. You know what I mean? I'm not just speaking strictly on opinion, but also I give little tidbits of myself because I think people can relate to it. To me, for women, I think the only women who don't hear that part or don't want to hear that part is because they just don't want to. And they don't want to do anything differently. When I'm saying I can relate to some of the stuff or some of the perspective of these women because I've been there. I said it 1,000 times. I was raised by a single mother. So I've had that teaching. So there's no way I'm going to get up here and be like, oh, I was raised by a single mother, but I knew how to be a wife. And, you know, even though my mother didn't teach me, I just knew. That would be a lie. That would be a straight lie. No, I'm not going to sit here in front like, oh, I just knew everything about. No, I say we're all works in progress. We're still learning. I'm still learning and probably will continue to learn until I'm out of here. You know, but I'm not walking around here with this entitled mentality because I'm married. No, marriage is goddamn work. Marriage is not always easy. It's not a fairy tale. And this is what you know. So when I hear women who say, "Oh, this is what a marriage should look like, and this is what a man should do," no, okay, now what should a woman do? Because if you have the role of what a woman, the roles for the men, what's the role for the woman? How should she show up in a marriage? What should she be doing in that marriage to make? Because it takes two. It's not all on the man to make it work. The woman has to put in work too. And so when it's both of y'all putting in work, sometimes I think it's harder for the women because we're the one who've been sold this idea of what a man should be and how he should show up and what he should do. But we've never been taught how we should show up and what we should do. So either you learn it, you know, you find a man that you love and he loves you and you learn through that and y'all work together, or you don't learn it and you continue to be single and you don't want to accept that. And this is why a lot of women will stay single. And a lot of men too, because you're not going to find somebody suitable enough to marry because she's not willing to do what's necessary. So this is when I hear these women talking about, oh, I will not settle and I did this and that, I call cap on it and I think it's BS because it takes two for a relationship to work. We need to start talking about how both parties should show up, how two people should be able to work together. So this idea that the man got to bring all this he got to do all this, got to do all this, and what you got to do, I just show him love. And if you're incapable of doing that, how are you going to do that? If you don't know what that looks like, if you've never been taught that, how do you know how to do that? That's why it becomes a problem because it becomes a one-sided situation where the man, because he's expected to do all of this, he does it. And even in his mind, he thinks, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. And as a man, men are taught that they have to be the providers of a wife and the kids and family, whatever. They have to be leaders of their household. So they already are ingrained in what they should be doing. But now that men are saying, listen, okay, you want me to bring money to the table. You want me to be your protection. You want me to love you, do all these things for you. What are you going to do? What's your part? Because there is a part for the woman. You're not supposed to run out and just have trips and girlfriend trips, and he's supposed to just do everything that you want and accept you the way you are, but you can't accept him. That's a flawed mentality, and this is why relationships fail. And when I'm saying this, if any woman gets offended by this, because she doesn't want to do anything. They've adopted the idea that a man's supposed to do everything and they do nothing. That's the only reason. To me, that's the only reason a woman would get offended by the things that I'm saying, because you don't want to do that. Your expectations are the delusional fairy tale lifestyle that you've been told that you should be accepting, and you don't want to do anything. You don't want to be fit for the man. You don't want to look good for him. You don't want to give him no coochie. You don't want to compromise with him. You don't want to do shit for him. Oh, there's this thing going around where they asked, and I think I did a video about it, where the guy said, if a woman doesn't want, I probably talked about it. If you ask your girl for $50 and she can't give you $50, leave her. I think I did a video on it. And I stand by that, because I'm like, wait a minute, like this man could have been paying for everything, doing all this, spending money on you, and he asked you for $50 one day. You can't give him $50? That's a red flag. So this, once again, and also there was this video of this wife where her husband tested her and asked her for some money, and she was like, my money? I'm just like, that's a red flag, baby. Best believe you run out of money and you can't continue to support her, she's going to be looking to get out of that relationship. That's why I said a lot of women are very selfish, and they hate when you call that out, but it's the truth. If you can call out the nature of men and what you believe of men, and that men are this and that and the third, but you can't accept the same things about yourself, that's the double standards that men have had to live with. The fact that one side could be judged and called out, even if it's not true, but you can't do that back to a woman because she's a woman and she has a vagina. Why is it that way? That you can't be called out as a woman? That's a bunch of bullshit. And that's why it's changing. And this is why men are sassy today, because they are calling out the nature of women and they don't like it. Bottom line. What's going on, C. Irving? How you doing? Thank you for the super chat. Says a lot of the women over here agree with your talking points. Great. I think that's great, DeeDee. Some of them think it's normal information, and some understand it after errors. I'm glad. Thank you. At least somebody getting it, because I mean, it's nothing. I don't think what I'm saying is too harsh or unusual. It's funny sometimes because the stuff that they're asking for is unrealistic, and I realize, and I know, because, and that's the whole point, excuse me, y'all. Thank you, C. Irvin. I appreciate you. A lot of what I was about to say. Excuse me, y'all. Oh my God. I forgot what I was about to say. Yeah, it's not unusual talking points. I think women, just get mad because, and the only thing that they could say is, the only real pushback is, oh, you're a pick-me. Okay, I accept that. That's not a diss to me to call me a pick-me. I've been picked a long time, and I like that I was picked. You know what I'm saying? I love that I was picked. So what's next? What else could you say? That's the only thing that I hear. I don't really get too much else. You know what I mean? Because what else are you going to say? Oh, well, you're male-centered. Okay, I can accept that. But can you accept what I'm going to tell you? Can you accept that you're delusional? Can you accept that you're lost in the sauce and you will probably be single the rest of your life because of your mentality? Can you accept that? See, I can accept if you call me a pick-me. I can accept that if you say, oh, you're male-centered and all you talk about is, I do. But I can tell you why I talk the way I talk and why I have the opinion I have. I can tell you that, but can you tell me why you're the way you are and why you probably won't get the results? Can you accept my opinion of you? Because I can accept your opinion of me if you're right. If you say I'm male-centered, okay, I can see that. If all you do is talk about what women need to do, yeah, I actually address both, and I can also acknowledge that, yeah, there are a lot of deadbeat men out here. There are a lot of foul men. There are a lot of men out. Can you accept the fact that there are a lot of deadbeat women? Because usually the feminist mindset of a lot of these women is they don't ever hold women accountable. See what I'm saying? I can hold both accountable, and I have enough logical sense to accept that both sides have issues, not just one. And typically, ooh, you all right? I gotta move that. You put it back. That's fine. You all right? I can acknowledge that both sides need work. You know what I'm saying? Usually when you come across these women who are more female centered, and you have this feminist mindset of, oh, all women are right, they hate to acknowledge anything wrong about women. That's the thing. See, I can acknowledge both because it doesn't faze me either way. I'm just looking at the truth of it all and looking at what's real. I'm not in a delusional bubble. And I can admit, I'm not in a delusional bubble where I say all men are right and all women are wrong. No, there's wrong and right on both sides. Normally the women who wouldn't agree with me, they wouldn't accept that. They're just because they just want to point out the bad about the men and not the bad about the women. If you're gonna point out the bad about the men, it's fair game to address the bad about the women, and we can address the good things too. It doesn't have to just be bad. But all we see is women harping on men are bad, women good, men bad, women good, and that's just not the truth. Thank you once again, C. Irvin. So that's where it becomes a problem. I hope I'm saying that. Is it W Dave for you says these reaction, your words are like kryptonite. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, kryptonite to the ones who don't want to accept any accountability. Right. They don't want to accept the accountability. So yeah, it's going to be kryptonite. It's going to burn.
Burn, burn, baby, burn. It's gonna burn. It's gonna sting their asses, you know?
It's gonna burn because they you don't want to accept anything, any truth. You just want to just push that same old narrative and do what you want to do, and you want everybody to accept it. That's why the truth hurts. It really hurts. The truth hurts. You don't want to accept the truth, and I know the truth hurts. I've been in denial before. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. I've been in denial. I'm human, and this is why I say a lot of women can't accept their fault. They can't accept when they're wrong. They can't acknowledge the negatives about themselves. They want to make you think everything is so great about them. And we all know that's just not the truth. Everything is not so great about every woman. Every woman is not all that great. You know what I mean? Every woman is not so great. Like they want you to think that, but that's just not the case. JSU Tiger 07 says, pick me. Women are the best. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. And it's just dumb when they don't have any other pushback or comeback. That's what they use, and it's quite frankly, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. It does not. And, it is what it is. That's why I say, and you can talk until you're blue in the face. You're not going to change most people's perspective. They're going to believe, and that's fine. We're going to agree to disagree. That's it. But we know one way works and the other one does not. It's clear examples of it all over the place. There are clear examples of what I'm saying all over the place. What they're trying to convey and push, you don't see a whole lot of successful examples of that. You see the same old outcomes over and over and over. What we see is women, bottom line is we see women who choose their careers early on, typically end up foregoing families and husbands because their focus is their careers. And I don't have a problem with career-minded women. If you want, if you want to be a career woman and that's your focus and you want to build a business, that's fine. But if you choose to do that early on, then more than likely those women don't end up with husbands or families. That's just the truth. And it ain't, I'm not saying it's bad, it's just the truth. But women who focus on marriage and kids early on end up having their families and they end up having careers too, because as I said before, majority of my children are grown. So as your kids grow, you can find other hobbies or careers or things that you like to do because I'm still alive. I didn't have kids, thank God. Oh my God. I didn't have kids younger and all of a sudden now they're older. I'm done. No, I'm still here. I'm alive. I can still do things. That's how I'm here with you guys. I can still do things that I like to do. Once again, I think there's this mindset that, if you get married young, that you're doomed and you're in the, you can't do anything. Oh my God, you're just a wife and a mother. No, to me, that's one of the most important jobs. A wife and a mother. That's one of the most important jobs. I think they portray it as if it's a bad thing, like you're losing out on something if you do it young. and that you can't do anything after the kids are grown. Like, that's just insane. I'm an example of it. That's why I tell young women, hey, you're not missing out on nothing. The only thing that you will be missing out on if you're a young wife is being able to go out and get ran through. That's it. That is it. A wife is not a death sentence. Being a wife young doesn't mean that you can't have fun. It doesn't mean that you can't be yourself. It doesn't mean that you can't have fun with your husband. I don't understand that concept, but I get it, because that was what was fed to women, and especially our women, so that you don't get married and you don't create families, because so that we can be in a situation that they're in now. No, who says when you get married you got to be locked in a dungeon and, oh my God, you're a young old maid, all you got to do is raise a kid? No, raising kids is work. You ain't nobody got time to be out in the streets and partying when you have kids, because you have responsibilities, and you shouldn't want to be. So yeah, a lot of your time goes to your family that you created. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. You get to raise your kids. You can teach your kids, be around your kids, look at the experiences, watch them grow, enjoy your family. So of course, when your kids are small, that's your focus, that's your priority. But the older they get, they get to school age, they become teenagers, they grow up, they start, doing their own thing. Now it changes a bit. Your focus is not so much on them because they're older. Now you can do other things, but they act like being married young is just the most horrible thing ever. No, because you can't go out and have that fun that your mothers and your grandmothers told you, ride all the D's. You can't do that. That's the fun you can't have. And that's the problem. Everybody's focused on riding the D's.
The D. I want to get to the D, and I want to try all the ones that are out there. That's what I want to do, because that's what I was told, and I'm going to do what I was told. I was told to have fun in my 20s. So you go have that fun in your 20s, ride all the CCs you can, try the different sizes, and then what happens? You end up with a baby. A baby or 2 or 3 by Pookie, Ray Ray, and Klein. And then, once you've had that fun, you've been ran through, you've had all the babies, and now you by yourself, you got your education. Now you want the good man to come back and take you seriously?
That's what the problem is. Y'all followed the wrong advice. Instead of locking you a man now, you think you're going to have all these different options, and you end up not having all these different options. And you think that it's going to be a better option out there. You think, oh, I keep going while I'm getting ran through. I'm going to keep going. Then I'm going to get a better man. I shouldn't just settle for this one. He's a good man. What do y'all thought y'all was going to get? What do y'all think is out there? How much better do you think you're going to get? And this is the problem. This is why now they're older, and what they thought they should, or what they think they should get, and what they think they deserve is not what's trying to be with them. Because at this point, 30s, 40s, 50s, you want a rich man. You want a man that compares. That's why they want to compare the bills. This is the highest, that you would expect. And you're not equivalent to what that type of man will want. That's the problem. You done messed that up. Instead of finding a guy that would have been good for you when you were younger, y'all get married, start a family, build your family, and y'all build together. So now you with somebody that built something, and now you can enjoy the fruits of your labor. You got a family, then you got a man who's progressing and growing, and y'all grew together, and now you can have the best of both worlds. But they don't want to hear what I'm saying, because, oh my God, that just don't work like that. But the way y'all going about it don't work. That it works. We see that ain't working. You know what I mean? And I'm an example of it working, but she don't know what the hell she just a pick me, right? Well, okay, I'll take it. I am. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they don't want to hear that because they missed that window. You missed that opportunity, and now you stuck. So you just want to manifest. There's got to be
a manifestation. I'm gonna manifest me a rich man, and I'm gonna show you pick-me's. I'm gonna get me a rich man. I'm gonna have the lifestyle that I've been dreaming of, baby. I don't know what y'all talking about. I ain't gonna settle. Settle? Are you serious? I work too goddamn hard, and I'm not gonna settle. That's the mentality
that they take, and that's why they're gonna be by themselves. That's it. Are they willing to accept that? Probably not. Successful MD, thank you for the super chat, says it takes a fool who rather be passed around like a shared dog toy rather than chosen to be a wife to a wife to woman bragging about being a drive-through. Exactly. Successful MD. I agree. Thank you for this. I totally agree. Because there's no benefit in that. You had all your sexual fun. Now what? Now you ran through and worn out. And what man of standards want to ran through worn out woman? Just saying. Thank you, Successful MD. Yo, it's Eric TV. Thank you for the super chat. Says they think they never have to settle because they're fine. Some sucker that will take them. Exactly. Yeah, but see, that's they having a problem doing that. You know what I'm saying? Eric TV, they're finding a problem with a man. You know what I'm saying? Accepting them because men have options too. That's what they didn't consider. Thank you for the super chat. They didn't consider that men have options and men men don't want to settle. We need those t-shirts, DeeDee. Pick Me Nation. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm glad you said that, C. Irvin. Pick Me Nation. I need to make it. What other t-shirts I should make? Because I be forgetting, y'all. Pick Me Nation. Gotcha. I need to make the another one I've been making. What you want, gotta want you. Well, who you want? Wait, what you want, gotta want you, or who you want, gotta want you back. So those are the two I really want to make. Thank you, C. Irvin. I appreciate you. Calvin Cook 6670. Thank you for the super chat. Says, well, Keisha told you to leave me if I don't buy a Birkin bag and you left. Well, guess where Keisha is now? That's what happened to most women. Right. You know, and we talk about women keeping women single. Yeah, because you listen to your sisterhood bonnet crew member tell you the wrong shit. And then you go listen to that. And then if she found her a good man, baby, you think she gonna walk away from him? Nope. She ain't that information she gave you, the advice she gave you, she not gonna even take it. This is why I say this whole sisterhood, women talking about, oh, I want to live in a society with all women, baby, that is gonna shoot to hell in a handbasket real fast. These women are lying. You know, this is why they want the sisterhood bonnet crew members to all stick together, because they don't want you to expose their lies. Girl, child, please. Ain't no damn group of women gonna be in this great society just with women. It's gonna be a bunch of cat fights. It's gonna be a lot going on, and it's not gonna be positive. Women don't really get along as it is now. Women, it's hard. This is why I think it's important for women to actually unite and be able to get along and have conversations. Which, by the way, you guys, I'm planning the first ladies live which will be next Friday. We're planning for next Friday. We're gonna have some gorgeous women on here, intelligent women on here that I think, have something to say. I think it's important for us to really come together and have these discussions to show that we can do something as women, because a lot of these women are in cat fights. They're in competition. One, they're in, jealous of the next, or one look better than the other. It's a kind of, that's why I've never had a whole bunch of female friends, because I just think it's just, I've seen the cat fights. I've seen the combativeness. I've seen the, going behind the back and saying this, but I don't have that shit that gets old real fast. No, ain't nobody got time for that. At least I don't. I just don't like it. It's not real unity. You can't even get women to come together to work together. It's always some little hidden little something. You know what I mean? It never really seems to be genuine, is what I'm saying. It's never really genuine amongst women. It's always some type of ulterior motive or something behind it. When it comes to women don't work that well together. That's what I'm saying. And when you find women who are truly just about, it is what it is, and it's not no hidden agenda or no kind of foolish in the background, it's refreshing to see, because a lot of women are just catty, you know what I mean? And it's always something, and nobody wants to deal with that. So this whole idea that, women would love to be, all women, it's gonna be so great in a society of women. I've seen that video going around. I just look at it like, child, y'all know that ain't the truth. Thank you once again, Calvin Cook. I appreciate you. 87 Stevens, thank you for the super chat. Says, look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a magical man. Right. That's what they want. A magical dummy. Child. They want a magical dummy. They want a magical dummy because she's not going to be looking at him as anything special. You think these women appreciate a man who's willing to come in and do everything that they're asking for? Do y'all really think? Thank you, 87 Stevens. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think that these women who are asking for a man to come in and pay for everything and do all this unrealistic stuff, do you think that these women respect these men? Do y'all think that she's really saying, oh my God, I got such a great man and I love him to death and I respect them and this and all of it? Do y'all think that she's really looking at him as a respectable person? Or is she, because a lot of them are not. Because they don't even think that they're worthy of what they're asking for. They don't really think that they're worthy of what they're asking for. So if they don't believe that they're worthy of it, but if they can convince you to do it, you think they're gonna look at you and have respect for you and be like, oh my God, he's so great and he deserves the world from me and all this. Do y'all think that she really looking at you as that? No. She's not. So yeah, she's not looking at him as anything special. She's not speaking positively about him because she doesn't feel she deserves that type of treatment herself. But as long as she can convince somebody to do all of that, you think she's going to turn it down? No, they're not going to turn it down. See, Irving says, the t-shirt is what you want, gotta want you. What you want, gotta want you. What you want, gotta want you. Yes. I'm going to make those. I've been wanting to make that one for the longest. What you want, gotta want you, and Pick Me Nation. Thank you, C. Irvin. I appreciate it. Now, when I get the shirts, y'all need to buy one. Put it one in the chat. When I make these shirts, y'all gonna purchase one in the chat of the people gonna purchase the shirts. Pick Me Nation, and What You Want, Gotta Want You. One in the chat if y'all gonna buy the shirts, because I'm not making it. Costs money to make these shirts. Now I ain't gonna make the shirt if y'all not gonna buy it. One in the chat if y'all gonna buy the shirts, because y'all be telling me to make this. Y'all gonna buy it. Let me know. Thank you, C. Irvin. I appreciate you. Let's move on. I want to move on to this next one because this is another example of what I'm talking about. This is another. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. So yeah, I'm gonna make the shirts. Please support. Thank you. C. Irvin says, Pick Me Nation will be for my future girlfriend. Exactly. Right. I think so, C. Irvin. I think you just order it. Like once I make it, you just order it from the link. You should be able to get it. Yeah. Yep. I'm a double check. Yes, Liddell. Yeah, they have that size. They'll have that size. Yep. I'll make sure they have that size. Yes. But check this out, y'all, because this is in line with the I need somebody to take me shopping. I need somebody to accept me for who and what I am. You need to not be intimidated by who and what I am. You need to take me shopping.
Take me shopping. You need to not be intimidated by who and what I am. Take me shopping. This is in
line with Miss Vivica A. Fox. Check this out.
The Bad Boys.
Wow.
I was into them.
I feel like the Bad Boys always was liking me. And I'm like, I don't want to go to the trap house again. I did a few times and it's like, it's boring in there.
Yeah, well, the trap house is where you can find me.
I love that song.
Well, I was young and dumb. I grew up,
Yeah. I mean, our taste changed. I was in an interview with
Now, you heard what she said. You could find her in the trap house. Bad Boy was her. That is not new. That is typical of young women. I'll say a lot. A lot of young women were attracted to the bad boy. We know that. You know what I mean? But somehow they don't put it all together. You don't equate that having that type has a lot to do with how you pick men in the future. How you've picked men and why you've ended up in such poor relationships. They don't equate it. And then when you get older, you run out of options because you didn't pick the right guys from the beginning. You picked the guy that all the women wanted. Most women wanted the bad guy. Most women were attracted to the bad guy. We talked about this a lot. Look, we've experienced it, seeing it growing up. I always said, look, I wasn't attracted to the bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, but most women are. Like, you see that all these women want that same dude. So my mind, why would you go to him? Look, he gonna think he the shit because he got all these women after him. So he's not gonna take anybody seriously because he got all these options. The same thing, fast forward, we're saying now. The men who are considered the high value men, they have all the options. It's always been that way. You go back, the bad guy, the ones that all the women want, that's who they were attracted to. That's who they went after. So all the women are going after the same guy. It's the same thing happening. But now that these women are older and they've run out of options, now they're mad. Talking about where the good man. You never went for the good dude. You went for the bad guy. So you would think that they would be more accepting of the outcome because of their choices, but no, they're delusional. Let's continue.
With Sierra, she like the palette changes.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
As you get older, you want different things out of life.
You want different things.
Yeah.
I love Whoopi's quote. She said, "I don't want somebody in my house." I relate to that. I don't want nobody in my damn house.
Baby, listen to me. Now you're talking.
It's so good.
You keep talking about all these relationships. And I'm like, what the last time I had? It's not even that. It's just that I have fought to find this peace that I have.
That's right.
I am. And so
That's right.
I protect it fiercely.
That's right.
Fiercely. Even to the point where it's like, hey girl, let's go out. If I leave my house and come to where you are, is that going to disturb my peace? Like, those are the questions I ask.
No, that is the big question for me. And anything when I'm thinking about dating is, are you going to disrupt the that's going on over here? Because I don't want no disruption. I'm cool with getting to know and an enhancement, but I don't want any disruption. And it's like, you don't want to be so stringent because you know that, okay, there's some tips and bumps, but it's like, I'd rather just be chill with me. Like my mom used to always, I can do bad all by myself.
That part. I did a movie. You know what I mean?
Well, you can do bad all by yourself. It gets to a point where you have no other choice, ma'am.
You have no other choice, ma'am. There's no other choice. Ain't nobody checking for you. You've already made your horrible choices. You picked wrong, and this is the consequences.
This is what the part that they don't get. It's like they got a one-track mind. You don't realize that there are consequences to your choices. You chose the bad guys. So if that's what you run into the trap house, you love a good so that means that's your track record of picking those types of guys, and that's why they didn't work out, and that's why you're single. And now that is what you've accustomed to. That's what you like. And now you're setting your ways and you're saying you won't settle. But no, the type of guy that you want now is not going to settle for you because you're not what he wants. You made poor choices. If you picked a trap house dude in your younger, years, in your prime, and what if he liked you enough to say, you know what, I want to be with you. Let's do this thing. If you could have got that and he said, look, I'll marry you. Let's be together. And I only want you and let's grow together. They probably would get somewhere. But the trap house dudes don't want just you. He got the pick of the litter because all the women want him. So he's going to exercise his options. He's going to go out and do what he do because why not? Who wouldn't? So instead of you going to that and finding a guy that really would like you and y'all grow together, you keep going after the same type and you end up by your damn self. That's just all it is. But they hate to acknowledge that. You hate to accept that is the outcome and that's the consequences of you picking the way you picked. So of course now you're 50, 60 years old. Yeah, you don't want to ain't nobody chasing behind you like that. And the guys that probably are chasing behind you I don't think nobody should be chasing anybody. But the guys that might be interested in you are probably younger dudes who just want to ride that ride. He want to see what it's like to be with a cougar. That's it. He can't offer you nothing, and you're not willing to work with him because you're too accomplished. So you're not gonna go back down because he can't give you nothing. And what's the point of him being with you seriously? If he's young, you can't give him no babies. He probably want a family at some point. He's just playing around till he find a woman that he really want to create a life with. You're not that. So while you're not settling, he's probably not going to settle for you. He just want to play. You're just an old play toy, That's it. An old play toy. Jamil says, salute, Dee Dee. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Thank you. I did. Child, we just chilled. Of course, ate food, watch movies, chilled out. That's what I love doing, just chilling, like doing nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Relaxing. So yeah, and then I was tired because I was cooking. My daughters and all of us were cooking. So we I was tired from all that cooking. And we just chilled out, and then I went to sleep. I'd be tired. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed yours as well. And I hope all of y'all enjoyed your Thanksgiving. Before I forget to say that. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for mentioning it. But yeah, it's like, you to a certain point now, you don't have all these options. So instead of saying, what, ain't nobody really checking for me. You know what? I'm old. I'm living my life. I'm just accepting the fact that I probably won't get a man at this point, and you can't get the one you want. So you just got to accept the fact that you just gonna be by yourself. That ship has sailed. Ain't nobody really checking for you like that. You know what I'm saying? So just accept that, and then you're not willing to accept a decent guy that will be interested in you because you make too much money. Like, you two make too much money, and you just basing it on that. Let's continue.
No, seriously, I literally rather just be by myself. I mean, because I'm happy.
That's right.
I just remodeled my home.
Fabulous.
And the one thing I said was make it, I need to, if the guy, whoever he is, God willing, when he comes over, he needs to know this is my house.
Okay.
And there is no space for you here. If you spend the night, pack your in your bag the next day and take it with you, because I don't even have a drawer for you.
And I feel like that sounds great.
And it's and
that sounds great to me.
It's great.
Everything can be fun.
It can be fun. I'll meet you out.
That's right.
I'll come stay over your house. You can come stay over mine.
My house stays clean.
That part.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I really do. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's just because of what we've accomplished or anything like that.
But it's the we've been through.
Man.
Not trying to do that again.
No.
I can't.
Well, and the thing about it too that I realized is, once again, no accountability. With the things that you've been through, you had a hand in that. You had a hand in the things that you've been through. It wasn't all just because of the men were so bad. It's the ones that you picked. So you had a hand in that. And now, you don't want to so-called settle or deal with, what a man because of your past, your horrible choices from the past. He's always attributed to the men being just so bad, but you weren't perfect in that either. That's good because you didn't make perfect choices. You didn't make good choices, and that's the consequences of it. So now ain't nobody really checking for you that much, but at the same time, you don't want to compromise now. You don't want to do anything to build and establish a real relationship because that's not what you're used to. And it's not what the person you want to establish it with. And then this mentality of, oh my God, this my house and this and that. Well, I'm pretty sure the person that you would date probably has his house too, right? He has a place to stay. He has his own too, but he's not coming into the relationship telling you, I got my own and this my shit and this and that, because guess what? Even at that big age, you still would be expecting him to court you and pay for things for you still in the dating process, right? So if you could say, oh, this my house, this my shit, this and that. Well, if that's the type of relationship you want, then he should be able to say, okay, we two grown-ups, we at a big age, both of us. I got my own shit, you got your own. When we go out, you pay for you and I pay for me. No, that would be a turnoff to these women because you still expect chivalry. You still expect some type of traditional values from the man. You still want him to court you and date you. You still want him to go out of his way to show you how interested he is in you. He still has to prove to you that he's the type of man that you should accept. So that's going to cost time and money for him. But look how women get to talk. Oh, it's my shit. It's my house. He knows it's your house. You don't have to. That's not even something you have to say. And a man that's, of value is not going to be looking at your shit as something he's trying to make his. He's just trying to establish a relationship with you. But this is why the mentality, I say it again, successful women, especially black women, but it's not just black women, but because we black, we talking about black women. It does not work. Anytime women become successful, oh my God, it's a recipe. When it comes to dating, it's a recipe for disaster because they gonna let you know what it do. They gonna let you know what it is, what you not gonna do and this and that. You can't just be a man interested in a beautiful woman that you like. She gonna have to let you know where it stands, but you still gonna have to cater to this independent boss chick mentality. You still gotta do this traditional, shit for this woman who is clearly not traditional and clearly don't really care anything about, oh, you can't come over and do this. You can't do this. You can't do that. It's my house. You got to go back to your. But if you say, okay, well, if that's how you want it, you got it. So we don't blur the lines, When I take you out, I'll take you somewhere. You pay and I pay. So we won't blur. Then you're going to see how sideways they start looking. Don't expect no gifts from me. If a man starts telling a woman that, don't expect no gifts from me. See, women can lay down the law, but men can't. Men can't say, oh, I'm not paying. I'm not paying for you. We pay for our own to keep it simple. Don't expect me to do this and do that and do that. Then she'd be like, nigga, please. You'll see how quickly they start to not like what you're saying. But for men who don't like what you're saying, they're supposed to just accept it. No, you think women would be open to what men have to say, because you have certain boundaries, you have certain standards as women, but they don't expect y'all to have them. That, you see how backwards that is? So you can say, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. This is my house. I set the rules. I want my space. I want my peace. You stay over there. But then as soon as he starts laying out his stuff, oh, hell no. That's the problem. That's the problem, y'all. I swear it's the problem. Jamil says, so funny that people forget Taraji and Kiki's LGBT allegations. You know what? Because I don't even remember them. The LGBT allegations. I don't even remember it myself. So you're right, Jamil. I mean, remind me, what is it? Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. But when I hear these types of conversations, it's a telltale sign of why. It's a clear sign or indication of why a lot of these women are single. And she said, God willing, because the thing about it, a lot of them, they still want companionship. You hear all of them say, you hear Taraji, Vivica, Lisa Ray, they want a man, even Maya, a whole bunch of these women who are 40s plus, all want somebody, but they realize it may not be feasible because of their way of thinking. They realize that they probably won't get a man at this point. They had options when they were younger. They realize the options are very slim, and they know that their expectations are super high. So they know that most men are not going to fall for that. And to me, they don't have any leverage at that big age, in my opinion, because they don't want to settle, because they know they know they've run out of time, but they're still keeping hope alive. They're keeping hope alive that they might get somebody who would be willing to be with them. That's all I'm saying. And then they haven't faced the fact that they're not perfect themselves, that they got a lot of issues and a lot of trauma that they have not dealt with, and that they brought that to the past relationships as well. Once again, the focus is always on the men doing bad and not this and don't have this. But these women don't come to the table fully mentally stable themselves. There's a lot of shit that the men had to deal with too. These men weren't just there dealing with these what's the word? They weren't dealing with women who were just so all these kumbaya, sweet, innocent, just women who just, were so great and you just took advantage of them. No, these women were aggressive in nature. They had a lot of issues themselves, and these men put up with them too. So yeah, you come on now. You can't make it seem like, oh, y'all was just these innocent, just sweet, docile women who just was taking shit from these aggressive, mean men. No, y'all, these women aren't no little meaty mouth women. Most women aren't. They were probably going toe to toe with these men, and then these men got tired. Jamil says women with those talking points are closeted lesbians. You know what, Jamil? And you got a point, because there is some truth to that too. I don't know who is a closet lesbian or not, but a lot of them, sure, that be happening. Trust me. That's why I say if those girls trips are a telltale. A lot of the girls, I ain't gonna say all, but a lot of the girls trips that be going on, Jamil, and that's been exposed. That's been exposed. A lot of the girls trips, child, they be bringing it out. They be whipping the cats out and bumping the cats together, and they know it, and they having them a good old time and come home, and they be having men at home who are unsuspecting, thinking, oh, because she out with her girls, it's all good. No, they be bumping cats, and who knows who else they be inviting to the party. Thank you, Jamil. I appreciate you. Yes, Sandra Faye, what's going on? Shout out to you. Thank you so much for being here. Please hit the like button. What she said, hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. I didn't know how many people we had in here, but please hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all. Now I want to move on. I want to bring it back to Kevin Samuels, y'all. I want to play this. I want to play this clip of an old Kevin Samuels videos, and we're gonna react to it. So make sure you chime in the chat. I definitely want to hear your thoughts on it. What's going on, Trey? Trey in the building says, like I said, men need to adjust. Feminism is here to stay. I knew he would say that, but you got a point. You got a point. You got a point. I mean, either they adjust or just everybody just, look. Y'all already know it's on the women, in my opinion, to make the majority of the changes. Because I'm not gonna say it's to make the majority of the changes. And both sides have to be willing to listen to each side and understand each other. That's the only way any type of coming together or relationships are going to work. You can't be closed off to one side and want the other side just to accept everything you're saying. You both have to be receptive and open to each other's thoughts and opinions or whatever, to hear each other. So if one side is closed off and the other side doesn't want to hear and don't take any accountability, then what are we doing? But what are we doing? Let's move on to this clip here. I want to play this, y'all. So make sure you chime in the chat. Also, hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. All right. Here we go.
What's your disagreement?
Okay, so I come from a family. My mom and dad were married since they were 19 and 20. Me and all my siblings, we all have the same mom and dad. My parents are military, and I was convinced, like, by my mother growing up to, like, take it slow and not go into a relationship early. And I think maybe that came because initially in high school.
Hold on. Oh, slow down. I asked you what your disagreement is, and I got a story. Do you have a disagreement?
Why is it that you feel like we should automatically, look for a relationship and marriage, like before college, while we're 21, 22?
Before college. Hold on.
College,
before college. You said before college. Before college. Hold on. How old are you?
27.
At what age do women reach geriatric pregnancy?
I guess
between 30 and 35.
You mean that when it's too late for them to?
No, when do most OBGYNs say you reach geriatric pregnancy?
I think
when
it's like
pregnancy becomes officially high risk.
37.
35.
That's true.
It's not what Kevin says. It's biology. Women are not supposed to be getting married at 35 and 40. They're supposed to be getting married in their teens and early 20s.
Okay.
So you tell me why modern women think they can do something that's opposite to tens of thousands of years of recorded human history and biology.
What I'm saying is that the older women married.
Before you ask why am I saying get younger marriage? It's because of biology. Why wait till older?
What if we're not like really pressed on having kids? Because that's not a big issue for me, having kids.
Most women want children. Women are the social of the species. If you don't want to have children, fine. You're in the distinct minority. I don't try to equate for every situation. But if you don't want to have kids, fine. What do you do for a living?
I'm a graphic designer.
Okay. Are you making more than $75,000 a year right now?
No, sir.
You're not.
In your career, do you anticipate making more than $75,000?
Yes.
At what age?
Probably by 32 for sure.
And as long as you can make $78,000 and replace two incomes and find a way to get to the end of life, I really don't care what you do. I just don't want to hear a bunch of single women, unmarried, complaining about somebody need to come help me when you had your age and you could have got with somebody to help get from one end of life to another. That's it. Mm-hmm. But if you don't want children, there's really no reason for a man to marry you.
Exactly. And see, once again, and shout out to Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to him. Listen, the man is telling the truth. And this is the same, we're all talking about this, you know, because it's the truth. Honestly, I think a lot of women don't foresee the future. They only see right now, what their feelings and what they want right now. They don't want kids. You don't want to establish marriage or stable relationships young, because it's all driven behind, oh, women, we need to be successful entrepreneurs. And the thing about it, go into this entrepreneurial field and all of these things, and then they still end up, eventually they all come around. It's like, oh, well, I think I want, oh, I don't think I really want, I don't feel like I want kids, because I'm young. And then I want a career and I want to focus on that. And I'm going to make all this money and I'm going to just be so happy and so great. Then fast forward 40 years now to 40 years. And now you're like, okay, I'm not as accomplished as I wanted to be. I'm not making as much money. I'm struggling. And I don't have any kids, but I think I want kids. That's why they freeze their eggs, the ones who can afford to do that. Cause that's not cheap to freeze them eggs. That you gotta have enough money to be able to do that and maintain that. That is not for the average person. So the ones who can, that's why I'm freezing my eggs. Hopefully one day I'll be able to have a kid with somebody. And, so that shows you do want a child. You do want a family at some point. You just don't want it now. You want it to go the way you want it to go, as opposed to biology and looking at how it should go. Once again, it's a selfish nature all the way around, in my opinion. Like, oh, you want what you want when you want it. And then when you don't get it the way you want it, how you want it, oh, it's a problem. And it's somebody else's problem, not your poor choices. Because you didn't want to listen to the way you should go about doing it. You only want to go the way you feel it should go, even though that's not the best option or the best choice, but you want to do it anyway. And then when you don't get the outcome, it's never any accountability. Well, damn, I was wrong. You know what I mean? I thought I knew best, but I was wrong. And boom, here I am. No, oh, well, the men that is that. Nah, it's you. It's you. You're the problem. You're the problem. Let's continue.
Because that's why most men won't even take the risk of marrying a woman today to have children.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is that even the married women that were married all their life, like, they would encourage us young women to not go into a relationship early. Like, I like the advice that you're giving.
No, they did not.
My mom.
No, they did not. No, your mother. No, ma'am. Your mother's generation started that bullshit. The women before your mother's generation encouraged earlier marriage.
My mom.
But yeah, and that's why I say, like, my mother, but I don't think her mother told her that. I don't think. I'm not for sure. But I know my mother's generation, they definitely was telling, that's where they get it from. Live your life. You don't need a man. You can do it by yourself. And I don't know if her mother told her that, which would be my grandmother, probably. Who knows? I don't know. But I know my grandmother was married. And, a lot of, a lot of my aunts and uncles were actually married. But some of them, but my mother wasn't. So I don't know, like, at what point, but I do know a lot of them were told that. These married women, at whatever generation it was, maybe y'all could tell me, they were definitely telling them, these women, like my mother, her generation of women definitely told us, basically you could be an independent, you don't really need a man, like, type thing. I don't know. I think the women who didn't have married, I don't know, because it's a mixture. There are women who were married who was telling their daughters that, and there were women who were never married and they just was telling them to do what they was doing. I was single, I did it, so you could do it too. It's just, I don't know. I just think it's bad information all the way around. I know for a fact that my mother didn't encourage my sisters to get married. That's what I'm saying. And I think, I know my mother for sure, there was never a talk or a conversation about getting married or you should do this and it was never that. But she was single her whole life. So I don't know. Let's continue.
Your mom is how old?
65.
Mm-hmm.
So she's a baby boomer.
That generation.
That's sure. That's my mother's generation. They encourage that bullshit.
Yep.
Her mother's generation encouraged them to be married.
Okay, yeah.
Was your mother's mother married?
Yes.
Yep.
Right. And your mother was married or not married?
Yes, my mother was married.
But did she want you to not be married early on?
she definitely didn't want me to be locked down in a committed relationship.
Right. And I want you.
I hate that. I hate that saying. I hate that saying, locked down. They view marriage as you being locked down from screwing other niggas. That's what that means. That term lockdown is not, should not be used when you're referring to being married. That's the problem. And you, when it comes to women and the words that they use, it's like a heavy weight. You got to watch the words that you use, because women take that literally, locked down. And this is the very nature and the mindset of a lot of women when it comes to marriage. Oh, who wants to be locked down in a marriage where you in your 20s? Locked down, like I'm literally, they really see you ball and chain locked down. Like, oh my God, you can't be a human. Oh my God. That's what I've been hearing for years. And I hate that, because it's not that. I think, and then you got people out here talking about, oh, well, the married women are jealous of the single women, and they jealous because they can't move like us. Girl, who wants to be, only if you desire to be ran through? Shit. I guess you would be mad if you desire to be a hoe. Who is out here desiring to be a goddamn 304? Like, if you're married and you're yearning to be a hoe, then yeah, maybe you might be jealous. But I mean, shit, usually the women that are married, I mean, I don't think, now who knows, y'all, everything exists. It's always, look, I'm not in denial. It is what it is. I know I'm not desiring to be out in the streets and be a hoe for Tom, Dick, and Harry, Pookie, Ray, Mike, and Tyson. Like, who the hell? I'm sure, certainly not. But who knows? There might be a married woman somewhere. Look, everything is a possibility. Shit, I'm not stuck on one thing. Look, all of it might be. I'm open to the fact that might be the case for somebody. Shit, I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying, I don't think most women married are out here saying, "Ooh, I desire to be." Maybe some might, but I mean, saying I don't think that's the majority. I don't think women with families are desiring to be hoes. Oh, I just want to go out here and I want to make myself be for the streets. You know what I'm saying? There might be some, granted, but I'm just saying, I just don't see the point in that. You desire at 40 years old, now you like, ooh, the single women are outside and they just hoes, and oh my God, I'm so fucking frustrated.
I'm so frustrated with being in this goddamn marriage. And we got a nice family, and we got a house, and we doing good. But I just want to be a hoe at 40 years old. I want to go out and be for the streets. I want to get ran through. I see the young women doing it, and they looking like they happy. I got a good man. We don't have no problems in the bedroom, but ooh, they making hoeing looking so good. They make it look so good. I want to be for the goddamn streets.
Now if you're doing that, you stupid. I'm sorry. What woman is praying and saying, I got a good man, a good family. They hoeing, the single women are doing it up. I want to go get ran through. If you are, that's your business. But what I'm saying is, like, you just don't put everybody in that category. Like, shit, if you want to be a hoe at 50, go ahead. If you jealous of all the young women out here hoeing and complaining about no man taking them seriously when you got a husband and you got a man taking you serious, why would you turn around and say, I got a good man, I love my family and we intact and my man love me, but you want to go and you looking at the single women out here complaining about taking care of themselves, and they every time they get with a man, he ghosts them. So you go bust it open and he ghosts you. And then you crying on social media. This what married women want? So you want to go from your stable married home to going out, and we're not talking about, oh, like you know, something ain't right in your marriage sexually or whatever, romantically, and you're looking at another man and you're like, ooh, he's so fine, I might want to be with, he could get it, like, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's like a cheating situation, which I don't condone, I'm just saying hypothetically, it's not even like if a woman is thinking, oh, I might, look, my husband ain't adding up, so he fine, I'll try with him, one dude. No, we're not even talking about that, which I don't condone that either. You need to talk to your man and y'all need to figure it out, but because there's ways to work things out and figure it out if you want to. But if you just stepped out, I'm talking about on your man to go get a little something because it wasn't working, which I don't condone. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying do that. I'm saying, but we being real, right? We talking about not that. We talking about you looking at single chicks out here crying on social media after they've been ran through, talking about nobody takes, and you secretly saying, I want to be ran through. Like, I want to go with Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, Pookie, Ray, Slim, Thugger, Johnny, May, Silver, Tom, Dick, Harry, Richard, Gear, you know what I mean? Tommy, Sotomayor, Brisket, Lil Man, you know what I'm saying? Like you just want to be ran through. You just want, you know what I'm saying? You want the gambit of it all. You like, screw this happy household. I want, they making that look fun. So I want to go back to, you know what I mean? You ain't just like looking for a fling with one person if that's your thing. I'm saying, no, you want to be like literally ran through, and you purposely go out and just go boom, 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 boom. Ran through. You know, you want to desire to be ran through. This is what they're saying. Oh, married women are jealous of the single women. Why? Because they want to be ran through. That's the only reason you would be jealous. Why? What else? What is any woman, in my opinion, who's married and got a stable home and love her husband and they good, ain't trying to go out here for no goddamn streets. That's the only thing that's gonna happen to you when you go back out there. What else is there to look forward to but being ran through? What else? There's no benefit for being for the streets. What the hell do you need? They're not taking care of your bills and paying for you and doing all this thing. You already have that. You already have stability. So the only thing that you will be looking for out in the streets is to get ran through. That's all. That's all that's happening. So if you don't want to be ran through, there's no real benefit for you going out being for the streets. So in turn, it wouldn't be no benefit for you to be jealous of the single women out here, because that's all they're getting is being ran through. They're already complaining about nobody takes them seriously. They got to sell their bodies to get money for their bills. Who wants to be a hoe? Like that's it. That's all you got to look for of being young out here in for the streets, of being like ran through. Like there's no other benefit. There's no other benefit. I don't give a damn. What else you getting? These men ain't taking care of y'all. And then all of you already got kids for Pookie and Ray. So you out here, no, I don't, nope. I don't know. I don't see the point. I don't see married women. This married woman don't see no point of being jealous of a young woman. That's your choice. I'm telling you, do better, because I know that there's no benefit for that. I'm telling you, girl, put your coochie back in your pants, you know? Cover your coochie back up. Stop giving it out here to these dudes, because there's no benefit for you, and it's not going to benefit you in the long run. All they see you as fun coochie. That's it. Yeah, you might have some good coochie because they think too, oh, I got good coochie. That good coochie don't paralyze these men. The majority of these men ain't mesmerized. Yeah, they mesmerized while they getting the coochie, right? Yeah, oh yeah, they want it. Yeah, they having them a good old time. They're gonna bang the shit out of you and get what they want out of it, and then they done. Like that coochie is not making them buy you a house. Is that coochie good enough for them to buy you a house and take care of your 2 kids? Is he putting you in because if it is, y'all better speak up. I'm just saying, let people know. Maybe I'll take that back. Because let me tell you something, if you got coochie that's that good and he gonna buy you a house, put it in your name, pay all the utilities, pay all the bills, take care of your 2-3 kids, no problem. He just want to have a key to come over and keep getting what he want. But is that good enough for him to do all that and pay all your bills, buy you a car, pay for that car, put it in your name? You know what I'm saying? Have everything paid for you straight. You won't have to work. He got you. And he just want to get that because it's so good, and he just want to keep getting it. Okay, let me know, because then that's another story then. Then maybe you got something there. I'm just saying. Maybe you working with something there. I'm just saying. Because so far, all these women who claim they got good coochie, these men ain't buying them what y'all call it, a 3 for $3, a Whopper, or whatever. They ain't really doing nothing. They don't want to do nothing. So I don't know. Anyway, y'all, I'm just saying. Irving Hunt, thank you for the super chat. Says the new voice box is lit. Happy holidays, DeeDee. Happy holidays to you too. Thank you. Child. Thank you for the super chat. Successful MD says their popular slogan is 304 is life and laugh, child. It's life, all right. Okay. Thank you, Successful MD, once again. Child, it's just, it is what it is. I mean, if that's what y'all think is so great, okay, why y'all complaining? Why y'all still complaining? I should see more. And honestly, and then we have what they call a 304 talk. Them girls look like they have a glaze in their eyes. They be staring off like this when they talking. They be staring off like this. When they looking in the camera, they look like they in the goddamn Twilight Zone. I mean, they be staring while they talking. Like if they show them, they looking like they're in the alternate, like they're not all the way there. Why? Because you know what you're doing. You know you don't feel good about that shit. You know you don't feel good about showing this damn hotel room where you just getting ran through every day, all day. You know that ain't good. But you're doing what you got to do because you got to take care of yourself. I get it. You got to take care of you and your kids. And no man is giving you no money and you don't have no state, you know, these so-called degrees, it's not doing it for you because you're getting all these degrees. You really don't have no money still. You still can't pay for the lifestyle you want. So you got to do what you got to do. And you know, this glazed over in your eyes is like, I really don't want to do this, but this is what I got to do. And I'm going to make it look glamorous and nice because I got to do it. That's it. Is it Kiwan Lynette? Thank you for the super chat. Says this. What made you marry early or want to marry at all since it wasn't encouraged by your mom? A lot of people just shack up. Yeah, we see a lot of because I didn't want to shack up. You know, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, I really look, you meet a first off, you meet a good guy. You meet a man who wants marriage, who asks you to marry him. And you want marriage because it seems more stable. When you come from an environment where you see nothing but shacking up, that ain't because that don't ever last. It's one, listen, it's one dude you shacking up with, and then it's another. Shack ups don't last. They go from man to man to man. And when you see that growing up, you just look at it and be like, nah, I don't want that. No, I don't want to just shack up with no man. That didn't work out. It's always a different stepdaddy. It's always a different man. It's always a different this. It's a different, like, you know, a lot that don't work. So basically, you see something that is not working and you desire something else. And then when you meet a man who looks at you as marriage material and say, hey, I want to marry you, that's an honor for a man to want to marry you and see something worthy enough of you to say, I want to make you my wife. This is what a lot, and this is why, and thank you once again for the super chat. I hope I'm saying your name right, Kiwan. I hope I'm saying it right. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, you know, a lot of women try to downplay marriage, but a lot of women want to be married. A lot of women want that. It's an honor for a man to want you to take on his last name and look at you as something special, to want and see you as wifey material. So it's a great feeling. And also too, it's just your environment. You look around and you're like, damn, I don't want to be somebody's baby mama. I don't want to just be your baby mama. And that's it. No, you see it and you realize this ain't it. You know, and you see it, even though you don't really know what you're doing. Because like I said, once again, when me and my husband got married, you know, I was in my 20s. I didn't know everything. We learned together, but I think it's also the willingness to want to learn and want to do better and grow together. This is why I say growing together when you're younger is better, because once you've gotten to a certain age and you've established your way of thinking and what you feel and what you want, what you think you want your life to be, it's going to be very difficult for you to grow with somebody because you've already created your life in your head of how you want it to be. So it's difficult for you to grow the older you get because you're set in your ways. You've established the way you want your life to look or how you want it to look. And nobody can come in and really do anything with that. A man at that point is just coming in and he's just adding on to what you've already created. So he has no say, because typically the women get their way, to be honest. Women get their way. So he going to have to settle for what you want. And that's it. He can't really have much input and y'all grow together. You know what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. So this is why it's difficult for women who are older to get with a man. And the reason why they say they're not going to settle is because they've already established their lifestyle. So it's hard to, when you start younger with a man, y'all create your lifestyle together. You decide. We created our own traditions of how we want to do holidays. We created where we want to live, what type of lifestyle we want, how many kids we want to have, or whatever, you know what I mean? Or whatever you create it together. You create the narrative for your life, how you want that to look. And so that's why it's better starting young. And that's, you know, some of my cousins are married. Some people, my aunties and uncles were married. my mother was not. She was never married, but her sisters and her brothers were. She was the only one that wasn't married. So she didn't really push that. You know what I mean? And in my community of where I grew up, majority of the women were not married. They were single mothers. And so you see that and you see how it comes a dude come and go, dudes come and go. Like, and then they create more children and broken homes. And that just is, and the you know, how we were raised and the outcome and the experiences of being raised by a single mother were not that great. You know, she was the only one, you know, getting government assistance. It wasn't enough money to take care of kids. So we had to experience that. So I'm like, damn, this hard. This is just not hard for us. This is not a good way to raise kids. This is not enough money. You know what I mean? And she's doing it by herself. But we were taught that doing it by yourself is supposed to be some type of flex or something. No, that looked like hardship. That looks like hardship doing it by yourself, you know. And we were the ones caught in the middle as kids. We had to suffer. We didn't have everything we needed. So I'm like, nah, if I ever have kids, you know, I want to be married because that seems like stability. I want a stable family, a man who could come in and provide, you know, for his family. So yeah, not just, I don't want to do that by myself because I saw my mother do it and it was hard. And we had to, you know, we had to suffer in that. So no, seeing that, no, I didn't want it. So that's what it, but knowing how to be a wife, that's something you have to learn. If you weren't taught that, you have to go through it. And also too, from the male perspective, they don't have it all together either. My husband had two parents in the household. He was raised in a big house, you know, with two parents. You know, they had money. And he come from parents who had money. They had money. They lived in a big house. You know, he had the quite opposite of what I had. So he looked at marriage as something that he wanted. So, you know, because he come from it. I didn't come from it. So it was, you know, but I also recognize that, hey, it can't be worse than what, you know what I mean, what I was raised in. So sometimes you have to look at your environment and you have to look at it as something, you know, that you don't see as a great thing. Because there are some people, and I said this before, who come from single parent households and they embrace that shit. And they're like, oh, my mama did it, so I could do it too. No, I didn't look at it like my mama did it, I could do it too. I looked at, no, there's some dysfunction here. This is not what I want. And so I want something outside of that. So I guess it has to do with what you want and how you see it. Because it don't work the same for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, because I don't see the benefit of just shacking up. I've seen the shack up culture, raised in it, and it, you know, the men come and go. I had a stepdaddy, you know, he was there and then he wasn't. Then there was other men there, and then they were, you know what I'm saying? Like that. That's not something I looked at as a flex and a prize. Thank you once again for the super chat. I appreciate you. So it really depends on how you look at it. And that determines how you move, how you think, and the outcomes that you get. So no, you know, and then also too, if you want kids, you want better for your children. You want a better, more stable environment for your children. You know what I'm saying? So you move different. Izelle Kenny, thank you for the super chat. Says women think that thing is the Medusa. Thank you, Izelle. Thank you for the super chat. That's crazy. Yes, that's the highest honor for a man to get down on one knee in a submissive position is a serious thing. He ain't playing. And look at him. I ain't gonna. I'm gonna hold my my thoughts on that. Yeah, I think, you know, it all boils down to what it is that you want. How do you see your environment? Some people look at that and say, hey, I had a good time. I had no issues with my parents or whatever. And like I say, everybody's experience is not the same. Everybody don't see things the same way, but it just boiled down to what you want and how, you know, how your upbringing affected you. Some people have great upbringings and they have no problem with it. And they have different, you know, people have different goals in mind of what they want their life to look like. So you just have to, it's based on that. Let's continue.
Understand, this is the same stuff that happened on Monday night, where a woman came in, was married, and told her daughter, don't do what I did. This was a woman who was raised by her aunt and uncle. And she advised that young woman against doing the very thing that was going to make life stable. Why is that we do that in the black community and no other group, no other race of people do that?
Right.
You muted yourself.
I don't know if she felt like a lot of her enjoyment or time was taken away maybe by being in a committed relationship for so long, as she was 19 when they got together. So I'm thinking that she wanted me to have like some freedom just in my early life.
Freedom to do what?
Meet people, travel.
Meet people to what end? Bottom line, ma'am, your mama gave you bad advice. Let's just cut to the chase.
I agree.
Your mama gave you bad advice because of her own issues. Miss whoever, you were dead ass wrong to tell your daughter that bullshit. When no other race of women runs around telling their daughters, wait till you're 30 to try to find a husband, when that doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's why so many women your age are confused and terrified about relationships and marriage. It's all fear. I don't hear anything positive in relationship or marriage. It's all fear.
Mm-hmm.
Your mama did that to you. Why did your mom to raise you to think of men as to be something to be feared? Avoid that. As if she would go back. So your mom got married at 19. And she's telling you, don't do what I did. Get out here and date. I mean, have sex with random men. And then what? How long are you supposed to do that? 5 years? 6?
Right. And then she mentioned travel. When you in your 20s, they ain't doing all that damn traveling. Most women don't have the money to do all that traveling. It's just a talking point. Oh, travel. They don't end up traveling. You got to work. You don't have money like that to just travel. And do what? Like he said, it's a way. They said, have your fun in your 20s. What does having your fun mean? They didn't say, oh, have fun. They didn't give you no specifics. Have fun. Go and see new things, explore stuff. No, that means explore all the D's. Let's go have fun with different dudes. Don't be locked down. Keyword. Don't be locked down to one man, one penis. Go get all of the penises. Have your whole face. Get it out your system.
That's what they mean. That's what they mean. Have your whole face. Don't be locked down to one penis. That's what they mean. Go try them all. Have your fun. Get the coochie out there. Experience. You gotta know what you like. That's what they mean. They told you the wrong shit. Go out. Have your fun. That's all that meant. Try all the ones. Try them all. Run that body count up. Get it, girl. Do you.
And then when you hit 40.
Where all the good men at? These men are lame. Why they don't court women like they used to? Why they worried about me having kids? Cause you ran that coochie through the ringer. And now you got 2, 3 babies and 2, 3 baby daddies. And now you ready for a man to take you seriously. Never mind I done been ran through. Never mind this coochie done been pumped and dumped. Never mind that shouldn't matter. Take me as I am and my pumped and dumped kids too. Be with me, marry me, take me seriously, pay all my bills, pay for my kids, shut the hell up, do what a man is supposed to do. That's what they want, but the problem with that is your mothers and your grandmothers who told you to get ran through didn't tell you that that's not what men wanted. They didn't tell you that most men don't want to ran through, pumped and dumped baby mama. They didn't tell you that when you hit the 40s, these men are looking for women in their 20s to marry and create relationships with and have kids with, because quiet as it's kept, the majority of these men out here don't have all these kids. You pumped and dumped, and all you women pumped and dumped with that small percentage of Pookies and Ray Rays. All the other men don't have kids. So now they're looking for women to marry or have stable relationships with and have kids with, and y'all looking for them to take care of you and your kids. It don't work like that.
So that's the problem. And that's the part they don't want to accept. The fact that they gave you the wrong information. You can't come around after you've been pumped and dumped in your 40s with kids talking about, I need you to take care of all the bills and do what you're supposed to do when you didn't do what you were supposed to do. You got the wrong information. So that's a problem. And that's the reality that they don't want to accept. And the fact, and then they say it's bashing them when you say that, but that's just the reality. That's the consequences of that. It would have been better for you to marry young, create your family, and have a stable life. But no, you want to go out and see what you like. You want to see, they always say, how you gonna know what you want if you just pick one? If you pick that one, you learn that one really well. And you experiment with that one and you have a good time with that one. What's wrong with that? You can't tell me you got to be with 1,000 niggas to understand what you like. And by the time you would have been with all them and ran through and you understand what you like, guess what? What you didn't understand or what you didn't contemplate is the fact that you're not what he like. Back to what you want, gotta want you. So you're going to realize the man that you're going to end up wanting ain't going to want you because he know what he like and it's not a ran through cooch. Let's continue.
6 years, have a baby. Sound like your mama needs some damn therapy because that's not smart. That's not good. That doesn't make good sense.
Right.
She did recommend me not have any kids with these.
But she recommends you have sex.
Right.
She didn't say that necessarily either.
Right.
She didn't have to say it necessarily. Did she expect you to be a virgin?
Go to college. To not focus on sex. She was a Christian woman. To not focus on.
If your mother was a Christian woman, then what she's saying. If your mother's a Christian woman, what she's saying flies in opposition to the very Bible and God she says she believes in. Bottom line is, Mom, your mama gave you bad advice.
Right. If she's a Christian woman, that's irrelevant because she didn't tell you to get married. If she's a Christian woman, she would be promoting you to get married. She would be promoting you to get married. That if she was a Christian woman, she would say, "Oh, find you a husband, daughter." That Christian stuff is nobody cares. Nobody cares about you being that Christian stuff is like nobody cares because we know what that means. There's a bunch of Christian hoes. Come on now. Saying you're a Christian is irrelevant these days. The whole church is a sham and a scam with Christian hoes all up in there. Come on, it holds no weight. I'm pretty sure some of the dudes in this chat, I'm pretty sure y'all bang down or bust down a Christian. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure. Trey, I'm pretty sure you banged a Christian. I'm pretty sure you done bust down a Christian hoe. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just going to assume. And then many others, there's a bunch of them that say there's Christians and they busted it open easy. So come on. Being a Christian has no weight. Let's continue.
And it is so hard for women to hold women accountable and say, do you think your mama gave you good advice?
No, I don't.
Then own it. Hold on. Then own it. Then own the bad advice and don't try to justify what your mom said. Instead of saying, my mom gave me bad advice. I wish I hadn't listened to this stuff.
Right.
I wish I wasn't she hadn't made me so afraid of men, relationships, and commitment.
Yeah.
Because this ain't helpful. Yeah. Or is it? Do you enjoy dating? Are you looking forward to being married? You don't even want kids.
I would let it be the guy lead on whether we have kids. And
exactly, ma'am. It is so, ma'am. No disrespect, but your mother almost made you a man.
Well,
it's usually it's usually the feminine who want. Listen. What I'm about to say, and I'll let you say it. It is usually the feminine who wants the security of a relationship. The knowledge that they only having sex with one person, their partner. So in the eventuality that they get pregnant, that man is their husband and he's going to provide for their children. It's usually the feminine that wants to multiply, nest, reproduce. Men don't have biological clocks. Y'all do. Your mother raised you like a man.
Well, yeah, we're all of us independent able to take care of ourselves. Even though my oldest sister is married.
You know what? I am a strong,
She
independent
waited
woman.
later in life to get married. She waited into her 30s, and
Flash.
Hear my womanly roar.
we all went to college. We all, didn't have kids young and stuff like that. So.
Okay, and fine. And are any of you just happy?
I think everybody. I'm the youngest one, so I'm like the main one still, single and looking for somebody.
You said none. Hold on, man. You said only one of your sisters are married.
Yes, I have two sisters. One is married, but I have a brother as well, and
we're dealing with the women.
He's not married.
We're dealing with the women right now. You have two sisters. One is married, and what's the other one doing?
The other one is single.
How old is she?
She's 33.
33. Is she in good fit shape?
Come
on.
She's decent shape. She makes good money.
I don't care about her money. I asked about specifically her shape. Is she? How tall is she?
She's 5'4", 150.
5'4", 150. So that makes her dress size about what?
5'4", 150. 5'4", 150.
Okay.
She's probably overweight. 5'4", 150. Yeah, that's a bit overweight. She might not be the biggest, but that's overweight. 5'50", 150, 5'4". Yeah, she's probably overweight, and she's just guessing. It's Eric TV says they be Christians selling box all week. Church son. Yeah, the Christian hoes are alive and real for sure. Yeah, it's a game. You saying you're a Christian don't mean nothing. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, it don't mean nothing. Like, come on, the church is such a joke now. You got gays as pastors and lesbians as the choir director and hoes all up and down in the choir, all over the ushers. Everybody's screwing everybody. Everybody doing what they want to do in the name of Jesus. So it's not even taken seriously anymore. Let's continue.
All right, so okay, I'm not going to argue it, but to come in and say that she makes good money, so what? Listen to how you're talking. If we were to close our eyes, you would sound like a man. The way you're defining life is asexual, not feminine. I make money. I can take care of myself. Okay. Congratulations, Richard. Congratulations, Tom. That's not a woman. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's not a woman. Your mother raised you out to be men. So if you decided you wanted to be married one day, the kind of men that you would likely attract are going to be beta males, not strong alpha males. They're looking for feminine women who want to be a support system,
right?
Not an equal partner. Right. Your mom handicapped you guys. And at your age, you can either decide this is the way you want to live the rest of your life until 90, or course correct. But understand, look at the statistics. 1 in 4 black women will marry. The next lowest group of women is white women at 54%. You are basically living a life where you are choosing to go it alone. And at age 40 is when the happiness differential flips drastically. Women age 40 and up are miserable, are not miserable, but the happiness is going through the floor when men's happiness is going up. Why? Because men can still choose to get married, have children. Women, you got to get the bigger pieces of your life together in place sooner because time closes certain doors.
Right.
And more than anything else, I am hearing a woman who was made to think of men as something to be avoided, fear. It's not like your mother was really raising you as a Christian and saying a man is the head of the household and you're his helpmeet. And Eve is incomplete without Adam. So daughter, Make sure you know your own mind. Make sure you have an education. Make sure you can bring some, but you need to have a husband to help work. She ain't done that for y'all. She basically told you get out
Yeah.
and take care of yourself.
So she installed like the qualities, like she was a mom that went out and did the sports, that helped her husband, that helped my dad anytime anything was going on, took care of the household. But she was just trying to tell me to wait into my 30s, and I think that was the biggest mistake.
Wait
But
until your 30s?
yeah, wait until the 30s to really try to lock down on a guy. But she did try to install like the feminine or the house lead duties and things like that. She was very serious about those things.
So you saying your mother raised you to be a very feminine woman?
Like as far as it came to, she always took care of my dad. Like anything that my
But
dad,
what I get it. What I'm
my
asking,
dad
did she?
oh,
No. I'm asking, she raised you to be a feminine woman.
No.
She just tried to install like qualities as far as
Instill,
having
instill,
a
instill,
He
base.
didn't.
instill, not install, instill. She tried to instill qualities such as what?
Just like having a base in yourself, like not just to have a man and not have those background in yourself, like
That
your
I
education.
asked you, did your mother raise you to be a feminine woman?
No.
That's a yes or a no.
They didn't.
Yes.
No.
Absolutely not.
Right. Right.
No, ma'am, listen. Absolutely not. Nothing you're talking about is feminine. It is masculine. Education, providing for yourself, that's masculine. The way you're talking, the tone, masculine. So even waiting into your 30s, you're not going to attract a masculine man. You would attract a more beta male. Your mother failed you in that regard. And ma'am, I'm telling your mama, miss whoever you are, ma'am, you were dead ass wrong for making your daughters fear marriage. Taking care of themselves when you got married at 19, as if there's something she felt like she missed out on life. But I guarantee you this, your mama ain't rushing to get her ass out here on the single scene and leave her husband. This is a horrible thing to do. This is why the 2 videos I have on my channel today are modern mothers raise single women or wives. Modern mothers are raising single women, not wives. You, ma'am, were raised to take care of yourself. You were not raised to be a wife.
I mean, facts. That's facts. That's facts. I mean, and that's typically most of the time what it is. Most women are raised to be single women, not wives. That's just what it is. The majority of women are not raised to be wives. They're raised to be independent women taking care of themselves. This is why we have so much of that. And this is why there's such a pushback when we talk about how women and men need each other and how you should understand the nature of a man and learn how to compromise and work with the man. That's so offensive because they were taught not to do that. They were never, most women were not taught how to compromise and work with a man. They weren't taught that a man is important in their lives and that they need him. They were told the opposite. And in many cases, it wasn't so much, sit you down and tell you don't need a man. No, but they tell you don't rush to get married. Don't get locked down by one man and have your fun in your 20s. You need to have your fun in your 20s, but not real. But it's not like, just innocent fun. It's not like they're saying, have just innocent fun. Like just go out and explore the world for real. And you know what I'm saying? Like go and travel, but go travel and to see things and enjoy your life and go try different cuisines and different cultures and go look up some art and, you know what I mean, go have fun with your friends in the innocent way that doesn't include riding the CCs, or, you know what I mean? And you can meet people, but preserve your body. You know, they didn't specifically say, oh, but don't preserve your body. Don't go out here sleeping with a guy. You want to wait and hold yourself till marriage. They're not specifically telling them that either. They're not saying keep your virginity. Don't go out here having sex. Find a guy that you meet a good guy. Consider that guy, and if he's good and y'all, you know, y'all like each other, then he should marry you. He should put a ring on it, and then you get with him, and then y'all explore things together. No, they didn't tell him that. They said just have your fun. You know, have your fun in your 20s. You know, take care of your focus on you know, you go to college, and that's it. They didn't tell them, oh, you know, while you're in college, though, if you meet a nice guy, then you should hold yourself and get married to the guy. No, have your fun in your 20s. That means ride all the cocks and learn all these different, do everything with these men. And then, you know, when you've done all of that, now look for a man to get to marry you in your 30s and 40s. Like, and this is what they've done. And they realize, oh my God, what's the problem? I thought I'd be married by 30. Right. But you didn't realize that you were given the wrong information, and it does not, you know, that trajectory does not set you up for that. And so what happens is a lot of these women become bitter and they become angry, but with the wrong people. You should be bitter and angry with the mother, with your mama who told you that. Not bitter and angry with everybody else and every man like he did you something wrong. No, they set you up for failure. That's who you should be mad at. And you know, and teaching you this independent boss chick lifestyle that you don't need a man basically, but you want one when you're ready, and he's supposed to come running and crawling. Here I am, the simp of the day. You know, this what you, you know, and then you don't even want that type of guy. You want a masculine man who's gonna do what you want. You don't expect the men to have standards. This was all about the women. This is all about what women want. Once again, it's all about what you want, but not what the men want. So the men were kind of obsolete in your thinking. But then when you're ready, you just think, oh, it's just crazy to me. They set you up for failure for sure. You know, and this is why too, and I've experienced this too, like our mothers and stuff, they didn't teach us how to be wives. They didn't teach us that marriage was important. And then when you realize it yourself and you realize, damn, I don't want to be no single mother. I want to be married. I want to have if I'm going to have children, I want to be, you know, I want to have a life. I want a stable life with my kid. I want my kids to have a dad. I want my children to have a father where they can go to their dad and they have their dad and their mom, not just mom. Because we were raised with just mom. I realized how much I missed out on the dad's perspective. Like I probably would have been a daddy's girl. You know what I'm saying? I realized I wanted a father, that I missed out on that. And I wanted my kids to have a father. I want them to have a father that they can have a relationship with, because I didn't have that. So once again, this goes back to that point I made earlier. You want to give your kids a better life. I think it's better to have two parents in the home when you're raising children. I think it's better because I think children miss out. Young girls miss out on not having a father there. That having that male perspective that they can look up to and respect and love. That's the first man that they'll love is their fathers. I missed out on that. We missed out on that. So I do think it makes you a little weird when you don't have both sides. Everything is centered around your mother. And then if she doesn't have it all together and she's, you know, not really as present as she needed to be and teaching you right things, you really miss out on that. So you don't have everything you need from your mother, and you don't have a father there too. Now you have a stepdad. You know that's not your dad. It's different. It's like, and then he's there and then he's gone. So I think, you know, realizing that, you realize, damn, I don't want, I know if I'm going to have children, I need, you know, I want to be married. Or everybody, listen, everybody don't believe in marriage, but at least be in a stable relationship with a man who wants to be with you and wants to take care of his kids. So that way y'all are there, you're in the same household, your kids get to see their fathers. And they can, you know, interact and build a relationship with their fathers. Children need fathers, just like they need mothers and fathers. So yeah, I mean, that's why I say it's I mean, being ran through and for the streets and making babies with random, that ain't cool. That ain't cool. And we got to stop making it seem like it is. You know what I'm saying? We gotta stop this narrative that being just ran through and for the streets is so great when it's not. Kiwan Lynette, again, thank you for the super chat, says a lot of Black Christian parents forbid their daughters from dating and or it was taboo. Christianity isn't the problem. Not following the Bible is the problem. I mean, you got a good point there. You got a good point there. I would agree. You know, I mean, most people who say that they are Christians, though, and say that they believe in the Bible don't follow it. And, you know, that's another thing, too. You know, I've been around nothing but Christians who say, oh, the Bible, this is what I live for. And they're not doing anything in that what that Bible says. They're not doing anything remotely close to what the Bible says. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think, you know, that's what makes them hypocrites, because you say, oh, the Bible is what I believe in and I follow it to the T, and a lot of them don't. So this is why a lot of people look at Christians as hypocrites. Thank you for the super chat. Once again, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm going to drop the link. If y'all want to come up and give y'all points or whatever, I don't want to stay too long, y'all. We are already at the 2-hour mark. So at least to the 3-hour mark, and then I'm done. If you want to give your opinion or comment on any of the topics we discussed, go ahead, hit the link. Make sure you have a picture on your avatar or you are cammed up. If you want to come up and give your thoughts real quick, y'all, real quick, because I don't want to keep this too long. I may be on the Ali show tonight. I think they're airing at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So catch me on there. I probably will live stream that as well. You guys, so check out Ilkan Ali's channel tonight at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. For me, it's Central Standard Time for me. They're going to be live, and I may be on there. So check that out if you haven't already. I will live stream it as well, y'all. So that's why I don't want to keep this one too long. So if you have any thoughts or anything you want to say in regards to the topics, go ahead and click the link, and we can talk about it. If not, y'all, we're going to wrap this up in a minute. Make sure you hit the like button. Hit the like. Why is it so hard for me to pin this thing? Hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all. Also, make sure you are supporting the channel in any way via Super Chat or Cash App. I always just recommend $5 Super Chat to support the channel, or more if you can. That definitely goes a long way in supporting and sustaining the channel, y'all. All right? So, yeah, make sure you do that. I'm going to give it a few more minutes. If you want to come up, give your thoughts, go ahead and do it. If not, y'all, we're going to wrap this up. Also, make sure you are watching the videos that are already posted on the channel. Go over and watch the videos that are already posted. Hit the like button, share them if you can. So let me know it's real. That way, you know, we can get the engagement going on those videos and on this channel as well. So make sure you are doing that, because that definitely helps the channel. Also, if you want to support the channel, you can support by purchasing merchandise, a t-shirt, mug, anything like that. Also, if you want one-on-one advice, I do offer that now. All of the information is in the description of this live stream and of all of my videos. Just email me your information and we can set that up as well. So if you're interested in doing that, make sure you check the description of this video. All right. See, Irving, what's going on, peoples?
Hey, how's it going, Diddy? How's it going?
Good. I'm good. Hold on, let me move this a different way. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, that's better. How y'all been? How was your Thanksgiving? Did y'all have a lot to eat? What's going on?
It was good. I mean, I was working, so this Thanksgiving was pretty much just chilling. Like some of my friends, they had some stuff going on at their place, but I was just too exhausted this year. Yeah.
What about you, Cassie?
Oh, I didn't have a Thanksgiving. I was at work. I work at two hospitals, so
You too.
and plus I'm 3,000 miles away from my original family. They live in Oklahoma City, and my mother and father died last year. So
sorry to hear that. I didn't know that. Oh
no, it's okay. I knew it was coming. I mean, I'm used to seeing it throughout my life, so
wow.
I'm okay with it. But I appreciate it though. I mean, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Please enjoy your
Thanks.
family, spend time with your family. All we have left in this life is time.
Right.
Enjoy them while they're still here, man.
No doubt.
I wish I could have had some Thanksgiving though, but I digress. Go ahead.
Right. Hey, how was your Thanksgiving?
Who, me? You talking to me?
Yes,
Oh,
you.
yeah. Well, how's the pattern? How did he? Yeah, happy
Good.
Thanksgiving.
Good.
First of all, my Thanksgiving is always. I had the girls over, the wife. I think I make the best turkeys in the world. My white meat is so good on my turkeys, it makes you want to be a white boy. That's how good my white. It's so juicy. It's like, man, you cut that thing down. You can't be prejudiced when you eat my white meat on my turkey.
Okay.
Now, I smoke turkeys all the time, so my daughter, it was pretty good. I mean, I cook. See, that's why I told guys this whole thing. I said I didn't marry my wife because she could cook. That was a reason why, because I could cook myself. Everybody in my family cook pretty good. When the kids were young, it was her job, but now that I'm retired, she's got to beat me out of the kitchen.
And can I ask Richard, when did your wife when did you guys get married? Did she prioritize it earlier?
No. Well, I got stories. Don't ask me those stories.
It's because of the clip that we watched.
We didn't have those traditional roles. She was working, I was working, but she wanted to cook because that was her mother from the South and stuff like that. I don't want to tell a story. She cooked me some hamburgers when we first got married, and I didn't know she was doing it. She put them in the oven, and I said, "Well, since when we started playing hockey?" Because those goddamn things were like hockey pucks.
Oh my God! So they were hard.
We played hockey. But she could cook. I mean, she could cook a little bit, but she just thought, I don't know if she was trying to keep the hamburgers raw or not, but they were like hockey pucks. I said it's gonna be a long goddamn marriage, man. But
at least she tried. She tried.
Yeah, no, she's good. We never had those kind of domestic things. That's for new people, right? We never had any issues with that. We both had days where we cleaned the house. I cleaned my cubby hole. Then we had the kids cleaning when they were able to clean. And we just shared all those chores, man. I don't see anybody could be in a house and just somebody's only one person cleaning it. That's just crazy to me. Even though I was the breadwinner, I never said, I'm the breadwinner. Get your ass out there, baby, and clean everything. I don't do that.
Well, the problem is, Mr. Tillman, the problem is that a lot of these women today, it doesn't apply because the fact of the matter is they're going off of the depiction of what they think a marriage is, going back to what we saw in The Color Purple with the whole mystery. And people forget back in the 80s, there was a large boycott of that movie from Black people. A lot of silence. I mean, not silence, what they call them, not boomers, but the silent generation.
Yeah.
That actually was raised in that environment during that time was coming out to tell people that this is not how this happened. Even when you go back and look at videos, I forgot the name of the woman that wrote the book.
I know you're talking about.
She, what was her name? Married to a Jewish man, but it doesn't matter about that. But her own daughter can't even stand her. And when you look at interviews of her talking about the book of The Color Purple, it openly admitted it never happened to her grandmother. This was all the things that she depicted in her head and put it into fiction. Wow. But a lot of people ate it like it was the real life stories of Black people.
Oprah was promoted. All the women, the feminists promoted that.
Well, and you got to take in consideration during that time period, Steven Spielberg, who was the hottest director during that time period, got the green light to make the movie, and plus him being Jewish too, he probably knew her husband at that time. So there's a lot of intricacies that we don't know about.
Are you married?
No, sir, I'm not.
Oh.
And no kids either. Me personally, this is just how I was raised. I can't go around just getting women pregnant and just bringing kids. It's just not in my DNA, my makeup. But
absolutely not. Yeah, I agree with that.
Amen.
So, what's your thoughts on any of the topics that we covered?
Well, I want to go ahead and start right quick. I'm gonna go ahead because I gotta be quick with it. But I wanted to say, and I do agree with Trey, feminism is here to stay. You ladies have fought for this for over 60 something years. And there's now you have the other side of women saying, well, we don't want this no more. You cannot click and turn this off. This has been nurtured into into these generational of people that's coming up now. Now you one thing you want to ask yourself to these women, why are you so unhappy if you have the tightest vaginal lower extremity area, you're still single? You're unhappy really because the fact of the matter is you haven't been chosen with going after men. Oh, you guys dressing in quarter zippers, you ain't nothing, you're trying to be white, or you guys are simps because you're trying to do the right things. The problem, the reason why they're doing that is because they want to maintain the power of dating the pookie so they can maintain men not having standards in our community, in my opinion. Because but me personally, I always think women having so much sex, you can see the spiritual part of them is just destroyed. That's why they keep going off and going off, because they know they don't have the training, they don't have the discipline to get the type of man that they want. And they can't stand having those type of men because those men do have standards.
Yeah.
So they're unstable. So they have, the only thing they're going to get in their lives is unstable men. Because I've seen it in my own family. I've seen some of my aunts 50s and their 60s. At that point in their time, they're just choosing men just to have them around them. Respect to my last aunt, she died. You know what her last words were? There's no one left.
Wow.
Wow.
And I love the problem with that aunt was that the fact that her husband died back in the 70s when I was 4, he was murdered. She never recovered from that. She was always drinking, and there was always different men. She got so old to the point where her last words were, there was no one left, and she passed away the next day.
Damn.
But I digress my point. Y'all go ahead.
Well, classy, the topic is men are done with liabilities, but you know,
standards are done.
Yeah. But the thing is, as well, I wanted to add to the topic that DD created is, you know, Chad and Tyrone are not done with dating liabilities because they're entertained. They can entertain that. They can entertain the liabilities and have their way and go on their way. And I think you brought up something about chaos, and I think we should definitely touch on this. I do believe some women are addicted to the chaos. They're hooked to the chaos. And when they're with a man with standards or a normal guy, it's not exciting enough to them. So they have to find something that's wrong in the situation because they haven't developed any sense of stability within themselves because they've become so accustomed to the chaotic mindset, and they've kind of become as well at some points addicted to it. So even in a good situation, you know, they may find something wrong with it.
Well, that's why you
Chad and Tyrone, they don't. Chad and Tyrone is natural. Chad and Tyrone are naturally just doing their own thing. They call it chaotic, so they're not going to find anything in it because if they're addicted to it already, they gravitate towards the chaos of quote unquote Chad and Tyrone. So they don't feel anything wrong with it. All they want is the commitment part, you know, but they don't look for anything else within that man. But the person who, I feel like the men who typically have a good head on his shoulder and have standards, those guys sometimes go through it the most.
Right. Well, that's my whole entire point, that the psychological has been embedded inside their brains. They don't know how to deal with men with standards. So forever to this point on, if there is no ability to reconstruct the way you think psychologically, those are the men you're going to always get to the day you pass. That's what I mean when I saw it in my family. I've seen them go from men that were here, didn't have to be up here, but just stable enough. They lost that man, it went down.
So why are they asking for something like a man of standards and integrity and values, but their chaos is not accustomed to working with that. They're used to working with something.
They're not asking, they're demanding. And
so
it's
then
not,
why are they
it's not,
demanding that?
they're asking why is because of the fact they, just like you said earlier, and I said it, they know deep down inside, they don't have the psychological stability to deal with that man. They want the men to be their psychologist, their therapist, to come and clean up. And they see a lot of men saying, no, we're not going to do that.
Right.
It's too much work.
Let me ask both of you guys a question on this point, right? Okay, just assuming everything is true, right? And you too, Irving. So if you recognize a woman that you just described, why would you waste any emotional energy even trying to convert her to anything that's worthwhile? Right? I mean, wouldn't that be a woman? If you run into a woman who said the shit that you got, I shouldn't say shit, who has that personality, who wants to live in chaos, why would you spend any time with a woman like that if you're looking for a mate yourself, or if you're looking for somebody to be with? Wouldn't those discriminators eliminate that person right away, and then you say, okay, my journey is still continuing? And I think that's one of the problems I think we have the men have in the red pill space. I can't tell you how to date, but the one thing that's universal is if you're courting somebody and they don't meet up to your standards as a man, then you need to let that shit go and move on. And that's the one thing men don't do, right? If you
Richard, I do think there are men who are doing that.
Hold on. See, there's men who do that, but we're still talking about trying to convert women who don't want to be converted.
Is it converting women that don't want to be?
Well, again, that's what you're describing. Women don't want to do this. Women don't want to do it. So let them be. You can't save everybody. And let me say this one thing. I'm gonna land it here. We know that there's women out there. Feminism is here to stay. So almost every modern woman has a tinge of feminism in them. That's because part of it was about their own freedom as women, right? That's never going to go away. The mentality that's poison, the poison well is something that some women can have a little bit more resistance to. But we're starting to see more and more women, even in the internet space, in the social media space, starting to speak out against other women. Not just DeeDee, but there's a lot. She's one of them, but there's a lot. She says she's going to have a panel next weekend. Next Friday. There's more and more women starting to crop up, willing to take the slings and arrows, speaking bad about the effery that's going on in womankind. And I think when you start looking at their channels and the women who start to follow them, there might be clues that there's more women out there that might be worthy to pursue than meets the eye.
100%.
This is a huge mistake. This is where I get frustrated with men, because you guys think that a lot of these women are genuine, and this is a money grab. It's a joke. It's not real. It's
so you don't believe him, Trey? You don't believe it?
No, I don't know. I don't believe them one bit. I do not believe them at all. I'm sorry. Because where was this post C-19 coming off of C-19? Where was this off of KS's death? Where was all of this? And now in 2025, you want me to believe that you finally seen the era of the feminist ways, even though they've been being preached to you for the last 8 years? I'm sorry. I don't believe any of it. I think that a lot of women who are starting, I'm not talking about DeeDee. DeeDee's channel has been around for a while. When I see a lot of women starting channels now, I see it as simply, okay, this is the hot thing. You have to remember that women are high mindset. They have a high mindset and they're communitarian. They follow behind each other. So now that the hot thing is well, we need to resist the feminist stuff now, and there's $1 to be made off of this. Now we can just go in there, and the men like this. Well, no, you're not DeeDee, and you're not. I forgot the other chick's name with the afro, and you're not Crimson Cure. They've been around for a while. They've been saying this for years. This ain't nothing new to them. But now you want to come around and you want to hop on this bandwagon. Sorry, I can't get with it.
That's a good point. Trey made a good point.
Well, it's a point, but is it okay? So is it mostly a trade? Would you say is it most? Would you say most or minimum?
And to follow what's in style, what's in trend. We know this.
Well, that's true.
Fashion. It doesn't matter what it is, right?
I agree with that.
I do think that there are women who have been around since, let's just say, day one. Like a DeeDee, like a River, like a Danica, like a Crimson Cure.
So you
And
mean there's no
Trey has a
evolution?
point.
There's no
Trey has a
evolution.
point.
There's no evolution. I mean, the fact is,
If
I
the,
agree.
the only
the 10 you have. I know. I agree with you though, Trey. I don't
He has a
disagree.
point.
no,
I'm just
but
saying.
I'm
I
boomer,
don't
I'm
disagree
addressing
with
the evolution. The evolution is marriage. That's the evolution.
Okay.
And if the woman that starts her channel now isn't talking about marriage, then she's not evolving. Then she's not talking about evolution.
I would agree with that.
She's there for a money grab.
I
The
agree with that.
DeeDees, the
Yeah.
Denikas, the Crimson Cures, right? All of them, they would tell the women, you need to go get married. That's what they would tell them. You need to go get married. That's the evolution.
Yes.
And even in the red pill space, while I've said that the manosphere has essentially died because there was no evolution. Well, okay, now that we have the understanding of female nature, what's next? What's the adjustment so that we can? And there's no adjustment. They're still talking. They're literally still saying the same thing they've been saying for the last 5 years. What's the adjustment? Because the truth of the matter, at the end of the day, Richard Payne, as much shit as I talk, I don't want to be alone in my 80s. As much shit as I talk, I don't want to be alone in my 70s and 60s. So there has to be an evolution. There has to be something that says, okay, well, how do you get the woman? Because at the end of the day, that's really what we want if we're being honest.
That's true. Most men still want to get married.
I look, Trey, I agree. I think that there has to be some, this for women and men. You're right. A lot of men in these spaces too are still saying women need to do this and we'll do that. And what is the evolution?
What's the end game?
Trey, wouldn't you be one of the guys, since you you got a certain level of awareness where you are right now, but isn't some of the evolution a blueprint that you should be working on? And at least tell us what you think that blueprint is. As a single man.
No, you hit the nail on the head. It has to come from guys that are my age or around my age and that have the experience that I have to sort of usher us into the next wave of this. Because
like a new channel.
This isn't
like a new
channel. I mean, I pretty much have to start a channel. Yeah. Because that is the thing is at 40, I can't keep saying, well, the women this and the women that and the women this, and it's like, okay, we got it. We understand feminism is what it is, and you guys have heard me say a million times, it's time to adjust accordingly. You have to adjust accordingly. You've heard me say that a million times. So now we have to push forward for the younger guys, understand female nature, understand it, but now you have to adapt to it, because at the end of the day, as much shit as we talk about the women not wanting a man, the men want women too. We have to address that too. That you want you a fine little young tender thing too. We want it too. The only difference is that we can play the game a slight bit differently. I keep saying that the rules are, and y'all know this, the rules are different for us men than they are for the women. So a 40-year-old woman can't move like me. She can't do what I do, right? I can go get 28, 27, 26. She can't do that, right? So we got to teach the younger girls, don't fuck up, don't do this feminism nonsense, and teach the young men, you need to start preparing yourself to be able to lead a family and provide, because that's the evolution. That's the end game. The end game is you're going to get married at the end of the day.
And that's pretty much what Kevin Samuels, the clip that Dee pulled up, pretty much covered. Teaching women how to prioritize. Of course, the other side of it is what Trey's saying, where, teaching young men how to build yourself up so that you can be able to provide, not just financially, but also emotionally for a woman, having the experience and the awareness to be able to do those things. And I will add as well, because Richard was talking about the evolution, I also think it should also come from men who have the outcomes too.
Oh, I agree.
As well. Like, it's great to have the knowledge. I'm sure, like, a lot of us brothers here, we have the knowledge, a lot of us, but it's also a bonus in addition to have someone as well, at least leading, who has the outcome part of, I don't know, a long-term relationship or marriage. I think that's also important as well.
Especially if you are, like, if you have a channel, you have a presence on social media, and you're telling men, this is what you should be looking for, and this is what it should be. You should lead by that example. I say it all the time. I think experience is the best teacher. And I think if you're telling, the same way I talk about these women who all have all these, so-called degrees and all this experience about relationships, but none of them are married and never been married, and and a lot of them aren't in relationships. Hell, some of them are lesbians, they're saying. So how could you lead a bunch of women and tell them how to get a husband and what a man, and you don't have it? You have to, if you're gonna be out here telling people what so staunch, or on what your opinions on this, you should lead by that example. You need to be married. You need to be married. If you telling people what a man should be and what a relationship should be, how could you be single and have been single for a whole bunch of years and never had that experience, but you were able to tell me how to get, like, I don't know. I don't agree.
I've been on a couple of panels where I've been invited with because I was married. The problem I'm finding, one of the things I found is that, first of all, people don't believe you unless you lead with 100 horror stories. Because nobody, the only receipt I have in my marriage is that I'm still married. Right. Other than that, everything else I say is subject to people saying you're lying. Now, that doesn't bother me that much. Yeah. But the truth of the matter is, my one receipt is that I'm still married. Mm-hmm. After all of these years, and a lot of people, so when I get on these panels, I do try to gauge who's married and who's not. Mm-hmm. And I try, now that I'm a little bit more mature in these spaces, I try not to talk about my experiences as much, because I know some people just don't believe. Because if you don't have these drag out, knockdown fights, it's like, well, because everybody wants to think that marriage is so hard, horrible. And I think that the issue really is that people don't understand, when you actually do get into a covenant marriage, you have to abdicate some of who you are as a loner. And some people don't, been single so long, they don't understand that that's a piece of you that you got to meld with somebody else.
That's an excellent point.
And you have to find those spaces where it's just you. So me and my wife have our own hobbies. Mm-hmm. I don't intrude in some of her spaces, and she doesn't intrude in mine, but we do share them if we need to.
Right.
Boomer, I think one of the mistakes that we're making as a single guy, I think we have to show people that every marriage is like a branch on a tree. No two are the same.
That's right.
I think a lot of the times that, from what I can see, I think that people think that their marriage has to look like somebody else's marriage. And one of the things that I hate, the advice that I hate the most is go find a couple. Well, that's their marriage, right? Mm-hmm. And what works for them may not necessarily work for you. And I think what we need for married couples to start to share and say, hey, look, you need to find what works for the two of you. And what works for the two of you, that's what me and my husband did. That's what me and my wife did. You know what I mean? We found what works for us. It may not be conventional. It may not be traditional. It may be something completely offline that works for you guys. We don't care. We just want y'all to get married. And that's crazy, because I'm up here pushing a marriage, which is wild. But I understand. But because I understand the concept, DeeDee, I get the concept of how this is supposed to work. Right. The problem is the execution of how this is supposed to work. And that's the most difficult part. And a lot of people don't understand that. And I want to address something I saw in the chat real quick, and I'll be quiet. We talk about ostracizing. No, we don't need to ostracize anything. We need to start ignoring. Things need to be ignored. We need to just leave things alone. We don't have to address people. If women want to be 304s, leave them be.
Yes, I agree.
Let them go do what they do. We are too focused on trying to change people. People are not going to change. We live in one of the freest countries, if not the freest country in the world. People are going to do what they do. What I highly suggest is that you find your tribe and you stay within your tribe. And if your tribe is a bunch of married people, perfectly fine. Not a problem. But this idea that we're going to try to make everybody feel bad, shame is not coming back. Get over it. You can keep talking about it all you want, but we're not dealing with them anymore. We're not dealing with them anymore. Just leave them be. And the issue of this is that people think that when you use the word ostracize, they don't use it properly. So they think that it's like, oh, well, like banish them. No, we're not banishing them. Just lead them over there. Let them be over there. But if you keep talking about them every week on your channel, you're not ostracizing them. If you keep bringing them up, that such and such married a former prawn star. I saw that a bunch this week.
Oh, yeah.
Is dating a soccer player. You just keep bringing up. You're not. That's not exclusion, and that's not ignoring them. You're just bringing them up and giving them a spotlight. Every time you talk about somebody getting divorced, you bring them up, you give them a spotlight. And I've told Boomer this a million times. We need to see more positive marriage. We don't see enough positivity in marriage. We don't see it.
Because the negativity spreads faster, Trey. You know,
the negativity is
in
more
those
lucrative.
spaces. I would say in those spaces. So I mean, I totally hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like the echo chamber is still a bit too loud of the negativity. When this becomes a thing, I think we will see the shift. And I agree, Trey. There will be a lot of phonies out there as well with their channels, you know, screaming, you know, "Pick Me Nation" when DeeDee comes out with the T-shirts. I hope soon. But we're gonna see it, you know, and we're gonna sit back, you know, and look at it for what it is.
I try to get my wife on these panels, but she just ain't having it, you know. So I mean, you know, I just say, come over here and legitimize me, you know, a little bit. Like,
I hope you do, Boomer, because I got questions.
That's keep off. You know? That's why you want to keep off.
Trey,
you don't want Trey asking no damn questions.
I've seen her before, DeeDee. She was on. He brought on another channel. I've seen her before. Listen, DeeDee. Boomer shot way above his like way above. Like really? Way above DeeDee.
Way above my pay grade. And this, I had my wedding video on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. We went through it. You know, I edited it. It was back in the days when weddings were weddings. We had a ball. Yeah, but yeah, I overshot my goalpost span by 100 miles, man.
Hey, you won.
Definitely outkicked the coverage.
Yeah, no doubt.
You won as far as we are concerned. You won.
DeeDee, I just want to add something in here, DeeDee, because like I don't want to forget, but I just wanted to say as well. I mean, I mentioned it in the comments as well. Like on this side where I'm at, a lot of women, they agree with your talking points, and they get it. That's a lot of them think it's basic. Like some of my colleagues, for example, they're like, okay, this is basic stuff. In my culture, what she's saying is like it's basic. You know, but I had to explain to a colleague, like, yeah, but it's not so basic. For example, in the U.S. or other countries, I know it sounds like basic stuff what she's saying. I get it, but it's not so basic to them. You know, and there are some as well, colleagues as well, who didn't get it because they were maybe following a trend or whatever. But as I said, through realizing their ways haven't been working. It's like they actually see the sense in it. You know, I think a lot of women are maybe have a fear of feeling like they can obtain that. They think like, I think it's good that you share your experience. And my colleague even said that. She said it's great that you share your experiences on your live streams. Yeah. But at the same time, it can come across to some women, I think, intimidating because they feel that they can't reach that. Some of them, because they feel like they've been doing what they thought was the right thing for so long, but just doing their own thing, which is not getting the outcome, and it's just it just I guess frustrates them, throws them off, you know.
Yeah. But that's why a lot of married people don't like to share their experiences. The majority of the time, and I think Trey said that. Like I don't know if you said this, Trey, but people look at, and you just said it, C. Irvin. Basically, when you talk about your marriage and your experience, if it's positive, people seem like they don't like it or maybe intimidated. I don't know if they're intimidated by it. I don't see why you should be intimidated by it, but
they question it as well. When it's negative, they don't question the thing.
Yeah, when me and my husband actually did live streams about Umar Johnson for about a year or so. And some people on there question, it was like, I don't believe they're married. They was like, we don't see your marriage license. And so there were people who were literally looking up our marriage license, saying they couldn't find it. Now, they was probably looking in the wrong place, and you know, they probably didn't have all of the information to look up, you know, and so, but they were looking it up and talking about, we can't find a marriage license. I don't believe they're married. And we just laugh because we like, okay, you know, we laugh at it because we like, okay, and we thought it was hilarious because I'm like, okay, well, you know, you can believe what you want. We know what it is. We don't have to prove prove it to you. But I thought it was so weird. But I think when you don't have, I think you said that, our pain, when you don't have a negative experience in your marriage, when you're not saying, oh my God, he's horrible and he don't do this and it's a problem, people gravitate to negativity. So if you're speaking positively about your marriage and your husband and how, you know, y'all are working things out and it's not just super bad, people don't believe it. They really think, oh my God, it's got to be the most tumultuous situation ever for them, because they expect that. So
sad.
When you're saying, oh, you got a good, especially with women, when I'm saying, look, I got a good husband, you know, when I say, oh, you know, but our marriage isn't what you would, because it's almost like it has to be really bad or it has to be super good. Like you can't say, oh, we worked on it, or I can't say, oh yeah, we've had arguments over our damn near 30, because it's getting closer to 30 years together. This time is moving fast. It's like I can't say, oh, he was the problem and he was so bad. They'll accept that, but I can't say, you know what? A lot of times I was the problem. It's like they don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to say, they don't want to hear women say, oh, you know what? You know, I had to learn some things. I was the one with the issues. My husband wasn't the issue. You know what I'm saying? Like he was in it, you know, all the way. I can't say, oh, I was raised by a single mother and I had some of those tendencies that I see y'all. That's why I can tell y'all got to stop that. They don't want to hear that for some reason. You don't want to hear my husband wasn't the problem. If anybody was the problem, I say it was me. But at the same time, I'm saying, look, I wasn't a 304 out here with this independent mentality, because I didn't have that either. I'm just saying, hey, I'm open to learning, but I address I had some issues being raised by a single mother. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear he was the problem, girl. He's a hell raiser and he was this and he was that. And when I say no, that's not. It's like they want. I don't know. It's just weird. They want to hear.
One of the problems with
That's why
negativity, though, is
say this quickly.
well,
That's why one of my colleagues, she's married with 2 kids. And when you speak about this, like sometimes you were the issue. She told me she relates to that. She's like, yeah, like Dee Dee is right. I was with my husband. And
this is why I say, like, men, you're not gonna, like, some of y'all, something, you know, Pain, you might have a perfect wife, but most men in marriages, nobody's perfect. People gonna have flaws. Now, do the flaws have to be the most detrimental thing? No. That's like when you say, oh, if you mention, oh yeah, we have some issues in our marriage, people automatically go to infidelity and cheating. No, why are we programmed to go to the worst possible scenario when it could be just, look, we had a communication issue?
Well, let me add one thing though, Dee Dee. One of the things about negativity in the marriage, some of it is just too personal to share on YouTube.
Yeah, and you should. Yeah.
So you really can't say, well, my wife did, because it's unlike the ladies on TikTok who come out and say, let me story time.
Yeah,
I'm never gonna story time my wife.
No, right.
You know what I'm saying? Let's just understand that there's stories out there that we both can share about each other.
But it's not for the public.
But ain't none of your business.
Exactly.
Is that a wife, Richard? Someone who goes, in my opinion, someone who goes on story time on a social media platform is, to me, not a wife or a husband and partaking in that type of behavior. Because I believe husband and wife should understand certain things need to be discussed.
But that's one of the problems with the negativity part, because a lot of that delves into those personal things that you just don't talk about, you know, in a relationship. And that's one of the things that keep relationships together, by the way, not sharing your shit with everybody.
That's true.
That's the truth.
Family, and including family.
Yep.
Learn to discuss, I think, behind closed doors. You know, you don't have to make a scene in public. You know, all of that is...
There is no basis to that comment, Boomer. There are plenty of people that you have never heard of and were never on social media and are divorced.
Oh, well, okay. I don't know.
So this idea that you're not sharing your information means that you're probably going to have a healthier marriage.
Oh, I didn't say
where's any data that actually shows that?
No, but I didn't say that.
I do think as well, like, I think some couples as well share information outside of quote unquote TikTok story time. Sometimes they're sharing too much information with their work colleagues.
And other family members.
I've seen that in my
don't
work.
misunderstand. I didn't mean you have a perfect marriage. You don't share. I didn't
your wife or husband out there on Front Street around a bunch of people that don't know them,
Right.
know him or know her. You know, so I think there's different avenues where people kind of overshare, and I think, you know, this is where, of course, some of these breakups and divorces as well happen from as well.
Yeah. But make no mistake, though. Make no mistake. It doesn't guarantee a great. It doesn't guarantee a great marriage. You know.
Thank you. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, and then people before social media, it was a part of the problem was they were sharing too much of their personal business with family members, other people, getting other people's perspectives.
Family.
Tell
I
one
think that
side.
lowers your odds. I think that the more people know your shit, I think that lowers your
They
odds.
usually break up because the women go and tell their mothers and their aunties and all the women in their family, girl, he did this. And then she like, well, he shouldn't be doing that. And you get this outside perspective. And then you go and you should break up with him because there's no way. But you only tell your side and everybody's on that. And then if you stay with him, then they're going to criticize you. Why are you with him? Why if he did this and he did that? Now you exposing all their business. Now that definitely brings tension into the relationship and the marriage, because the man is like, why you didn't come talk to me? Why you telling everybody our business? So now you're going to build a wedge, and it may not happen overnight, but over time there's resentment and things that build up, and then they end up breaking up anyway, because now it's just chaotic, you know.
I think it depends. I think it depends on the group of friends
Communication in a relationship is not just communicating with your colleagues or your family or the pastor. Communication should start with your person, in my opinion. You know, and I think that's what you just explained.
At the end of the day, it depends on who you're communicating it to. If I were to go to my friends who are all married right now, and I were to tell them about the girl that I was dating, and I was in the wrong, my friends are going to tell me, Trey, you're wrong.
Okay, true.
That's the difference. They're not going to egg me on and say, oh, well, you know, she need to do this and she need to do that. They're going to say, Trey, nah, that's crazy. Why would you even think like it? That's insane. That to me is the issue. I don't think that you talking to somebody or venting to somebody about what's going on in your relationship is always a negative thing. I think it's the feedback that you get that actually sends you down the wrong path. If you're around a bunch of people and they can't be honest with you and tell you, hey, girl, you fucked this up. This is on you. You messed this up. Go home and be accountable. You messed this up, then you got the wrong friends. And I love it. I forgot who it was that said it, but it was like he said if you are in a relationship and you don't have the friend that can't tell you that you were wrong, then you don't have a friend. That's not a real friend. You need the friend who can actually say, no, you were wrong in this situation, so therefore you need to go home, and fix it. And the other part of this is too, if your friend is always suggesting that you leave, probably not a good friend. You probably want the friend who's actually suggesting that you actually fix it and make it work outside of obvious abuse. That doesn't make any sense. But if we're not talking abuse and your friend isn't saying, hey, why don't you go home and go fix this? My friends who are married will say, nah, y'all got to go fix this. I've had friends tell other friends, nah, motherfucker, you can't sleep on my couch. Go home and go fix it with your wife. They've said that. Right, that's friends who actually are pushing positivity in marriages. But if you have friends who are like, "Oh no, you can stay here, man. Fuck her, man. She crazy. She tripping." You need
Trey. You're absolutely right. But Trey, the majority of people, if we're gonna be you're speaking from a logical point that's making sense, and you're talking to your married friends that have some sense. The majority of these women out here don't have sensible friends, and most of them are not married, and they're not logical. They're petty, and they're gonna give them the wrong information, and they're gonna take their side. This is why we say women, especially with women keep women single, because they telling them a bunch of BS, and they listen to it, and they convince them to leave, and then they, and they know if they had a good man, they'll work it out, but they'll tell you to leave. So most of these women out here aren't that logical and sensible. They and a lot of these chicks be having friends who are not really on their side. They just trying to rip their relationships apart so they could be single with them. So there's an agenda, in my opinion, with a lot of these women. Yeah, if you got logical, good friends who think the way you're speaking, yeah, of course. But to me, the first person you should talk to is not any of your friends. It should be your spouse. Go talk to that person. Tell them what you're thinking, whatever the situation is, and you try to work it out before you go to anybody on the outside. That's just my thoughts.
I agree, DeeDee, because I've noticed sometimes in some conversations, it's like if the person I'm with talks to me about it, we can discuss it and I can see, okay, if it's rational. And I'm glad they spoke to me, because if they didn't, they would have went with this irrational thought process
Yeah.
to another, their girlfriend, who may also have an irrational thought process, and now cook something up, and now back with me, and it creates more problems.
Well,
You know,
I
I think
did it.
it's
I did it
important to
before.
talk to your guy. I think
I learned
we
early
think as men,
on.
we are, you know, typically more rational in our thought. So I
I
think
told,
it's not wise
listen,
counsel.
I went to my mother. Now you would think of all people, you can go to your mother and get a good advice, but not all mothers are created equal. So you can't go, you just can't. And that was bad advice. And I'm like, nah. And sometimes the people that you think would be the closest to you and give you the most sound advice and have your best interests are not the ones. And so I learned early on, no, I can't no. If I got an issue, I got to bring it right to the source. I can't go to anybody else because I don't trust their their agenda, and that was I couldn't even trust that. So I'm like, oh no. And then, like I said, I don't have a whole bunch of friends because I just don't trust people like that. And so I'm just like, nah, if I got an issue, I'm going straight to you. You could tell me better than anybody what's going on and how we need to fix it than anybody else. But if you have that, okay, yeah. But if not, nah. Daryl, what's going on? How are you? You want to chime in?
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, Mrs.
Same to
DeeDee,
you.
and
Same
to
to
the
you.
panel. I wanted to refer to the last video you showed with where Kevin Samuels was talking to the woman about what her mother talked to her about dating and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I from there I had a question, and this goes out to you and the panel. For those people that on the panel, and also you, Mrs. DeeDee, that has daughters, what are you telling them, or how are you preventing them from being a victim to feminism?
I could. Well, I mean, I don't know if I could completely prevent it, but I can give you, they, I don't know. I mean, they already don't think in that way. I think it's because of how, what they see, the examples that's in front of them first off. And then what I do tell them and the things that I say, you're looking at the example, how you treat a man, how you should be in a marriage. It's a relationship is not just about you. It's about, you got to consider your husband, and the fact that you want to be married before you even get with a man. I think it's all about what you're teaching them, the values that you instill in them, also by the examples in front of them. Because children, to me, don't just go by what you say; they go by what you present to them. Because you could tell them all the good stuff in the world, but if you're showing them something else, they're gonna contradict you, and they might go against that. And it's still no guarantee what you teach your children, it's not a guarantee they're going to follow it 100% of the time. But I do think it starts at home, the examples that you set and what you tell them. You know what I mean? Because if you're like, I wouldn't tell my daughters, oh, be an independent woman. You don't need no man. And then they looking around like, but you and dad are together, you married. Like, you know what I mean? You got to set the example. You got to teach what you preach. Live what you teach and teach them the things that you want them to know. But at the same time, they still got to become adults, and they're going to do what they want to do. They got to have their own experiences. But I do think, for the most part, like when I talk about them, my children wanting to be married, I'm just speaking from my children. They already like, when I have my sons, like when I get a wife, it's the idea, they already want wives. And my daughters already want husbands. It's like ingrained in them already. They don't think independent. They don't think single. They're not even thinking like that. But I think it's because of the example that they see.
That's good, DeeDee, because one of the things that, and Trey has a young daughter, so he has more opportunity. But you also have to have a certain amount of awareness yourself. And I didn't, because in my family, we got married because I'm a boomer. We got married out of osmosis because everybody was getting married. And I just thought it would rub off, But one thing, if you got young kids, you have to be on top of them, because when you send them to school, especially college, you're sending them to these places, the indoctrination camps.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to be able to counteract that stuff. So when your kids are young, you have to really purposefully shape them the way you want them to
Yeah.
if you forget that, because that's one of the things I regret. I didn't do that much. My kids are liberal, but they don't have any problem with marriage. You know what I'm saying? Or stuff like that. But they're liberal as hell, and they didn't get it from me. You know, but you send them to their friends, these indoctrination camps, they turn out to be like that. So you got to be kind of diligent. And a lot of their formative years, I was on the road. So I caught a lot, but I was out there. So if you got young kids, you got to, maybe it's just not through osmosis is what you tell them and what you emphasize in your house that matters. Mm-hmm. But even with that, you're still fighting against the world. So you have to talk to them a little bit about where their heads are at all along the way.
Mm-hmm.
For sure, Richard. For me,
that's why I'm gonna have to bite the bullet, Dee. I'm gonna have to get married.
Richard,
because I have a daughter. Like, how am I gonna tell my daughter she needs to get married? She gonna be looking at me like, Daddy, you didn't marry my mama, and you not married, so I don't have a choice. I'm gonna have to. At some point in time, I'm gonna have to go ahead and just get this thing done because I can't.
They will bring it up to you.
Oh, they will.
They will bring it up.
Kids aren't stupid, and they see what's right in front of them. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and just. I have to go ahead and just.
You got this, Trey. You got this, my brother. You got this.
But you know what, too? This is why I think we homeschooled. I homeschooled.
See, that makes a big difference.
Yeah, they my look, I always say, because I hate talking about it so much because people always take that idea. Oh, you think your kids are this? No, they're themselves. They have their own mind. And the thing is, they're not influenced by social media. They're not influenced by celebrity. They're not influenced by any of it. They have their own minds and they make, quirky things. I'm like, oh, that's weird. But they have their own mind. They're not they don't care about rappers. They're not into rappers. They're not into, they have music that they like, but it's certain stuff that's not the typical, they're like their own person for real. And they listen to what we say though too. That's for the most part, because they do some crazy stuff too, but for the most part, they listen to what we say and they seem to be following it. So I think that's why I say 2-parent stable households are important. You have to lead by example. They still gonna get up and go make their own decisions. We may not agree with it all, but that's fine because they got to become their own persons. But I think the core, when you have the core values, the same way I feel about marriages. To me, every married couple that I've seen been married like 15, 20 years or more, there's still the same core values that are there. Everything that they say, you got to work together. It's the same, those things. Even though the marriages are not the same, the core values are the same of what made them last that long. And Arpain, you probably could speak to it too. It's the same. You don't go into it with this selfish mentality and it's me and not you and I do what I want. They all have the same core values. And I think that remains the same no matter what. And this is what kind of like ticked me off a little bit, not much, but when people would say, oh, you're married, you don't count. Yes, we do. I think marriages should count. I think people who have been married, even if you've been married from back in the day to now, it does count because you have experience and you could speak to the core values that make a relationship work. Even in today's times, it's still the core values that will make a relationship work. Most men don't want to marry a woman who's self-centered and selfish and don't want to work with him, right? Most men don't want to marry a woman who's entitled and don't care about his feelings or anything about him. It's just about pay me and that's it. I don't think any man wants to get in a marriage with a woman who does not care about his standards and his well-being. I don't think you purposely would marry a woman because if she tells you, I don't give a damn about you, your feelings, your nothing, just marry me and pay me. I don't think no man would want that. So yeah, those values matter.
Y'all count. Y'all count, Dee. Sometimes y'all be having some pie in the sky type shit going on. Like y'all be talking like
what's the pie in the sky?
Marriage? Like it's perfect, like a utopian. Like all you got to do is just get married and let's solve problems. Sometimes I'm not saying all the time, but sometimes y'all really give off like just get married and like a lot of these problems will it'll go away. That's like no, you just opened yourself up to more problems. They're just different at this point. That's my only feedback to y'all that's been married.
But Trey, I do think DeeDee drops in that it's too imperfect people. Her and her
Yeah,
husband
I
came
spit
together.
all the
Because she
time.
does drop
I'm
that
not. I'm
in
not
there.
talking about. I'm not specifically talking about Dee. I'm just
Oh,
saying
okay.
there's a
Right.
lot.
No,
There's a lot of
he's
content
making the
creators
point
that
I
are
made.
married,
Making the
and,
point
and
I
they, and they have a pie in the sky mentality. Like marriage is the top of the iceberg, and it's like, is it? Because I see a lot of people falling off that iceberg at the end of the day.
Well,
Yeah.
but Trey, let me put this to what you're saying though, because it is kind of nowadays it's starting to be kind of unique, because the truth of the matter is, if you're in a covenant marriage, not just bull crap about partnerships and situationship, I'm talking about husband and wife covenant marriage. Part of your agreement is to say our differences have to be like iron sharpens iron. We got to work those things out. And that's the tacit agreement that you have. And that's what the courtship is, right? Because you try to do as best you can to find out if there's any quirks that you cannot live with. You know, and so you try to, because I had a conversation with my fiance, my wife now, is when she says something like, well, I'm trying to put my best foot forward and all. I said, no. Let me stop you right there. I want to know if I could deal with you if your feet are stinking like shit. You know what I'm saying? And I said it kind of like that. I need to know who you are, not who you're trying to be, so we can get married. Well, how do you, so let's forget about the facade as best you can. Just show me who you are. And I'm showing you who I am, and you might not like it. So we got to decide whether we can live with each other. Right. So those are the kind of things we had a conversation about. Now, of course, everybody has their personas they're trying to do, put their best foot forward. But sometimes people never really get to know each other in those courting phases because they don't have any substantive conversations.
I have a scenario based on what I was talking about earlier with the woman talking with Kevin Samuels and mother. And the scenario is, and it goes to the parents on the panel. Your daughter comes to you and she says, well, I'm getting ready to leave. I'm being flown out and I'll see you in 4 days. What is your response?
What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? What the hell? Who do you know this guy? How you gonna just get flew out? You don't know who you could. This could be a murderer. That's what I'm like. This could be a killer. You trust? What are you doing? No, you're not going. If you living with me, if you living on your own, I can't stop. If you live in this household, you ain't going. You gonna miss that flight. I'm telling you right now. You don't know this person from Adam. Who the hell is this? Why are you doing this? What's wrong with you? It's gonna be a lot going on.
Exactly. I mean, let me tell you, it's funny because I would be more mad that they would even think they could come to me with some crap like that. If they're living in my house, forget that. So, but if they're on their own, that's one thing. But I never had to face that. But I would never agree. Some people had they let the kids do what the hell they want to do.
Right.
Yeah. That was never the case in my family, in my house. Well,
How old is my child, Darren?
21.
She's 21.
Living in a house with her parents or on her own, because that makes
Well,
a difference.
they just coming to you, whether they don't live with you or they do live with you. They just coming to you.
I would say to her, I have failed you. That's it.
I would share the same sentiment to Trey.
What they do, the answer for the parents should be the same whether they're living with you or not.
Yeah,
but you could do more about it if they are living with you.
Right. Mr. Marcus, let me read this real quick. He says, to the guy saying feminism is here, deal with it. What that look like? He said, be subdued. Who said that? Thank you, Mr. Marcus. I appreciate you.
Trey.
No, he's talking about the point that me and Classy was making earlier. The fact of the matter is that you're already dealing with feminism. You go to work every day and there's women at your job. You're already dealing with it. You've already learned to deal with it. You've already learned how to work within the system that is feminism. That's why we keep saying it's here to stay. It is literally in the bloodstream now. It's done. It's in the bloodstream. It's here. It's not going anywhere. You've already learned how to maneuver around it. You've learned what to say to women at work so that you don't get an HR complaint. You don't catcall women when you go out anymore. You don't approach women anymore. You've already learned how to do it already. So you don't need to be more subdued. I think what you need to do, what a lot of men need to do, and when I talk about adjusting, is we need to figure out, is this woman a feminist or not? And it's a question that needs to be asked during the vetting period. You need to ask this question flat out, straight to her face. Are you a feminist? If she says yes, it was nice knowing you. Pick up the check on your way out and keep it moving.
And I got to add something to the gentleman that said that what Trey said is 1,000% correct. You got to think about it. Remember the young man that was promoting his stuff and this quote unquote next top model.
Yeah.
He rejected her she asked for a kiss on the cheek. He respectfully said no. She wanted to sue him. Now I know it wasn't going to go through. I'm just using that as an example, but I'm gonna give you another real life example. There was a man that was helping a pregnant woman at the airport with her luggage. Apparently she was pregnant. She couldn't put her luggage up on top of the holster or whatever it is to keep our luggages. You know what she did? She filmed him helping her. She went back and posted online, said a whole bunch of bad things about him, and he lost his job.
Wow.
That's feminism.
Wow. Man, I mean, just this last weekend when I was in Bucharest, I saw a girl. I mean, me and my boy saw her in like a bar / club, a girl pregnant and smoking cigarette, loud music blasting, and we were just scratching our head like, damn, like what is going on, you know? And I thought she was struggling a bit when she was walking through, and I was thinking, do I help her or do I leave her to let her do her own thing? But then her girlfriend came along and helped her, who's not pregnant, and I'm like, I was just thrown back by it. Like you're in a club with your girlfriend. My boy like nudged me and said, "Is she pregnant?" And I looked to my right and I was like, I just saw a whole belly out. She had a hoodie on, but you can see the belly out with her girlfriend.
It's crazy. I mean, the crazy part about this situation, about our society, is that men naturally generally want to help women, and it's not always about trying to get into their lower extremity. It's just you seem like you needed some help. If you need some help, I would help you. You know, if you seem like, now if a woman says they can do it by themselves, then okay, perfectly fine. But at the same time, it's just a natural inclination in us to want to help people. But we're turning into a society where, well, I'm not saying all women, I'm just saying a lot of women are turning men to the point where they're going against their natural inclination to help them. So they're just walking away now. Yeah, and that's why you see them online talking about, well, a man saw me do this and he didn't do nothing to help me. And it's like, well, we're trying to adjust to the way the society is being ran today. You understand? So it's like, well, we don't, hell, I mean, I've seen it in the hospital. You can't even tell a woman she's fat no more. You can't even say the word obesity because now they're ready to sue. And this is how bad all of this has gotten, to the point they're making it where everything needs to be adjusted to them, where even if they know they're doing things wrong, they don't want to be called out about it.
Yeah. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But they could do it to you, like that lady who touched what's his name, Mario, on his private parts. They could touch you inappropriately. They could say things inappropriately to you, and then if you complain about it, oh, these ninjas are sassy. Oh my God, what happened to the manly men? Like they could justify their behavior, but you're supposed to just accept theirs. That's not right.
I would be in jail. I would be in jail if Beyonce was performing and I touched her private parts.
Right. Exactly.
I'd go to jail. They would hem me up and drag me out of that stadium.
Right.
If I did what that woman did. And this isn't the first time. We've seen women, remember Busta Rhymes famously literally almost stopped the show and told her, hey, stop. And she was with her husband. She was with her husband. Let me explain something to you. I think this is something that a lot of women don't understand. Every time something goes viral or something happens on social media, you're not pushing away the guys you think you're pushing away. You're not pushing away the Pookies or the Ray Rays. You're actually pushing away viable candidates, guys who would actually get married. Those are the guys who are looking at this and going, oh, hell no. Because you are literally rendered powerless if you are at a concert and your wife is touching another man so much so that he has to stop the show to address her. What do you do as a man? What do? You have no other recourse other than to divorce her. But that could be very costly. And then why did you just spend the last 10 years with a woman that you had to divorce because she can't keep her hands to herself? Like, this is what I'm saying about marriage. Like it's a conundrum. It is a great thing when it works. And when you get the woman who understands what she's supposed to be doing and how she's supposed to be doing, it works extremely well. But lo and behold, man, if you don't get the right one, your life, I mean, it can go into shambles quickly. I mean, there was a guy, he's another concert with some Afro beats dude. And she was up there riding him like
Yeah, I
a
remember this.
He had to drop her. He had no choice. His
Yeah, I
hand
remember
was,
that.
he was pushed into a situation where he had to dump her. Because what are you going to do when your girl is on the stage for 40,000 to see that were there and another 40 million to see on social media and she ride him like a bunker? There's nothing for you can do. And that's why I'm saying I understand the hesitation from men. I get it. Why a lot of men are like, I don't know if I want to do this because I may be put in a situation where I have to divorce this woman and I don't really want to do it. And then if you stay with her, well, then you're just gonna get called every name in the book. Oh, you a sucker, you a simp, you ain't got no balls, you a beta, you get called everything. In the book, it's like you can't win for losing. And this is why I think we as men, and especially the married men, you guys have got to do a better job of teaching the younger guys how to vet these women. And the other part of this is that you got to be able to walk away from her. And I know how that feels, man. She got them beautiful legs. The skin is brown and tan. She looking good. The booty's sitting right. She looking great. And it's like, it's hard as a man when them hormones and that testosterone get to flowing. It's hard to walk away from that. But we've got to start teaching these young fellas, bruh. This woman is sex only. She is going to destroy your life. But the moment she gets put in a situation where it's advantageous to her, she's going to go for it.
Right.
But Trey, that's the list.
That
That's the list you got to write, Trey. Because like I can't tell all the things that a man should be looking for now, right? That's a new man's thing. Because what I vetted for back then didn't even exist. You know, I mean, so the stuff you just said, right? Do you have to take your girl? Who's your favorite artist? Oh, I like Usher. Do you take her to an Usher concert and she's trying to be the one to get kissed? I don't know. I mean, you know, how many ways you have to vet these days? I'm a feminist.
Boomer, here's my frustration.
Right.
I grew up on Usher. I'm that age. I'm a millennial. I grew up on Usher. There were kids that were doing Ushers make me want to dance at stage plays when I was growing up. That I grew up on Usher, right? But I want to take her to an Usher show. But if my wife doesn't pull the Winnie Harlow, I don't know if you guys remember when Winnie Harlow is the model that has vitiligo. She has vitiligo, right? Really pretty woman. But she was dating Kyle Kuzma, or is still dating Kyle Kuzma at the time.
They're married.
When Usher came around, they're married now? Okay. So when Usher came around to do it for her, she jumped into Kyle Kuzma's lap.
Yeah.
She was like, no, if your wife ain't doing that, that is the only recourse. And so, but to me, here's the thing, DeeDee. To me, I can't teach her that. That has to be either innate in her that she knows what to do, or somebody taught her how to do that. I can't teach her that.
I want to say that.
I want to go to the Usher concert with her, and I want to enjoy the music too, just like everybody else. It's an experience.
Trey, I 100% agree with Trey on that, because I've learned one thing here. The women who have it, they have it. You don't really have to teach them or show them much. It's just little things, you know. But the ones who don't are just, as Trey said, you go to a concert with them and they're, you know, if they get an opportunity, they're gonna jump at it, you know. And those women as well, when you have standards, you're called names for it. This is what I've noticed. The women who have it, when you talk about your standards as a man, they listen to understand it and they get it. But the ones who don't, and you present your standards just like she would, you become a shame word or sassy or whatever, you know. So I agree with that. It needs to be innate. A lot of it, maybe not all of it. I'm not saying she has to be a perfect person, but a lot of it needs to be innate in her from how she was raised. I'm learning myself. I can't go through the process of trying to quote unquote teach and raise someone. You know, I've learned that through trial and error.
That's kind of like, that's why I wish I was back in Brazil. Carol, every time we went out, any guy that tried to talk to her, she would like shut him down quickly. No, my man's right over there. I'm like, damn, I haven't felt that back in America in a minute.
Yeah,
Right.
the mindset, classy. I'm telling you,
But the
brother.
mindset shouldn't have, I mean, the mindset should be very simple. It should be just based on respect. Don't you? If you respect your man, you know he's not gonna like you jumping into another man's arms, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it should be a respect level there to where because I always tell women this. Think about this. Would you be okay if he did that? Would you be okay if he grabbed another woman and grabbed her and did some, had fun with her all up on him? Oh, a woman would be pissed. There's no way I would, because just thinking about it, I would be pissed. Like, what? Because I know men are territorial, but I mean, hell, if my man was groping on another woman and all up on, and then she looked good too, and I'm gonna be pissed. I probably walk out and leave. I'd be so mad, and it's gonna be a problem. So I always say, put yourself in his shoes, like, or switch it around. You wouldn't like him if he grabs some hot, attractive woman that looks good and he all up on her. You gonna be mad. So you don't do it because you wouldn't like it.
Or Didi, or even Didi, even another woman approaching your man and he's entertaining that. Like, I've seen men approach a woman and she's with a guy and she's entertaining him. But again, like even Classy said with his example, the girl in Brazil, like certain women who are raised different and their mindset's different, and I've seen it when a man approaches the woman and she's with dude or me or whoever, she looks straight at me. Like, I don't want to, she don't want to get involved with whatever this man has to say to her because she's with Classy, she's with her. She's, your husband is with you.
Right.
Or vice versa.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue, Dee. The respect has now been rephrased as insecurity. So now I'm an insecure man if I have a problem with you dancing on another man or being fed cherries from another man. I'm the insecure one because I should have so much. Yeah, and controlling. See, that's the issue now. It is not about the respect. Yes, I agree with you 100%, Dee, that this should just be simply based on a mutual respect, and not only for each other, but for the relationship itself. There should be a respect. But unfortunately, men get labeled as, well, you're just insecure. I don't want him. Well, it looked like you wanted him when you was giving him a lap dance. It looked like you wanted him a lot. You were dancing with him, and outside of Latin American cultures, like if you go to Latin America, it's not uncommon for women and men to dance, and that might be your girl. Outside of that, right? That outside of that, but this idea is a lot of the idea is that if I don't accept your fuckery, there's something wrong with me,
right?
And that's a problem.
But that goes back to what I was trying to demonstrate. As far as what Sierra said earlier, either you have it or you don't. Just like any type of emotion is taught, respect is taught. It's taught and shown and explained from upbringing. If the person hasn't been brought up to respect, then they're not going to do it. It's no different than a person being a racist or liberal. If they're taught that at the beginning or the early ages, then that's what they're going to contain. That's what they're going to have. That's what they're going to present because that's the way they've been taught. And that's why the example I was asking about the young lady that wasn't taught what she was supposed to be to maintain or retain a relationship, and now she's at the wiles of feminism. Right. So if your children are not brought up to be respectful, to be feminine, if it's a girl, and to be loyal, if they don't see it or not taught that, then they are going to be open to the wiles of the world, which is going to be feminism. So that's why I was saying, I'll piggyback on Steve what she said. He said when he said, either you have or you don't.
Yeah.
But this is why your topic, Dee, is so important. And this is one of the things that I loved about Kevin Samuels, because he actually pointed the light in the correct direction. You guys won't go talk to your mamas and your grandmamas and ask them, why didn't you teach me this? Why didn't you show me this? I don't know how to respect a man because I never saw you respect a man. I never saw you do any of it. So I don't know how to do it. And we have a real problem, especially in the Black community, where Black women don't want to address these issues with their mother. I'm telling you, because I know, because it's in my own family. I can see it. They don't want to have this conversation with mom and say, why did you tell me to go to college? And why didn't you tell me to get a husband? Because mama's going to say, well, I didn't have a husband. So what you need one for? Or I had a husband and I hated my marriage. So why would I put that on you? Either way, you won't go have a real conversation with your mama or your grandmama or your auntie or whomever it is that raised you and ask them, you set me up, because it's really what it is, DeeDee. You set me up for failure. I'm going to be 55 years old, and I'm going to tell you how I know this. I'm going to be 55 years old, no man, no kids, miserable, lonely, and still working. That's the part they always leave out. You got to go work, baby, because if ain't nobody taking care of you, you got to support yourself. So now you're 55 years old and you're taking care of yourself with no help. You got nothing coming in the future. I got a cousin who got married at 65 years old. She had no husband, no kids, no nothing. She finally was able to retire from being a teacher, and she was living paycheck to paycheck in her retirement. She was barely making it. And then she got married, DeeDee. And when I tell you she married a man that is damn near dead, this dude is one health scare away from dying. He can barely walk up the steps. That's how bad a shape he's in. You want to know why? Because that's the best she could get at 65.
Oh, God.
At best she
Wait,
could
what,
get
he
at
got some money or
65.
something?
No, he's a truck driver. He's still driving trucks in his late 60s. That's
So why did she marry him?
She didn't want to be alone.
Because that's the best she could get. And she realized she needs the help. She can't do it by herself.
I told y'all earlier about my own family. That's how it was laid out with all the older women in my family. It was the same way. Not all of them, excuse me, but the ones that I'm talking about. It was the same format.
I think women really need to, well, as Trey's saying, to challenge their mothers. If they're seeing an aunts or older cousins or whoever, like if you're seeing a situation where the result is not working, it's really just time to wake up and actually challenge it. I do think there is a fear factor though.
They don't want to challenge their mothers, though. I did it, and it's not going to end up good. The relationship is not going to be good because they hate.
Right, it won't end well. Right?
No, it's not going to end well. And a lot of times too, they're in denial. So you gotta accept the fact that they're never gonna get it. They're never gonna get it. They're never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. They're never gonna get it. You gotta accept that fact, and but you gotta address it. I did it, and the relationship is not, it's a distant one. You gotta accept the fact that that's what's gonna come with it. I tried to. I told you I went to Oprah, TD Jakes, and those are people that they admire, and that didn't work. So, child, what else I'm gonna do?
Hey, DeeDee, let me tell you, one of the most frustrating things in the world is to know that you are right about something and approach or confront somebody about it, and they take no accountability for it. And you know 100% I am right about this. And then when you go talk to them about it, and they're like, nah, that's not what happened. Or they just completely deny it.
Let me tell you
and
something.
that's gonna frustrate you even more.
Oh my
because
God.
you're gonna look at this, you're gonna go, I can't go out and go get a man now because you trained me not to do this. And then your mama's gonna say, well, that's not what I did. That's not. And now where do you go from there?
But and good thing I got a man early. But what I'm saying is that frustration. I'll tell you this: being married and having that frustration, it could take a toll on your marriage too. Because I got to talk to my husband about this, and then I get frustrated and mad, and he it's like I got to confide in him about this, and you're not a pleasant person when you're trying to deal with those type of issues. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to go through all of this while being married and issues with my mother because I did confront her, and for her to sit there and just say, oh, everything you're saying is just not true, and it's not, you punch in the air like, damn, it's a difficult thing, especially when you were close. I was close to my mother, and to have to go through that is crazy. But I think a lot of women know that too. This is why they don't do it. This is why they don't challenge that. You don't go against the matriarchy. You know what I'm saying? You don't do it. You just got to sit back and accept it. But what happens is they blame the men. It's misplaced. How you say that? Misplaced anger or whatever. It's not directed the right way. It's not to the persons you should be angry at. So they just put it on the man. Y'all the next person, the easiest person to say, oh, it's your fault. but it's really not. They have a tumultuous relationships with their mothers, but they hate to address them or are scared to.
Yeah. And even if the father was quote unquote a piece of shit or whatever, like the person who's still there is the mother. This is how I look at it as well. Even if the dad was so bad, your mom is there. She can teach you and show you and guide you as well, rather than continuing to lead you down a situation of unsuccessful relationships, that don't amount to anything, or telling her, like in the clip that you played, DeeDee, where her mother was telling her to start looking for a relationship or whatever in her 30s.
Her 30s.
And that's nothing new, DeeDee. A lot of mothers are preaching this, in the single mother household or whatever. But there's this, a lot of this is going on. I hear it here too. It's not just black women.
There's a lot of married
black women. I hear it too.
There's not just the single mothers. A lot of Gen X women.
I understand that. I'm speaking from some of the. I understand it's also too.
No, I'm not saying it was a universal. It was a universal thing to all women to get married later.
Yeah.
DeeDee said it before. The only thing you really can't do, and you can, but you shouldn't do when you're married, is you can't sleep around. You could get educated, you could start a business, you can do all that kind of stuff and be married at the same time if you got the right kind of husband and wife. And the only thing a woman really can't do is disrespect her husband and sleep around. Everything is still wide open. So this whole notion that your life is over once you get married, what really can't you do in a relationship? And DeeDee kind of laid it out when she was doing her monologue. She says, yep, she had her kids, and now she has a whole new career, and she's still young enough to enjoy it.
I just think women who teach Richard, I would just say I think women who teach other women, wait it out, and you start looking for relationships in your 30s. They're not teaching the
married women are doing that too. Though. What I'm trying to say is women are doing
that. Whether it's their mother or father, whoever it is, I think that they're not teaching them the risks of it, the risk part. Sure, there might be benefits of waiting later, but it's important to mention as well the disclaimer and the risk part. I'm just saying what I've noticed with colleagues or people around me.
I have one for you though. So see, Irving, I got one for you. Yeah, I think who needs to tell girls, and there's a lot of them not going to listen. Their mothers might not say it, but I think men paint a better picture to women because we look for what's going on in the future a lot. And so when I talk to my daughters, I said at 20 and 25, I'm telling you, if you're not looking to be married or have somebody in your life, I want you to really picture what your life might be at 50. Working by yourself, no longer viable for kids or anything like that. And I said, there's no shortage of women around that you don't even need to ask them. Look at all those 50-year-old, 60-year-old single women. And just let me know whether that's the kind of life you want. No kids to love you. None of those holidays are going to matter. It's you and your stinking Christmas tree and a bunch of cats running around the goddamn house and nobody around. And you think you got friends now? They're not going to be there like you think they're going to be when you're old.
Totally.
So you got to picture
that.
Hey, Boomer. Let me tell you, it's something really sad to see your single family members asking to come over because they don't have nobody's house to go to for Thanksgiving, or they don't have a family of their own, so they got to come spend it with your family. I'm telling you, man, I don't get it. Listen, I know people think I'm crazy when I say that I think that women should try to have all their kids and get married before 25, because that way, by the time your oldest is 18, you are still in your 40s. You still got some youth left to go do whatever the hell it is that you want to do. People think I'm crazy. This idea of getting married in your 30s and having kids in your 30s and 40s, I think it's the craziest, wildest thing in the world. I had my first child at 25, and if I was smart, I would have had my second one at 26 if I had any brains, right? But I waited. But it's a little bit different for men. But for women, I do not understand this concept of wanting to wait until you're 33, 34. First of all, you're putting undue stress on your body. It's going to be even harder for you to even have a baby. We know that because the doctors have told us this, right? The OBGYNs have told us this. We know that for a fact. right? But the other part of this is that you're actually hurting yourself because it is much more difficult to deal with younger toddlers as you get older. So why not be young when you have the energy and deal with the younger? Because I'm telling you, they don't run out of energy. My daughter does not sit down. She doesn't know how to, and she's frustrated when I tell her to sit down. And she's 7. So you might want to have these kids while you're young and you have the energy to chase behind them rather than wait until you're in your 30s and 40s when you are running out of energy. And to be quite honest, running out of patience on top of that, right? It doesn't make any sense. Have kids before 25. That's going to be the message that I sent to my daughter. Get married, have kids before 25, so you can still have some semblance of your youth in your 40s. And if you want to go back to school, you can go back to school in your 40s. You want to start a business, you can start a business in your 40s. Colonel Sanders didn't start until he was 65. You can go do a lot of things in your 40s. And guess what? You have a husband, you have a 20-year marriage, and you have grown kids. You have the family that you've always wanted.
But that's why I say, Trey, I think women can have it all, just not at all at the same time. And I think
Facts.
it's what you prioritize first. If you prioritize your career and you're focused on that, usually those women don't end up with husbands and family. Usually, if you prioritize in one, I don't want to get married young, I don't want to be locked down, let me go focus on my career. And then when you hit 30, 40, now I'm ready for a man, and you find it difficult to have, and it's difficult to have these children. This is why the women who can't afford this, freezing their eggs, they're doing that. Oh, well, maybe I'll just, pop one out the freezer when I'm 50 and have a child. But your child still doesn't have a father. You still don't have a family. So they're doing it backwards. That's why I say, to me, and that's my experience. Look, when you start younger, you got a good man that's after you. Go with him. Y'all got something in common. Build together. Have your family. That way, you can prioritize a career or hobbies and all this stuff later, and you're still alive. You're not dead. You're not dead at 40 and 50. You're still viable. You can do things, and you've already accomplished your family and all of that, as opposed to the career first and then you forego the husband and family. They're doing it backwards, in my opinion. So yeah,
I agree.
Very backwards.
There's some women who, like I said, there's women I know who watch your live stream, and what they combat with that, what you're saying, I agree with you 100%. But what they combat is, oh, DeeDee, I know someone, and she's in her mid 40s, and she was a quote unquote boss chick, and she has kids. But oftentimes, what I've noticed is when I ask that person, and I think this is what you probably need to mention as well, DeeDee, and add that, when did she get involved with that person? Because she didn't get involved with that guy when she was in her 40s. She was with that guy in his 20s, in her 20s, and maybe even into the 30s, and then they had children. So they developed a relationship. Women often think that they can, like you said, you can't do everything all at once, but they feel that they can make all of this money, and then poof, a guy's just going to fall in their lap. He's going to say, yes, I want to be in a relationship with you. He's not going to have a vetting process, and he's going to be like, all right, cool, we're going to have a kid next year. And that's just not how it works or it happens. But a lot of women, they look at certain situations, but they don't really look into it to the point where it's like, okay, this person developed an actual relationship prior 5, 7, 6 years.
But then, and then on top of that, see, Irvin, if we're gonna really be real, a lot of these women just want to be hoes on the low. They want to go out and screw whoever and have that good time. That's why you see the majority of that. If we gonna be honest, a lot of them, they want to ride all the CCs. Just like men want the sex, those women want it with random men too. So they don't want to be with just that one. That's boring. They want to go out low key, but they don't want to be judged for it. They want to go out and screw everybody, and until they done got it out their system, they act like men. They want to do that. A lot of them, they just don't want the backlash, and so that's why they do it. Because if you
but
don't,
DeeDee, at the end of the rainbow, DeeDee, at the end of that rainbow, they want the same outcome.
Yeah. Of course, but that's what they ain't gonna get. Most of them ain't getting that, because like y'all telling y'all now, they just keep getting ran through. You 40, 50, 60, you still keep getting ran through because these men don't take you seriously. So what?
DeeDee, how do you explain to those women that quote unquote Chad and Tyrone can run it up, and if he wants to sleep with 100 women, let's just say through his 20s or 30s, when he's ready to settle down, he can find that girl who wants to quote unquote lock him down, and if he feels like he's ready, he can do that. But how do you tell those women that we're not the same in that
Y'all
fact?
been telling them that. Most women don't care about body count like men do, though. We don't really be caring about a man's body count, to be honest. We don't. That's not the first thing we ask when we meet a man. What's your body count? We don't even care. Most women don't care, but men do.
Yeah. You can't tell those particular type of women, see, Irvin, you can't tell them anything. That's why they think body count don't matter. But if you take it back to them and say, I'm being funny for a second. If you took it back to them, let's say you asked them this question. What if you asked them, well, what if a guy had 10 different penises on his lips during his time? But that's just my past and that's my body count. How do you think that?
Right.
Well, you know what the thing is, but the Pinkbook Lessons had a quote saying, you know what, you can't mold stale bread. And those women, modern women out there are stale bread. You can't mold them. You say whatever you want. But what I do, I take advantage of the same. I listen to them and say, first thing I want to do is I want to make money. I want to travel. Good. Guess what? I can fly you out. Guess what? They're like, give me all the information, put them on the plane, fly them out. Miss D's right. They just want to ride the train. They just want to ride as much as the carousel, as long as they want to. And if the carousel or put them on a plane to fly out to a different country, they jump it. They can barely know me, and it's over. It's on.
Well, Daryl, let me throw something on top of what you just said, not disagreeing with you. They're not even riding a carousel no more. All you got to do nowadays is you got to eat some Goya beans and laxatives, and they'll take that.
Oh, get out.
Wait, what did you say?
Well, I was using his example
about the Dubai chicks.
Yeah, hell, I mean, they're not even doing it in Dubai. They're doing it here in America.
Wait, what? Now, what they doing now? What? Say that again.
I said, well, you said, I said I was adding on top of what Darrell said about the flying out part. Yeah. Most of these females nowadays, the carousel isn't good enough. They want to get doo-doo bite on. They want to read the book of doo-doo Rotomy.
Yeah, I think that's an urban. It could be. A lot of that's got to be urban legend, man.
No, sir.
Nope.
Mr. Payne.
There was a woman. There was a woman on a podcast who talked about her friend who invited her to go out, and her friend told her, yeah, you can come with me. You can get this. This is what they're going to do to you. Dubai is real, bro. They are doing that.
Oh, the Dubai is real.
Trey, it is real. Because I remember dating a girl like 5 or 6 years ago.
So they get paid to do that?
Her girlfriend. It's real.
Yes, they're getting paid to do it.
This is before COVID.
They're getting paid well. They're getting paid
This is before COVID.
10 grand.
That's the reason, Trey, when she came back.
Nah, it's more than 10 grand. It's like 100.
Well, it was at the time.
I'm good.
But they must get shit put all over them for that kind of money, huh?
What they do is they line up in a carousel, and they make sure that they, all the men bend down right in front of them and just release.
Oh no, you got to be kidding me.
But DeeDee, hold on, DeeDee, this is not anything new.
That nasty as hell.
How many of y'all remember two girls, 1 cup?
Wait, how say
this
what?
isn't anything new.
What you say?
That was the first viral video on YouTube.
That was one of the first viral videos. The dude took a dookie in the cup, and the 2 girls ate out of the cup.
Oh hell no! Oh God, nah, baby, I'm not in. Nah, hell no. Hell no.
I'm saying that to say because I had to apologize to Boomer because Boomer once said that nothing's really changed, and I argued with him, but Boomer was right. Boomer's right about this. Nothing has actually changed except for the date. They've been doing the same stuff for years. This is nothing new. A lot of this stuff is not anything new. Really, I'm being honest. And what I wanted to address something because we talked about the women wanting to have the same body count as men or wanting to go out and go ride the CC, right? But that's a part of feminism. Feminism, that's what I say. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Oh yeah. That's a part of feminism to tell them, you can go smash as many men as you want to. Femininity and traditionalism told them you can't do that. By the way, in the chat, nope, it was black. I think it was a Hispanic girl and a black girl that did it. It wasn't white girls. I know. I thought the same thing. You can look it up. It still might be on the internet. 2 girls, 1 cup. It was disgusting.
But
anyway,
I probably, me, I'm so sensitive since my, camp days. I probably couldn't even take a dump like that in front of nobody.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta have a comfort zone.
Right. To even think about it. Yeah, I couldn't eat. I don't care how comfortable you are. I still can't do that. You think I could be down and cheat on my husband? Like what? That's just disgusting.
It's absolutely crazy, man. Oh my
Hey,
God.
Classy, this was what, 20 years ago? This was 20 years ago?
That's
maybe.
Yeah, almost about 20 years ago. I think they released that video in 2007, I think.
Okay, yeah, so almost about 20 years ago. And that's what I'm saying. Like this idea, listen, even with the word empowerment, I think a lot of us thought that when women said they wanted to be empowerment, that we thought it was something grandiose and strong and prideful. No, empowerment just means we want the ability to be a 304 without male involvement.
Whatever you want.
Just without male involvement. We want to be able to sell our bodies without men profiting off of it. That's all it really meant. That's all empowerment actually meant. We want to go out and go be 304s and without men getting, prawn contracts out of it and getting paid for it. That's why OnlyFans was so popular. That's why and is so popular and will still be popular in the end, because that is the one avenue to which men don't really have their hand in their empowerment, as they call it. I'm serious. This is really what this is. And once you start to understand how the female brain is starting to work in the modern world, when I say we really you have to adjust. You have to adjust. Things are still the same. I do, but you have to make an adjustment as a man because we are still being raised and taught to be the same way we have always been, but they are not. They're being taught something completely different.
For the men that out here, these women, y'all better not be kissing them. I hope y'all not kissing these.
That's a point though, DeeDee. The people today are having a lot of sex. Nobody's kissing these days.
I know y'all not
out there. But I don't think guys are kissing these days. I think they're just banging each other out.
I want to say something about what DeeDee just said. Problem is, you would never know, and I'm gonna tell you the story that happened like back in 2000. I think it was 2005. Me living out in Los Angeles, I know a bunch of porn stars personally, and I went out on a date with one. I wasn't dating her to like be with her. I went out on a date. A friend of mine was like, "Do you know what she does for a living?" I said, "Yeah, I know what she does for a living. She ain't giving it to me, but I know what she does for a living. I've known her for a while. That's her business." And he was like, "Oh, you dated that?" I said, "Yeah." He thought it was the most disgusting thing in the world. Check this out. A long time ago, me and the girl that I was dating at the time and the girl that he was dating at the time, we were at a little small gathering playing Truth or Dare. Once he got around to his girlfriend said the last two dudes that she dated, she licked their buttholes out. He never knew about it. And the whole time he was slothering, kissing all on her now. And we had to stop him from beating her because I'm like, that's what I told him. He wanted to break her neck, but I was like, look, the thing is, I said the difference is the female that you saw me with, you know what she does.
Oh, but you don't
see
know.
it. She's not ashamed of it, but you don't know what the female that you're dating does.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We gotta always temper these stories, right? Because I understand, even in the white community, right? They say a woman, they consider themselves virgin, but they give up all the rest of the whole.
Yes.
You just don't get.
Yeah.
So you really don't know what you're.
Right.
At some point, you just don't know.
Right. Right. You're right about that. They do. I'm a virgin, and the other hole and been used, the mouth, and you done did everything else except for that part. And that makes you wholesome? No.
Yeah, the nose cavity.
And this is why the vetting process isn't 100% foolproof.
That's right. It's not.
Right. This is why it's not 100% foolproof. And so that's why when I hear guys say, well, you got a vet her, it's like you can vet her from the rooter to the tutor, no pun intended. But you could vet and still come out on the bad end. We got what's the comedian we got right now? The comedian Akash right now is going through it, thinking he had a virgin the whole time, and come to find out she was throwing that thing all over the place.
She was pitching it to everybody.
She's a virgin?
No, she
was not. She was pretending to be.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, she lied about it.
What was he with her sexually? He wouldn't know if she was a virgin.
Married to her.
You know?
He married her.
He married her.
But she said she was a virgin and he married her.
Right.
So when
he was a virgin,
he was a virgin and she was a virgin.
But when he had sex with her, he didn't know that
I don't think they had sex
He-
until after the marriage.
What would he
Dee Dee,
compare
when-
it to, DD?
Yeah, Dee Dee, when you're a virgin, how would you know? You never had it before.
But
Yeah,
I'm
he
saying
don't
she was
know.
a virgin when he married her. She said, right? So she said, right?
She
That's
said she
what,
was a
that's
virgin.
what
Yes.
she said, but
then
he
when he-
was the true virgin.
Oh, but then so on their marriage day, they had sex, right? Isn't
Yeah.
that something that
I
happens
would
when you're a
imagine so.
virgin, right? Right? When you're a virgin, right? Isn't that something
We
that,
hope.
you know, did he break the virginity? He didn't pay attention?
He don't know.
He green, DD. He don't
Oh,
know.
he a virgin too. Oh, he don't know what happens when you
Yeah,
break
He
he
the
doesn't know.
Oh,
yes, he
goddamn.
don't know.
Look, he ain't had no men around him to tell him, like, come on, like, what is some of you
Now,
people have
but
failed.
DD, now
Lord.
you see where I'm coming from. How important it is for even us as men to teach the younger men. to know
Damn,
what
like
to
you
look
should
for.
know. I
gotta
mean,
know
you
what
a
to look
virgin,
for.
but you still know that if you're, you know, fooling with a virgin woman, that something should occur. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you would know. He doesn't know. He didn't know.
Well, he's so green that he lets a lot of stuff that she does go. He doesn't say nothing about it. He just laughs it off.
I just think he missed all the red flags.
He missed a lot.
She was a walking red flag. There's no way she could have just been hiding that until now.
Right.
But
Somebody with some sense of knowing. This what I'm
Now
saying.
you can make the argument that he did ignore it because he married her.
Ignore it.
But at the same time, but everybody else knows.
First of all, after we found out what this soccer player is getting ready to marry, and leaving his wife, I mean, there's no hope for mankind. We're just hopefully wired. Listen, I tell you what, I read that story real quick about the guy left his wife for this porn star. So I actually had to go to the favorite hub to punch it in to see what was happening. And the very
you had to, huh?
I just had to. I just said, let me see what this girl is talking about. The very first video that popped up, she's drinking a milkshake out of 6 different straws. If you get the
Oh yeah, we get the meaning. We definitely get the meaning of
I mean,
6
right there,
straws.
boom, 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 and this is real life stuff. I think she might. They say she's retired, but these are fresh videos.
So when we talk about
but
when we talk about vetting, Trey, you talked about vetting. There are some things you should notice to give you an indication. Because they're not gonna hide it all. Trust me, there's gonna be something that you need to be paying attention to. They can't play that wholesome role for too long. If you're paying attention, if you green like this guy y'all talking about, okay, he was just, I don't know what the hell he was doing, but come on, y'all, if you really pay attention and you know game and you know. Then you've been around these types of women, then you should be able to see something.
Didi, I hate to be that guy, but you have to understand there's a reason why these pickup artists are so popular. There's a reason why Andrew Tate is so popular. There's a reason why Myron Gaines is so popular. A lot of these guys have no experience with girls. They didn't have it in high school. They didn't have it in college. They have no experience when it comes to, they are green. There are a lot of guys right now that are with girls, and the girls have a higher body count than the guy does. She had been out here doing her thing.
Right.
He has no idea what's going on. And unfortunately, that's the flip-flop that we've had from maybe 60 years ago, where it was probably the other way around 60 years ago, where the men had all the experience and the women were the most inexperienced. That is not the case anymore. Nowadays, the women have more experience than the men, and they manipulate these guys. And that's what I'm saying. I know in our brain, we think, no, they gotta know. They gotta know. They don't know. They have no idea what they're getting themselves into.
That's why I think some within in that case, they must be right, because some men, they push back on this kind of stuff that I'm saying. You believe there are some men who don't agree? They like, you done been, this is why I be calling it out. I don't be scared to say it, because some dudes be stupid. It's like you'll tell them they've been in relationships with women who manipulated them, did exactly what you're saying, cheated on them, dogged them out, took all their money, did all that, and they still saying, oh, well, you know, women, and some women ain't like that. Well, you're defending women when you've been mistreated and abused by women. And you're trying to tell me, oh, well, trying to almost defend them. Like, I think it's the stupidest thing ever. Like, why are you defending them when you a lot of them are single now? I'm just saying. And some of these men are defending this behavior from these women. How could you defend it when it's happened to you? I'm just saying that sounds like
you have to remember there's a few factors involved, right? We have reported that we have the lowest amount of testosterone amongst men ever recorded, right? So there's no testosterone there. You have a bunch of the younger guys in my generation and Gen Z that don't have an abundance mentality. They have a scarcity mentality. So they think this is the only girl I'm ever going to get. So when you start to add in the low testosterone, you start adding in the scarcity, you start adding in all these factors, these guys are willing to deal with a lot of things. One of my favorite videos is the guy who asked the couple if they would cheat on each other for, I think it was $1,000 or something like that. When they asked the guy first, and he's like, "Oh no, of course not, man. Look at her, man. She's beautiful, man. She's amazing, man. No, I would never do that, and I know she would do that to me too." And then they put the microphone to her, and she's like, "Well, I do love you, but I'm like, oh no." She's like, "But it's $1,000." Now here's the proper response to that. If that would have happened to me, I just walk away from her. I leave her right where she stands. She's on her own. I'm done with you, because that's the wrong answer. There is a wrong answer to this question. That's the wrong answer. And you leave it where he stands. But now he starts to go into emotions. And this is the difference. I think the guy 60 years ago would have left her right there and said, "What did you just say? Are you crazy?" That's not how it goes. But these guys are you got to remember how much therapy was pushed on men, how much opening up and being vulnerable was pushed on younger men now. So now everything is about, well, that's not how I feel. What about how I feel? And I need to go talk to somebody. Whereas my generation and Gen X and baby boomers and all that, they weren't taught that nonsense. Deal with your problems, go to the gym, hit a heavy bag, go do something else. But that's not how these guys are taught to be emotional and talk about it. And why would you do that to me? And why would you're embarrassing me? We don't do all of that. And so that's what I'm saying. You got low testosterone, you got scarcity mentality, you got raised by your mama, you got all these things being factored in. You're not going to get the men. And here's the problem, the biggest problem, DD. The women aren't attracted to that. It's not attractive.
No.
Him crying and whining and all that, that's not attractive. So now you've turned it off.
That's where nature comes in. This, like you said, like I've been saying, we are still subject to our real base nature. And when we're out of character, it's not attractive. Just like some women, who try to be manly, that's not what most men who want a wife or what, those things don't attract them. And vice versa, the women are clamoring for all this softness in a guy, but it's not what turns them on. Now, they'll take your provision, but then the alpha dude is banging them out around, when you over there providing.
Boomer, there's a time for softness. When you cuddled up on the couch,
but
there's a time for softness. There's a time to be, to be soft with your lady. But most cases, your lady does not want to see you walking around looking like a marshmallow. She wants to know that you're the rock, that you're the strength, that you're the leader, and you got this. You can't even flinch. I'm gonna tell y'all a quick story of something that happened in my last relationship, right? I was out, I was training. I wanted to be a wrestler. So I was training at Maryland Championship Wrestling. It was about 2 hours away from my house. On the way home, I got a phone call from my girl at the time. And she's like, "Yo, a bullet just came to the house." I'm like, "I'm sorry, what?" She's like, "Yeah, a bullet just came to the house. Like they basically had a shootout, like literally out front, right, of our house. And one of the bullets came through our house and it broke one of the windows." Of course, she's shaking up, right? And so I rushed to get home. And all I think I could remember is I got to be strong here, because if I show any weakness, she's going to see this, because she's scared, right? A bullet just came to the house, broke the glass. She in there by herself. Our baby is upstairs. She's terrified, right? And mind you, she's a police officer just like I am, but it doesn't matter. It shook her up. And she wanted hugs and can you hold me and all this stuff. And I'm like, whatever you do, this doesn't phase you. Even though at the same time, I'm like, did a bullet just really come through our house? Like that's a scary thought for anybody, right? For anybody. And the worst part about it, Dee, it came through the man cave where I normally am. So she's freaking out. She's like, "Yo, if that would have happened, you were home, that bullet could have hit you, and what would I do without you?" She's losing her mind, right? So women don't want this soft. That today's man would have been in there crying with her.
Oh,
hell
no.
It's okay, baby.
You okay?
Crying out at me. No, I might be crying, but then I'm gonna look like, why are you crying?
Funny.
I'm gonna play that.
Hey, why are you crying?
Yeah. No.
I mean, but they're talking about that. Just might be risky. They just had a show about vulnerability of men, and one lady was trying to justify why the man should be open and vulnerable and all that. And of course, my man Hemp was saying, listen, man, you can't just be all, a lot of women weaponize that once they find out your biggest
They do.
weaknesses. So I tell you, man, you don't have to be a tough guy, by the way, to not show all this vulnerability. I mean, I've been married for a long time. I probably can count. I think my wife might have seen me cry at a funeral, a little couple of tears, and it wasn't no boo-hoo kind of stuff. And it's not that I'm that big tough guy. I just know, just like what Trey says, you can't be open about, I never come home and, my boss is mean and all this other shit. I can't handle it at work. And the reason why I say this real quick is even if you are too vulnerable with your woman and something comes up, she might not tell you because she thinks you can't handle it. And you will never want your woman to think that you can't handle anything like that. Right? I want to know what's going on. So, but if I can't, if I tell him this one more thing, he might really fall apart. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Boomer. One of my married friends, he said, whatever you do, don't ever say in front of your wife, what am I gonna do? He said, don't ever say that. He said, whatever you say, he said, even if you don't know what you're gonna do, he said, whatever you say, he said, you always have a plan. You always know how you're gonna get out of this. You always know how you're gonna fix it. Is whatever you do, don't ever say, what am I gonna do? Because you're the leader. You're supposed to have the answer. Right.
I was excited. What am I gonna do?
Wait a minute. We both don't. Nah, y'all are absolutely right. As a woman, the only woman on this panel, I couldn't see it. Like, that's why I'm laughing. Like, I'm the one freaking out. I'm like, wait a minute, what are we gonna do? I'm like, look, calm down. Like, he's trying to look, don't worry. Look, you worry too much. Like, if he's crying with me and worried too, I'm gonna be even more scared. Like, wait,
y'all in trouble.
why we get trouble? Like, what the hell? You crying too? Like, what? No, I couldn't imagine.
That is something that you turn around, your guy crying.
And here's the issue, DD. The younger generation doesn't understand this. They don't get this. They don't get this concept that the women are looking to you for answers, sir.
Right.
This is a part of your leadership. And here's the thing: you keep clamoring for a traditional woman. This is a part of the tradition. You're the leader.
Exactly.
This is
so your woman is going to look to you to handle it. That's I know. I mean,
you are the answer.
Yeah.
You Allen Iverson, you are the answer. She's gonna come. My ex used to come into the man cave all the time. Hey, I got a question. I'm like, damn, you always got a question, boy.
Yep.
What's your question today?
I do.
You know what I mean? And it would be simple stuff. It would be simple stuff, right? And I had a nice little way of kind of taking a second to make her think about it because I wanted to create, thought process for her. But the idea is that she always knew if I don't know, I'll go ask my man. And women want that comfort. They want that comfort. And we got a lot of young guys that don't understand that. And they are asking the women. And she looking at you like, fool, I'm supposed to be asking you.
Right.
See, and that's one of the answers to a modern feminist woman. Because her basic nature, regardless of all the shit she's learned, is that if she finds the guy that she could look up to, a lot of times, it strips away some of that programming. Especially if you don't acquiesce to her bullshit. And that's where you got to find guys. Like, the other thing I can't stand a man saying, well, she lets me lead. Every time I hear a man say that, I said, what the?
Yeah, let me.
What do you mean she lets you lead? I said, if you're not assuming the leadership in your relationship or marriage, you've already lost. There's not even a conversation. I mean, you walk in, I'm the leader in this relationship, and you don't have to say that because you assume it, right? You assume it. And then you start to kind of strip away those kind of things. And every so often, depending on what the woman really, if she's really serious about a relationship, there'll be times where you have to check. Hey, you can't talk to me like that. You don't even have to argue. So I don't appreciate those kind of things. And she's going to either acquiesce to the right thing or she's not. It might take some time, but then you might have a decision to make. And that's the only thing I could think you could do with the modern woman. You got to understand what because most, especially black women, and I'm going to say black women because most black women in America are liberals, feminists, and they've been taught all this bullshit. but some of them still want real relationships.
Yeah, but Mr. Payne, though, but you got to put a little bit
Hey,
more
hey,
oomph into it. You got to be like, woman, you better check your tone. Like back in the
Well,
70s,
you
60s, you better check
can,
your
but
tone, woman.
you
It's
put
Leonard
it that
Washington.
way, but you could just mean what you say, even if you don't say
not
it.
Leonard Washington.
I'm joking. I'm
But
joking.
No.
Didi, Boomer, to your point, you know when you do this? When you're dating.
Yeah.
This is when you set the
Yeah.
tone. I didn't ask you where we're going. I just asked you if you had any allergies. That's all. I just need to know if you have any allergies. You don't have any allergies? Okay, cool. Be ready at 7. We are not teaching young men this. The men are asking her, well, where do you want to go? No. That's not how this goes. It doesn't work that way. I ask you, do you want to go out? You say yes. Cool. Dress for the occasion. I tell you how to dress. I'm not telling you what exactly to wear, but I'm going to tell you this is where we're going. So you need to dress a certain way. Tell you what time I'm going to be there to pick you up or what time you can meet me. That's how this goes. This is when you start to set the precedence of leadership. So
Yeah.
she's already in line from the jump because she was never in the leadership position ever to begin with. From the very beginning, she was always in a follower or a teammate position from the very beginning. But if you start off and you're saying, well, where do you want to go? I mean, when you want to go in, what do you want to do? But you've already set yourself up for failure. I've never, Didi, and I mean this, I have never asked a woman where she wanted to go or what she wanted to do. I said, this is where we going, this is what we doing. Be prepared. And I always say, bring some slides or some comfortable shoes because we may go for a walk afterwards.
And you better check your tone.
I thought that's what most women wanted anyway. You like an assertive man, a man who could just tell you, okay, just be dressed at this time. We going somewhere. All right, I'm excited. I'm going to get dressed. I don't know where we're going. It's surprise of it all. Like why?
Yeah, and if you get to that point where you end up at the Cheesecake Factory and she says she don't want to go in, there's no argument. That's why those skits bother me because I would just take them home and it's over. Right? I don't care where it's at, but they don't know where you're going, or you tell them and they don't like it before you get there, and they start arguing about the spot. It's not expensive enough, and all. It should be over right then and there.
It was one.
But this is what we maybe I do need to start a channel because this is what we need to teach the men. This is what you do. You take her to the Cheesecake Factory and she don't want to get out the car. You leave her right there in the car. You go in, you go have yourself a meal and a drink. You leave her right there. I'm dead serious. You leave her right there in the car and you say, hey, look, you are welcome to join me. I brought you here so that we can eat together. If you don't want to eat, perfectly fine. I'm going to go inside and go get me some bang bang shrimp and a Coke and a Crown Royal. You're free to come in whenever you want. When I'm done, I'll be back out.
If you do that, I bet she walk in.
Well, actually,
she coming in, Didi.
They gonna walk in.
I bestowed those points actually, but it went a little bit differently. She went to the bathroom. I got in my car and took off. And came back once she was gone.
So here's the thing. I would never teach young. I'm always about aftercare. Why? Because I don't want the police called on you. I've had calls where the woman has made up some cockamamie BS because she's upset that she didn't get what she wanted. Right. So I always would tell men, just take care of her. It's a loss. It's an L. Don't leave her on the side of the road. Don't leave her stranded. Don't do any of that. Drop her back off at her house or back off where you picked her up and block her the moment she gets out the car and go on with your life. This is abundance mentality. You have to have this. If you have abundance mentality, you just say, you know what? Hey, look, Michael Jordan didn't win every game. It doesn't work that way. Okay. Right. That's not a W. That's an L. We live to fight another day.
Guys got to learn the concept of sunk cost. Men have to
sunk cost fallacy. Absolutely. You got to let it go. And at the end of the day, you go in, you go have yourself a nice meal. And the other part of this is too, Didi, we don't teach young men how to enjoy their own company. It's always got to be. They got to be around the boys. They always have to be around somebody. We don't teach them enough to say, hey, you can have a good time by yourself. I go to the bar all the time by myself, just by myself, and have a good meal by myself. You need to teach them this so you can go in and go do that.
Trey, I have an example, and it happened to me yesterday. I kid you not. I always take myself out on a date. I always do because I don't have a girlfriend. I don't want to be around the boys. So I'll go to the movies. I'll go to my favorite restaurant, Olive Garden. Literally, this one waitress, she sees me coming to the restaurant a lot. And she had the nerve to ask me before I tipped her. She was like, you must suck as a man because you don't have a woman. And I was like, I asked her, I said, well, why would you ask that question? I was just trying to see where this was going to go. She said, because you're always showing up here by yourself. And then I said, okay. So when she opened up the, the waiter checkbook thing, you know how much I tipped her? $200.
Nice.
Now, however, let me tell you how this ended. I said, excuse me, ma'am, can I have that book back? I took the $200 back and I gave her $5. I said, me being single is the reason why you got this $200 that could have helped you. But since you said that, I'm going to tip you $5. You have a blessed day.
She was mad.
Oh, she was steaming mad.
There's a lot that we have to start to teach the younger guys, but one of the biggest ones is stop thinking that the woman you're going out tonight with is more than likely it's not the woman you're going to end up with.
That's right. Right.
It's probably not going to be the woman you end up with. Any of the women that I've been in serious relationships with, I was probably talking to other women before her.
Of course.
Until I went out with her one night and was like, you know what? I actually like you. You know what I mean? You're actually kind of all right. I could be around you. We have to.
That's how you said it, Trey. You actually
That's how I am.
That's how you said it.
That's how it happens, though. Isn't that?
Yeah, that's how it
happens. Now my ex, I didn't say it like that. What I said was so our second date was at her house, was at her apartment. She invited me over to cook. This is Solange's album that came out, and she wanted to listen to Solange's album. This Cranes in the Sky was popping at the time.
Yes.
And so she was like, come on, let's listen to the. And so she was like, I'll cook for you. And I texted her back, saying, so you kind of like me, huh? That's what I texted her back.
Okay.
And she was like, just come eat. And that was the end of that. She was like, just come eat, which was, yes, I kind of like you. Yeah. You know what I mean? But we have to teach men. And I'm not saying go, some of these guys will say, go talk to 300 women. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I think that's pointless. But you do have to understand that every one of them is not going to be a W. Some women you just don't click with. It just is what it is. But you always have to stand on business as a man and in masculinity. And if she don't want to get with the program, you have to handle your business as a man. You don't bend the knee to her. That's not how it works. Primarily because she's not attracted to that anyway.
Right. It's kind of funny though, and I don't know where I got it from. When I was in college, I actually had, like I said this before, and it's really true. I had a research and development fund for women. I budgeted for dating. And when the money ran out, I didn't go nowhere. And it wasn't one size fit all. If I liked the woman, the date was just a little bit better. If I didn't, and if I couldn't get the first date, we never had another date. This is something that just developed in my mind. I mean, I was in college. I had no money to waste. But if I did go on a bad date, I never sweated it because it was sunk cost. That's what it was there for. That's
1,000%. Tell it, Mr. Payne.
I mean, so as far as I'm concerned, I never really had a bad date that I regretted. I mean, because I was out there doing research.
Good. I like that. I appreciate that.
And listen, it wasn't I had a lot of money, but shit was a lot cheaper back then too.
Right.
But I mean, I've been telling guys this for years. I said, I mean, you shouldn't be going on worrying about the money on the day. And that's why I'm old fashioned, because I can't tell guys this. I never worried about a woman paying for a date. Because I had it in my mind budgeted already. So, but I'm not dating in the modern era where the prices are crazy.
Right.
Well, that's true, Mr. Payne. But all those things that you have displayed to us, it still does exist. It's just the fact of the matter is we're dealing with a different core group of women who want you to give her the after 7 treatment. I'll give you the sun, the rain, the moon, the stars, and the mountain on the first date.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't condone anybody doing it, but I'm just saying that's their mentality. That's psychologically what they've allowed to be ingrained into them.
Yeah, but the only reason why that works is because there's too many men who acquiesce to that.
That is true. I take that back. That is true.
Yeah. So, and that's why I'm glad I've been off the market.
Right.
The one thing that I don't like when guys tell me that I don't know women because I'm not dating.
Right.
anymore. I said, well, I think I know more about women than you do because I've been up against one for almost 40 years.
Right.
I said, my wife didn't stop being a woman just because she married my black ass.
Exactly.
She's still all the traits of a woman is still right there.
Yep.
Right. And so I said, what's harder, me learning somebody over 40 years and stuff, or you just trying to get laid next week? How much more about a woman do you need to know about that? You don't know nothing about it.
Or you trying to learn every woman you're trying to get laid with.
Yeah, and then you have to say there's a level where it's like normalized amongst most women, right?
Well, that's why I carry habanero sauce and lemon juice.
Yeah. Okay, tell us why.
Y'all crazy. All right, y'all. I gotta get out of here.
All
I
right,
got to go eat, and y'all might could catch me on Ali's channel tonight. I think they. I think I'm gonna still go on there.
What's that? Ali? Who?
Fanny and Ali. Yeah, Ilkhan Ali. I think they're going on at 7.
I haven't been over there.
You might see Smell the Rose over there, Dee.
Yeah, it's his channel, right? Is it his?
Yeah,
channel?
it's not Fatty's channel. It's Ali's channel. Yeah, I think Smell the Rose should be. Y'all mentioned her to me. I think she's gonna be joining the panel on next Friday, so that's gonna be fun.
Nice. Dee Dee, did you mention Dee Dee the women that you're going to be collaborating with? Because I think I missed that part.
There's some surprises, or you gonna mention them all?
I'm gonna mention them, not yet though, but it's probably. I think y'all are familiar with a lot of the. It's not a lot. I couldn't get everybody.
What time? What's air time? What's
7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So it'll be 7 next Friday.
Next Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
think what you're doing is beautiful.
And see what y'all got to say.
I think what you're doing is beautiful because we would love to see Danique and everybody come together.
Yeah.
Y'all's perspective because we keep getting 304 perspective.
I reached out to Danica. Doesn't do panels anymore, so I couldn't get which I would have loved to get her. I reached out to her. She said she doesn't do panels, and that's the thing. Some people don't do panels. I reached out to her. I'm proud of myself for actually reaching out because I've been saying it for a while, but a lot of people don't respond, and some people just don't do panels. So I got the people who's
open.
Well, like I said, just based off the women that I know that watch you, they would, and even I agree, they would like to see you with Danica and Riva. Some of them know about Crimson Cure, but those are the ones that.
But are you gonna facilitate, or are you gonna have a facilitator do your?
No, I'm facilitating it. Yeah. Yep.
Sounds interesting.
I think it's gonna be a great show.
Oh, this is gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, I reached out to the ones y'all with Riva, Riva didn't respond. Like a lot of people just I don't know why. I can't say why they didn't respond. Maybe they're busy or whatever, but
it could be that.
Busy.
Like I said, a lot of the women I know, they like your stuff, Dee Dee and Riva. They often talk about you or Riva.
I think a lot of people panels. A lot of people are turned off by panels.
They are
because they can get out of control if they.
Yes, and
so
I
get really cool about who you got up there and the topics, and you got to really have good facilitators. That's why Hemp is pretty good. He's a very good facilitator.
He is. I think he is. Yep, I agree.
On how keeping things. So.
Anyway, it's gonna be interesting because it's just gonna be women. So I want to get the women's perspective because I always have because a lot of women don't come on here. So it's gonna be.
Are they gonna be married or single or as a combination?
Please be married.
I think it's a combination.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. Yeah, for sure.
But Smell the Rose, I know personally. She's a sweetheart. She's really good.
Is she married?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. She's been married for 20.
Yeah, because some of them I don't. I've seen her, but but she seems pretty nice.
What did you just mention?
Smell the Roses. Yeah, she's been married for about 18, 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good to know. So it's gonna be a mixture, but yeah, it should be interesting though. But
so after Thanksgiving, I gotta go now. I gotta do my little workout and stuff. I was hoping you prolong this a little longer so I could delay that. I got to go to the gym.
I'm going to
eat. Got to go to the gym. I got first of all, it's funny because as soon as my oldest daughter moved out, I converted her room to a gym.
Okay.
I would have did the same thing.
You ain't coming back. I said you're out. So whatever happens in your life, you're gonna have to fix it. You can't go back home.
And Dee Dee, on a side note as well, like about your intro, Like me personally, I prefer the old intro that you had.
Oh, look at this.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Even a friend of mine,
producer.
like a colleague, she said that as well. She said like the old intro was nice as well. So
Wait,
just
the music,
the
old
music,
intro
the music, not the like the beat, like the music, the old intro.
I love the new one.
I
You
do
like the new
too.
one?
Actually,
The new one is good for
It's
like clips.
personalized. I've been wanting to
it's up
Yeah,
to
but
date. It's up
Hey,
to
I,
date.
I think, no, but
I love it.
I think the new one is good for clips. This is just my opinion. I think the new one is good for clips, but I think the music is good for live stream.
the music. You like it for live streams? Oh my god!
Yeah, but this is my opinion. But of course, it's your channel. You don't have to change anything.
You know how many
Yeah.
times this intro has changed? I've changed. Oh my god, so much has changed about my channel over the year. I've changed. I like changing stuff too much sometimes, but
That's good.
oh my
But
god,
the new layout is good. I'm getting feedback about that. Folks are
Mhm.
saying the new layout is actually nice that you have.
Oh, they like it. Okay.
Yeah, I like it
Well,
too.
tell them
It's
make sure
cool.
they watch, subscribe, and all that good stuff.
Mhm.
I mean,
And
there's
you
more
don't
people
know.
who support that are not subscribed. That's why we like subscribe.
Yeah, they
You
are.
know,
They are.
Kevin
They are. Like I
Samuels.
said, they catch the clips and stuff. But like I said, a lot of folk I know, like men and women, it's like again for them it's basic information, so they just enjoy. I think more like the clips when you talk about Ray J did this or something like that. Like when you talk about something like what's going on in the world type of
Oh, they
thing.
like that.
Yeah, just the clips, mainly the
Okay.
clips. Yeah.
What you were
Yeah,
saying, Classy?
I was gonna say, Kevin Samuels probably would want you to do it. I mean, Lord have mercy, he loved you a lot. He really
That's what they
did.
yeah, I've caught a few. That was interesting. It's sad.
He adored you more than most people on YouTube. He adored you the most.
That much, really?
Yeah, he really did. I mean, it went past the baby how you started, but
Yeah.
I mean, but he really liked your show a lot.
He used
really
to
did.
and then people used to send me clips of him, like playing, sampling my voice and stuff. But I thought it was cool.
Yeah, that was you. That's right.
He loves DeeDee, dude.
Hey, well,
crazy.
yeah, that's cool. Hey,
And DeeDee, make sure you check as well if the T-shirts can be shipped overseas as well.
Oh, yeah, I'll let you
So
know.
at least I can let some people know like it's possible, because
Yeah.
folks
Yeah.
understand it's
Well,
based in
hey,
the
well,
US.
there's no mistake, DeeDee. That's why you're going to be heading towards 200K subscribers.
I know.
So
Yeah.
that's
So
not a mistake. So you're doing something right. You're doing something.
So yes, and I saw that. I was like, oh my god, Jesus. Okay.
So DeeDee, are you making shirts and cups or just the shirts?
Well, it's already the link.
And hoodies.
You know how they sell how the t-shirt thing, what is it? Teespring. It's connected with the YouTube. So the link is already there. You can already purchase merchandise already. I'm just gonna add probably. You think I should the cups? Because people like mugs for some reason.
Of course, yeah. Well, it's a thing that we like. I mean,
That would be cool
Yeah.
too, actually. The mugs would be cool, actually.
So
I think.
I'll add the mugs and the t-shirts, the ones that say Pick Me Nation. And the one
make it pink like your little DeeDee reaction thing. That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
that would
And
be
it'll be
hot.
it's
Pink
different
and black.
colors, so black
Pink
for
and
sure.
black. Pink and black.
Okay, yeah. So
Alright.
I know the men like black. Y'all don't want to wear pink, huh?
Well, no, I love pink.
I mean, somebody's gonna wear that T-shirt.
I love pink because of my skin tone. It meshes very well. But I just told my other homeboy I can't wear the Proud 54% no more shirt because I almost got jumped by 5 black women, so that ain't going.
Oh,
and what you want, gotta want you has to be definitely some universal colors, like unisex colors, not just like pink and black, but that would be cool.
Yep.
But you're right. We'll let you go ahead and go. We know you got.
All right, DeeDee. Hey, gentlemen. DeeDee, thank you, DeeDee.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Y'all be safe.
All right, DeeDee, you have a good one.
Have a good weekend.
Yeah, I enjoyed the last week's stream as well, although I couldn't be on because I was on vacation, but it was I the replay. It was good. It was good as well. So I'll let you know.
Yeah, you thank you. Yeah, you wasn't there. I thought I saw you or something.
Yeah, I was in Bucharest.
Oh yeah, but you did comment, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. Okay, I thought okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I will see you. I will definitely work on that, and I will let you know about the shipping.
Okay, cool.
I'll probably on Instagram, DM you on Instagram and let you know.
Okay, cool.
All right. Take care.
All right, take care. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Bye.
Later. All right, you guys, that's a wrap. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody who gave super chats or cash apps. I appreciate you for the support. Shout out to everybody in the building, everybody watching, everybody who commented, liked the stream on your way out. Shout out to you guys for being here. Everybody on the panel, I appreciate you so much. Make sure you guys are continuously supporting the channel and the videos that are already posted on the channel. Go over and like the videos, leave a comment. Y'all share them if you can. And don't forget to turn on your notification bell to be notified when I go live or post new content. All right. So shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all stay tuned for more to come. And I will catch y'all on the next one. Y'all be safe. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, y'all. And I will catch you in the next one. All right. Mwah. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Hey, DeeDee, it's time to start the show. Let's go. It's DeeDee's reactions, turn it up, it's time to go. It's DeeDee's reactions, tune in and enjoy the show. It's DeeDee's reactions, what's the topic today? Look, you never know. It's DeeDee's reactions, real life reviews with a real one for show. Hello everybody, it's DeeDee. We're real reactions every time on your TV. Gotta keep it real with my people, please believe me. No matter how you view it, shit makes it look easy. Different perspectives are always needed, and I know people ain't gon' see it how I see it. The way I view the news, my thoughts and understanding are undefeated. Our people deserve the real, and she's right here to bring it. It's DeeDee's reactions. DeeDee's reactions, turn it up, it's time to go. It's DeeDee's reactions, it's DeeDee's reactions, tune in and enjoy the show. It's DeeDee's reactions, DeeDee's reactions, what's the topic today? Look, you'll never know. It's DeeDee's reactions, real life reviews with a real one for show. Like, share, subscribe, we about to go live.